Futures back in positive territory this morning, looking to bounce back a little bit anyways from the steep declines that we suffered once again last week. All three major U.S. indexes down for a 10th week in the past 11th last week. Not good right across the board. The S&P 5.8% to the downside last week. We had both the Dow and the NASDAQ down about 3% and 4.8% for the NASDAQ to end things off heading into the long weekend. Hope you enjoyed your long weekend, by the way. The continued inflation discussion continues. Possibility of recession kind of lingering in the background as well. So we are positive to start things off this morning. How long it will last remains to be seen, but let's take advantage while we can. Coming up this week, we get Fed Chair Powell testifying in Washington. That's coming up Tuesday and Wednesday, so we'll monitor that as we got the largest single interest rate increase since 1994, with 75 basis points obviously coming in the June meeting. Individually this morning, we're watching Kellogg shares up nicely. Plans to split into three separate companies. We'll talk about that coming up. Big tech getting a nice bounce here right across the board. Apple, Microsoft, all the chip makers back in positive territory. Intel, however, with its own separate news. We'll talk about that. Intel lagging the group ever so slightly, as it tends to do. Some of the EV names showing some strength here. Yeah, Elon was making more comments about what's to come for both Twitter and Tesla over the weekend. We'll talk about Tesla a little bit here as well, also showing a little bit of strength to kick off the new week. It's Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. We'll have a look at major indexes here coming up. As I said, back in positive territory overall, 1.6 for the ES. We have crude oil making a move currently back to session highs as well. If you remember, very, very volatile for energy markets all week last week, even heading into the weekend. We're back up 2.5% currently for crude oil, but trying to hold on to some positivity here on a Tuesday. Hope everyone enjoyed their long weekends. We'll bring in the guys here. Good morning, guys. It's Tuesday. It's the, I guess, Tuesday after Father's Day. I hope you guys both had a great Father's Day and a happy long weekend at that.
Yeah, a great, fantastic weekend. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I spent some quality time with my pops and had a good hike with my daughter. Look, and yesterday, the long weekend, happy Juneteenth to anyone that didn't celebrate. But wow, this weekend was interesting in the crypto land, that's to be sure. So that's a lot of the reason why I think there's some excitement for what we could see here today, because you got one of those wipeout type bottoms. At least it felt like you getting down to 17.5 on Bitcoin and bouncing heavily. Ether getting down below that $900 mark. So it was definitely a wild one, certainly. But yeah, my excitement level is pretty high because we know volatility is still here. I like to come in and be able to see some active names. Feeling awfully refreshed, to be sure. Although I'm not gonna lie, man, it was pretty cool getting to drop the daughter off at school and pick her up yesterday. So thankfully, I'll be getting to do that again tomorrow. You guys are gonna get treated to a room tomorrow.
You're not here tomorrow?
It's the concert, remember? So my daughter has her year-end concert tomorrow, so I'm not here tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, welcome Arun to the building tomorrow. That should be fun, a lot of fun. Yeah, I was volunteering at the school yesterday as well, planting and getting all that going. So shout out to my wife, and we had, of course, a great meal here. Rib steak, twice baked, green beans. It was a good weekend. It was a good weekend. And then today we have our new coffee mug out, King of the Grill, with a little steak going on there as well. So yeah, fun times, man. Lots of stuff to trade today. I hope everyone had a great weekend. This should be a fantastic day coming in here today. Like Neil said, we did get that crypto, a little bit of a boom to the downside there, and a very, very beautiful recovery back to the upside. NIO, Apple, I mean, they're all going to be on watch today, and hopefully we can start to trade them to the long side. The market's up 1.65%. Dow approaching that 500 point mark, so that's going to be a good morning for us. The imbalances, we'll get to those in a minute as well. But yeah, so far so good here. Pretty nice. Was also golfing this weekend. I mean, it was just such a great weekend. I wish every weekend was a long weekend, and I may just make that happen, Brendo.
Was a beautiful one here in the city as well. Let's jump into a few things to talk about here this morning. Wanted to mention, you mentioned NIO there. We'll get to that. Some of the other Chinese ADRs showing a ton of strength here as well, coming off a bit of a slide to end the week on Friday. JD shares, however, JD.com, the only one kind of lagging the rest of the group right now. They're 618, June 18th. Shopping festival in China. Very, very discouraging numbers for JD.com coming out of that. 10.3% sales increase versus 27.7 last year. Obviously, a little bit of different situation last year. This time, a lot of people were stuck inside with nothing else to do but shop.
Yeah, definitely. Let's just say the stock can't do any, even with that leg in the group, there's no chance the stock will do what Alibaba did with the rug pull on Friday. That's to be sure. But obviously, you're not going to have fantastic numbers through and through. But at the end of the day, I always look at situations like this when you come in with a negative catalyst and you look at a stock which was probably topping out anyways. So this likely would have been a fade if it was gapping into 70 in the 200 period. Like you've had, I'd say three separate challenges to these mid to high 60s. And don't get me wrong, JD.com at times we've come in and been one of the better gapping names in that Chinese ADR space. So I can't sit here and say that it's been overall very weak, but it's been rejecting this every single time we get into the high 60s and put in a bit of a short opportunity there. And speaking of names that have been strong, could get into that. Boeing looks, oh goodness, Boeing looks pretty spicy. We'll probably get to that in a quick little bit here. I wish there was better volume in the pre-market, but realistically there isn't a heck of a lot. I just feel like if we get a big rally off the open or a strong rally off the open, you got a bit of a negative catalyst on JD. You've got that ceiling, you've got that 200 period sitting around that 68 to 70. So that can be one that's, I don't want to say more easily faded, but maybe gives you a little bit more confidence if you're looking for shorts on any kind of a move up. At least you know where to draw the line in the sand.
Yeah, NIO for Chinese names, I think is going to be the one to look at here today. Up 5.5%, gets that upgrade from Bank of America. 4 to the last 5 days, nice upside move here, and taking out that 20 to 21 area. So yeah, I mean that's pretty important to get above a lot of this. I keep saying like get above like a lot of this garbage that's happened the last couple months here. Obviously we have a lot more to go, but wow, $12 was NIO a month ago. Now you're up to $22 here today. I feel like this dip into this level right here, 21. Definitely something that we have to look at. We topped out at 21. We supported it on a resistance side of things. Now we'll see if it's going to be support to the upside. But I like this 21 on NIO. We said we look at the imbalances coming up here. And not too much, man. CCL, again, another beatdown name that we looked at last week where we were long 890, something like that. So that's up now $1 from those levels. Now CCL Ford as well, a big time move to the downside. I mean, all these stocks have been getting killed. So a little bit of a buy side back there. NIO, Ford, CCL, they're here. XOM continues to be a sell. And don't forget to change your crude contract if you're sitting here on Day Trade the World to Q. So we've changed over now on that as well. So yeah, a few little names there, a couple Chinese names you started off there with Brennan with JD, but I like NIO if I was going to pick one of those.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some of the relative strength coming back into NIO versus the others, XPEV. Yes, it's higher pre-market, but much lower volume, obviously, for XPeng this morning. I mean, the past couple of months, we've been talking about how NIO has taken a backseat, but it seems to be getting more and more chatter behind it once again on the positive side of things. If you remember last week, they had that their brand new SUV was unveiled, seemed to be very, very positive. I wanted to mention the banks here as well, guys. Positive on the day after an ugly, ugly couple of weeks for major banks coming off the interest rate hike. JPM, Goldman, BAC, WFC, and Citigroup all back in positive territory. Not a lot of volume here, but 1.8% for JP this morning. Yeah, ugly looking daily charts here.
I mean, there aren't many daily charts that look great, realistically. And look, I'm not just talking about the ugly wicks we have in our bank charts. It's just you've actually made a bit of a decent consolidation. I'm looking at BAC in particular, just because when I look at these ranges, I always like something that sets up or has a better clean look on the daily. And the previous bottom is 33. You had a bit of a floor here at that 33. We gapped down below it, spent about a week or so, and now you're trying to break out of that channel. So it's that 33 price that you need to come away from here, specifically on BAC. We haven't really broken out as much as you've made that nice little bottom from Thursday. You'd like to see this get back above that price. So that's the one I'm kind of watching here, hopefully this week. It's a holiday shortened week, obviously, so we only get 4 days worth of trade, but that's a level break that I think looks pretty interesting. If we do have a bit of a relief rally type week, and the banks can participate in it, then BAC 33, pretty good line in the sand there. But I'm not sure we could even see that today. Like I said, not a ton of volume. You're up only about 2%, and you might have run into some trouble sort of getting through there off of the open. Still about 50 pennies away.
Yeah, if we're going to talk banks, I mean, I always go back to JP Morgan. I feel like it's best of breed. I mean, they're all well run at this point, but I mean, I really like Jamie Dimon, and it's been the name that I got into. I mean, I'm also into Goldman Sachs for their trading side and then their investment banking. But just for a big bank here, commercial bank, JP Morgan 118. If we could take down that level right there to get through this, I mean, it's really just, I guess it's 117, really. 117, 118. We're at to 115 right now. Whether or not that base of 112 is going to hold, I mean, it's been a pretty nasty ride for a lot of these banks, and this should be a good environment for them. So let's just see if they just got kind of like thrown out with the bathwater there the last little while. But there's that base that I'm talking about, 117. Taking that out back to the upside, I think, is obviously a positive sign. I think we could do that today. You're up 1.74%. Give them another percent or so, and you're up to that spot. So, yeah, 117 and change for JP Morgan. I think you just got to stay there. The other name I just mentioned was Goldman Sachs, but they're in the 280s, right? Yeah, so 285. Again, a big move down. I think we're long in like 330 here, so we're definitely out of the money on this one. It's been a pretty dramatic move to the downside as well for Goldman Sachs here. But again, you have different avenues, the investment banking, the trading side. You can get some Morgan Stanley in there as well as Goldman. But the same kind of levels there. There's 290. So again, it just looks on the chart, the 117 just looks a little bit better than this 300 bottom. So for me, hold off. I mean, I'm not going in and buying anything yet. Like I don't want to buy anything unless I'm going to buy some of these depressed names like a Zoom or an Open Door or something like that. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to let the banks settle down just like big tech right now. I'm already sort of in everything I need to be in, so we'll let it settle down. But for me, it's going to be JP Morgan at just this juicy 117 level here on the chart. That's what I like if we're going to look at banks.
If anyone's still having issue, I saw a couple of people talking about the watch list this morning. We apologize, guys. It was a little bit delayed as we were having a website issue. Happy to report, though, it is there now. So if you're still having a bit of an issue seeing that, just refresh the page. It seems to be working fine for me anyway. So if it's not, just give it a few minutes, hit refresh, and we'll definitely get that out to you. But yeah, we moved our website to a new server over the weekend, so they were having a little bit of an issue updating that. I wanted to mention some of the we talked about crypto a little bit. Some of the individual stocks, however. I mean, yeah, they're positive here this morning, but overall, we're still in a wait and see period, it would appear.
Yeah, okay. I want to say it feels like we're in a wait and see. It's almost as if, we had that bad week, and you'd like to think if you're going to get a bit of a relief rally that, this would be all systems go. Like you make a wipeout bottom. The thing about the crypto wipeout bottoms, it went right to that support, 17 or so, and then now you're sort of booming back to 21. And I'm not sure we've even seen anything like that on the SPY, right? Like, all you've really done is you're sitting at the bottom end of the range. Like, yeah, okay, we're gapping back up off the lows, but we're just back towards Thursday's highs, and you have this huge gap from earlier on in the week, which that's kind of like this target zone that we could be sitting in, looking to shoot for. And every name that I pull up is just sort of teetering on resistance. And I think that's the scary thing. Like you think about big levels, and I was mentioning Boeing there. Definitely one of the strongest names in the entire market last week. Boeing obviously the good news out of China, getting that 737 back online. But this is all the way up to significant resistance itself, like a 142 top. And I just feel like that's where the markets are at here. So we're in this reality in a bear market where resistance tends to matter a little bit more than support levels. So I'll be looking at these resistance levels, and if they break, great. You have a chance for breakouts. It's a little bit safer to buy dips in that scenario. But Boeing in particular, $30 move on that week. So I'm thinking this 142 can be faded at least first for me.
Yeah, the website, we apologize, guys. Yeah, it's still not working. So,
it's still not?
It's still not. So we'll get working on that one there. DocuSign has added, DocuSign, Dan Springer has stepped down as CEO. Okay, so DocuSign right now, new CEO coming. That's going to be great for them, for sure. I feel like this will be a positive. Moving down to 60 right now, so it's slightly negative. Not a whole lot of volume coming through, but that was 1 minute ago. Chairman of the board, Mary Agnes, is appointed. So they appointed a chair of the board here to come through as temporary CEO, I guess. We don't know much about this story, but this just came out right now. That's a nice little downside move coming through right there for DocuSign. That's been obviously one of the darlings of COVID, right? It was 358 down to 50 or 60 bucks down there. 328 maybe was the high. 320 down here to 60 bucks. It looks like it's going to go lower on this news. But right now, DocuSign's starting to fade out. You talked about, I think you started with crypto here. But yeah, crypto, what a disaster for the weekend here. But you're back up above 21,000. So regardless of what just happened, we got to look forward now. That was a great base there at 18. We've actually talked about 18 a couple times here on the show, where we thought that maybe that was going to be a bouncing spot. It looks like so far so good. That did hold. It's never a spot unless we can relook at it. So does 18 come again? Probably. It was right into here. I remember we talked about this. You need to get through, but you can always zoom all the way back and find different levels. But this 18 that we saw back in December of 2020, that's a long time ago. It's not a level until we test it one more time. So I feel like that 18, it did bounce there. I'd like to see it bounce one more time to make sure that it's pretty solid. But I mean, not much to complain about now when you go from 17 back to 21 and starting to move a little bit higher. The same thing can be said, of course. It's almost the exact same chart there for Ethereum. But on Coinbase, the daily chart looks horrible. Obviously, even the 20-minute chart looks pretty bad. We were just at $82 not even that long ago. This goes back to June. I mean, that's pretty sad, man. 80 bucks back in May, and now you're back down here to 50. Obviously, on that collapse of Bitcoin, you need to get above this 56, 57 level. If that is a sort of a rebranding there of Bitcoin around this $20,000 mark. And what I mean by that is people got to try to figure out what Bitcoin is and what it means. If they can figure that out, then I feel like, we can sort of put away all this Bitcoin's going to moon to 100 grand or 200,000. Like what is this exactly? Is it going to trade a little more like gold and bounce off some of these key levels and give us some, daily returns here, things like that? We'll have to watch to see what Coinbase does, but I still feel like I want to short this. So 54, 55, 56. If you look here on a 20-minute, that's kind of the solid spot here for Coinbase. There's 56. So, I think if we can get up there, I think it's still a short. They're still freezing. Like whenever there's big moves down, some of these crypto exchanges freeze trades and transactions, and then Coinbase losing tons of money. They have some corporate structure issues, things like that. So we'll have to wait to see where Coinbase goes from here, but they guided lower. They're not supposed to make money next quarter. So this little move down, I don't think helps anybody. I feel like people don't trade when the market's going down. They just hold all of their stuff. So I feel like trading revenue is going to be down for Coinbase. I don't know. I don't love this name. I think we'll short if it gets near that 56.
All right, here's that note Sean was mentioning on DocuSign. A few changes here. The biggest one, as you mentioned there, Dan Springer out as CEO. This Mary Wildrotter will take on interim status as CEO, but also remain the chairman. Pete Solvik also appointed a lead independent director. So Docu to the downside at the moment. Let's bring in Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets, back with us again. When last we spoke, Jeff, great to see you. Hope you had a great weekend. When last we spoke, we were discussing stocks moving a little bit from the big boards to OTC when they delist. In this case, we were mentioning DD. Turns out that ends up being exactly what happens with DD. So I want to mention kudos to you first off for trying to find that information out on the spot as you were sitting beside me here. But tell us a little bit more, if there is anything more to discuss. You weren't 100% sure when we spoke about the length at which this would remain on OTC because the company itself had said that they actually don't want to remain listed in the U.S.
Oh, thank you, Brendan. And yeah, it seems like that was just yesterday, but it was already, almost 2 weeks ago now that we're discussing DD coming down. So the symbol that we're talking about right now is DD. It was listed on, I believe NASDAQ. Now it's trading on OTC markets. It's symbol DIY. And so right now, it's trading. It's very liquid. It's printing right now in the pre-market at about $2.88. Lots of trades going off. So if you are looking to scalp something this morning, definitely take a look at DIY. And so, yeah, so we were talking about, okay, what's going to happen now that it's trading in the over-the-counter market? How long will it be trading in the over-the-counter market? One thing that I do know is that it should be up for at least a couple more months and tradable here in the U.S. The reason being is because like all the banks, it's part of their DR program or their ADR program, right? And so there's an ADR that has been created, and therefore it's a security and it can trade. As for it going beyond past that, time will tell, and as we get more information, and we'll certainly share it with you guys over at Trader TV. But for now, it should be tradable for at least a couple more months, it's one of the most active names.
Yeah, definitely. And that's exactly why I wanted to mention it here off the top. I saw both on Thursday and Friday of last week, tons and tons of volume, tons and tons of liquidity. So definitely opportunities on DIY, guys, on the OTC now, if you're looking for DD. On the other hand, we have another weekend move, as we said, for Bitcoin back downside, unfortunately, for anyone holding long-term through 17,000. We're back to 20,000. Regardless, lots of opportunity when it comes to intraday moves on some of the grayscale products.
Yeah, I'm looking at GBTC right now. There's some prints going off in the pre-market. It's trading relatively flat compared to Friday. Remember, we had a day off. We had a holiday June in observance of Juneteenth yesterday here in the U.S. So there was no trading. So trading relatively flat. We'll see what kind of happens off here at the open, but might be a quick move there at around 9:30 to take advantage of in GBTC. You can probably look for the same thing in ETHE as well too. It's the Ethereum-based grayscale product, but yeah, right now in the pre-market, both trading relatively flat in the pre-market.
Lots of action coming out of last week right across the board when we talk about China. Some of the headlines still coming out of China. There's a ton of opportunity to trade ADRs on the OTC market that have ties to the Chinese market in Tencent, a few other ones as well. What other?
Tencent, Luckin, right? Yep. And I'm looking, I'm just taking a look at last week's activity. Both of those names are at the top as well too of actively traded names, right? So that's TCEHY, Tencent, and Luckin, LKNCY. Another thing that you might want to take a look at today are some of the European ADRs as well too. I know, I think there was a decent up move yesterday in some of the European markets. So symbols like Roche, RHHBY might be a good one to look at, and just some of the other common names that trade, like even like a Volkswagen. We don't talk about it too much, but there's a little bit of activity in that name on Friday. That's just another, kind of one of those German names that trade a lot in the over-the-counter market here as an ADR.
Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets. Amazing information as always. I hope you enjoyed your long weekend. Have a wonderful week. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you, Brendan.
Just watching Black Sky, guys. BKSY, big mover from a couple of weeks back, going up through 275 this morning. Another contract for this one. This was a satellite contract that got this going initially. Another one here with JIC for AI data. So BKSY, a big mover here.
Yeah, among the small cap movers, BKSY, we're going to look at that ADN is moving this morning. Sidhu is moving again. I roll my eyes because I don't like Sidhu, and it's nothing against the company. It's just the stock to trade. It was a bit of a gang. It was just gangbusters on Friday, and we'll talk about BKSY. I wanted to try to get my daily trade doesn't want to load up for it there, but that strong pre-market move. It already has a bit of a double top sort of forming here, 280, $3 a pretty key level as well. That ADS is another one that I will be watching today. It looks like it's going to be a pretty strong one. I don't know if this one wants to load up as well. We'll see. ADN, sorry, I don't know if this one wants to load up for me here, but this one has a pretty strong level at $4, which has already been tested once. It already made one move this pre-market, couldn't get through the high. So if it tries to put in that old head and shoulders, I think that's at $4 on one more push. Only up 16%, but the volume pretty tremendous so far. So there are some small caps that we are going to be tracking this morning. Add Big Sky to that list to be sure.
Yeah, I'm just looking at DocuSign, made it all the way back to $61 here. Looking at that 59 bottom, I always think a change of CEO when the stock's been getting killed this much is a great thing. So I feel like that 58, 59, something like that. Good bottoms there for Docu. Kind of where we started the day on Friday, down here 58, 59 before ripping up to 61.50 or so. So I look at that DocuSign bottom there at 58, 59. I like that one. So let's see. It's still not too much volume, not printing a whole hell of a lot, but that's a good little level there, I feel like. So if that comes back down, I think we'll sit around that 59 mark to see if we can pick up some DocuSign here today. Okay, I don't know. I thought we were getting ready to go over to Brendan, but we are not yet. We'll get ready for some upgrades and downgrades very, very soon. That's a name that I want to look at. Today, too, the number one name on today's sticky note, of course, is Apple right now. So Apple today, the number one name here. And I just think that, you know, if you're going to trade with the big boys, this is a name that you want to look at. 130 makes for a good bottom there. So you can check this out on the sticky note, some of the stuff that we talked about there. You know, is it going to break down? We'll see. I think if you can get back long into these areas right here, then this could be something to look at. 131, 130.50. I mean, that very bottom of 129. I just don't think that happens again. Today, the day started off pretty strong. You know, is it possible that Apple does break that? Of course. But I want to hold to see if that does happen. So, you know, this is going to be a name that we're going to try to play with here. We're not too far in. I already have some bids down here on Apple. Just double check the prices. Yeah, 132.30, so about $1 lower. If we can get something long into the Friday's close on Apple, I think I like that. The market's up today. You know, I feel like this could be a little bit of a sort of a rip your face off little open here off the open. So if we do get anything dip down and then a nice little move back up to the upside, I think that's fine. I mean, it was a horrible week. What, the worst week since, I don't know what it was, September of 2020 or something. So a nice little move to the backside here makes some sense to me. And I like Apple. I think that they're going to be a solid name that people are going to run to when they're looking for safety. So for me, I have Apple on my mind, and the bids are already in there, 132 all the way down to 131 and changed, even lower, lower, lower. So if it does come down, I will lose a bunch of money on Apple testing that 130 mark. You know, if it breaks it, it breaks it. But I just don't see us. I mean, if we go negative today, then obviously Apple will test that 130. So let's just wait to see where we go. But I'm first going to start to buy 132s.
Here you go. Another name that, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. No, I just quickly wanted to go to Roku because I know we talked about this one last week, and obviously they have the ability. Well, they're partnering up with Walmart with the ability to purchase certain items, and that's made them really strong. They already put in a lower high, but I'm just eyeballing this 85 level, and you can sort of see throughout double top last week, and then you go back to the previous Friday where you had a little bit of resistance at that 85. Nice little tight consolidation this morning, so you can sort of see the obvious level that's forming up here at 85 even for a potential breakout, and it's got room. I mean, you've definitely got room to this 87.5 to 90-ish range before you run into some chop, and that gives you a setup for a break. It gives you a chance for a pop and fade if the market does want to go red. I'm looking at the close. If it tries to hold a dip at the open, it would probably have to be the close price at 825. But you get significant resistance like that, you got to play it both directions. If the market wants to be red, or if we don't have a rally this week, then just remember that Roku hasn't spent too much time above that price since a couple of weeks ago. So that's another one that I'm watching here. Roku, super strong last week, means into resistance this week.
All right, here we go. Finally, our document is working. That is a look at, can we go to that? Just stand by. There we go. Upgrades and downgrades. Exxon, top of the list on the upgrade side this morning. As I mentioned, still some strength in oil stocks this morning. Xpeng, Lee, remember Bank of America as well with a positive note and a price target increase on NIO. Charles Schwab on here. Under Armour, Adobe, Shopify, Netflix downside.
I just want to say this is why I do social media. Like, you know, it's for getting retweets and pictures like this. So shout out to Tex-Mex there talking about, it was a response to that meal, but, you know, glad that you and your daughter are big fans here. Nice overalls, by the way, looking pretty sharp. So shout out to you and your family. Tex-Mex there on Twitter. Thank you so much. It's why I do it, to connect with you guys as much as possible. So thank you for all the nice tweets there and everything. And I'm just responding to everybody here, all the sticky notes and all that love too. So thank you so much for all of that. It's very, very overwhelming. Almost 33,000 now followers on Twitter, which definitely means a lot. This is what I was, this is my wife here yesterday, but this is what I was doing, filling up these little planters with soil there. So that's my wife, and of course we blur out kids' faces, but there it is right there. And then we filled up, you know, these little metal. We had a couple of these metal guys here and a few planting beds there. So this is what I was doing yesterday on my holiday, but we only did it until about 1 o'clock. So it was fun, but there it is right there. So a shout out to anybody helping out and all the green thumbs out there. So that was a lot of fun. But all right, so let's just move on from all that. I was still looking at Apple there. I don't know. I don't have too much else. I mean, I just think today's going to be a big rally day for the market. I mean, maybe not a big one, but I could see us going up 2-3% here. If you check out the Qs today, I mean, I like the TQQ. You get that little bit more, you know, of return there, risk reward, a little levered there, tripled up. But for the Qs, I mean, it's been a pretty brutal run at it, right? I mean, last week we talked about how bad that was. It was one of the very worst weeks in a long time for the NASDAQ. But you go from 315 there in the beginning of June down to 275. You make those bottoms at around 270. I still think we can clear above. I don't know if it happens today, but that 282 right there is going to be a pretty key level. The NASDAQ this morning has been holding up okay. You do have some of those bottoms. Let's see if we look at 277 to bring us back to where, you know, some sort of a little bit of a support level there on the market. So we're getting close to that. A little bit of a dip down, and you're sort of at those Friday highs there. So those are levels that I look at when you're talking about, you know, where we could support it. Let's see if we could support a 277 bid. That's only $1 and change down, so you're looking at like about another % and a bit to the downside here. I don't know why the Qs is 1.33, but the futures is 1.51, so I have to find out about that. But right now, a nice little move to the upside here for the Qs. Let's see if we can hold this 277. I mean, the NASDAQ right now up actually almost the same as the ES. ES 151, NASDAQ 154. So you're going to get some nice little push and pull here from both sides. And then oil today, nice move, up 2%. Did bottom out around 108 there over the weekend, up to 111 today. So we'll see if oil can hold some of this bid. Like I said, my kid went triple leverage short and is up 25% and doesn't want to take the profit. So we'll see where oil goes from here. But 110, a nice move off of that 120, 125 top that we've been seeing.
Bringing Arun here, get a check of the overall market brought to you by the small exchange. If you're looking to get into futures trading, they make it so easy with very simple and easy to understand contracts. No PDT rule. There's less capital required. Check them out today. Sign up. Use a QR code on screen right now for the small exchange, guys. Arun is back. It is Tuesday morning here, Arun. Hope you had a nice long weekend. What do we need to know today?
All right. Well, markets were for the futures were somewhat trading yesterday. It's holiday, but at the same time, it was under Globex hours. You can still trade for a tiny bit of time. Volume is very light though, so you see that drift that we got yesterday. That kind of carried from the low of 3660-ish all the way up to 3715. We're kind of carrying this a little bit higher now. The thing, though, is that this is entering a level which I have been looking forward to, I guess, since we dropped on the 16th here, which is that 3720, 3725, going all the way up to 3770 for a potential short. Yeah, the market's up 1.5% roughly, but I'm going to be in this area. I've been looking for, if we can just get the setup going here around this price point, around these 30s. That's where I like to start looking anyways, all the way up to 3770. So it's just a matter of how is this open going to be? If it's going to be a rush to the upside, obviously back off. If it If it's nothing to the upside, or even if it's a rush to the upside that doesn't get too far, then I think shorts could be on the table. So from where we are all the way up to 37.70, I'm going to be looking out for shorts. Respect the trend though, because the trend has been even though it's been low volume, it has been trending up since yesterday, since the Globex hours anyways, since yesterday. So here we are kind of in that zone. And to the downside, we've got the lows, and that's all you've got really. It's going to be 36.35 to the downside, and with support or starting around 36.70 or so. So that's a pretty clear downside support level. Upside, you're in resistance, but it's just a matter of when do you go for the short, right? Because you do have a trend to the upside. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on this, see if we can actually get a short at some point here and work it all the way up to 37.70. Above 37.70, I've got 38.55 as the next zone that I want to play on the short side. Of course, if you break above 37.70, then you start looking for longs until you get into the next zone, right? So it's going to be short for now until you get to a long, until you get to the next zone, which is going to be another 80 points or so from that 70 area. So 38.55 up top, 37.70 is going to be your closest level. We're in the sell zone right now, but the trend is still to the upside. We're up 1.5%. We can easily take off to the upside right off the open, right? So just be very, very careful, but be aware that we are in an area which could bring some selling.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else we need to know heading towards the open this morning. Big tech was among the most volatile last week around the Fed, around what happened post-Fed. Bouncing back to the upside this morning. I just brought up Amazon here. Sean, you were mentioning Amazon a little bit earlier. Back to 108, which if you go back to the beginning of last week, was a significant level. But nice look on Friday even for AMZN as well.
Yeah, good. Thanks for bringing that up there. And yeah, Amazon, again, one of the names that's on the sticky note here today. And I like it. We might catch a bid here. I like the 106 base. It could break above. Amazon's it's kind of like the backward thinking. I've been hating Amazon ever since. Oh, first of all, Air Canada. I won't talk about this quickly. Someone's asking about it on the chat. So we'll do that real quick right now. It's I said Daisy there, I guess. Daisy. Nice little move to the downside, obviously, on Air Canada. The whole problem with Air Canada remains the same, man. You have fuel costs that remain extremely high. Hard to hedge out of that. I mean, the move that fuel's had on the economy has been dramatic, and obviously it's going to be affecting Air Canada's price, right? So when Air Canada comes out, that's going to be part of their profit ratio, expenses, things like that going to go to the upside for Air Canada. I like the stock down here because it's so beat down. I mean, what's happened to travel the last 2 weeks has been absolutely frightening, to be honest with you. I mean, some of these dip downs have been horrible. We just now in Canada finally released some of the restrictions there for traveling domestically as far as vaccine passports and things like that that don't need to be had anymore. So I think that's a positive for the site, or for the, for the stock as well, Air Canada. But, you know, this bottom here, I feel like this is more legit, this $20 level. We did break below down to $16, $17. I would say if you take $16.50 again, then that's going to be a huge problem. I mean, it might not be a problem, but it's just, if you're nervous about this name and you think it's either going further than this to the downside, remember the government will come in and throw, just like they do on Boeing, you know, will throw some bones at some of these companies. We can't afford to have Air Canada default or anything like that. Here in Canada, it is kind of like a monopoly. There's Air Canada, there's WestJet. There's not a whole heck of a lot of carriers that remain this high up for as far as business travel and whatnot is concerned. I like Air Canada, and I just, you know, I feel like the real level is this 20, and you're getting a little bit of a gift down here near 1780 and so on. So, you know, if you're going to play it and you're going to use some big serious cash, maybe you can just say to yourself, you'll give this about $2 worth of room. It's 18 now. You give it down to the 16.50, and I think you're fine, and you're not going to lose everything on that one. So thank you for the question, and thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, for bringing it up. I did see it, though, so thank you for that. But here's Amazon. Yeah, that's right. We can't look at it with our charts because of where it is. But we've been looking at this name, and I thought this was a very negative name coming for a while here. Yeah, okay, it's just going to load it up. I got to go to this way just to see a better take here on this. Okay, there it is. So we've been really hating this. Darn it, yeah, we got to get some bad wicks. I haven't liked Amazon since we flipped over, right? We talked about that little move that they had here. I'll use e-signal charts for this. What a big move it was to this 129. And I actually remember, I have this high wick short. I was short on the show at 128.93. I think that's pretty much the high that we've gotten to in the last, whatever this was, 2 months here off the split. So that was good. But just like if you flip this chart around, you have the same problem down here. And it's not a problem if you're long. 102, 103 looks like a great base down here. So for me, we buy this. And then so that looks like a good buy if this market's turning around. It's been beat down too far. And here's 106 right into here. So just treating 106 as if it was the highs, we were shorting. We made a lot of money short Amazon. But I think now you flip it over. So now you look at it and you say, okay, the market wants to rebound. You have this 102, 103 bottom. I don't, you wouldn't think that there was any problem with Amazon if you looked at my house. I think we got even a few deliveries this weekend and probably a couple more today. But I like this 106 base here. I think you play off of it. I already have bids down here at 106, 106.50 and change. So any sort of a dip down here, I like AMZN, and I think it goes. I think there's going to be people coming in and buying this name. It's too far. It's too fast. And look, I think it's a long until I'm proven wrong. And honestly, down here at 101, 102, maybe we test those again. I just don't see it happening today.
Yeah, I mean, on Friday, we saw that bottom on Friday, and it was such a crazy wipeout bottom in the morning. Thankfully, we were able to get it sitting in front of that 102 level, but it established it for like 4 separate times down there. I like 105 as a dip buy price on Amazon. Maybe that's splitting hairs. I just like the afternoon support that it put in at that particular price. And we talk about names with upside channels. This has got a 109 to about 111, and it was really just one day that we spent in that target area since that split. And otherwise, you've got the 109. It's kind of a double top there. We tested it once. It's a pre-market high today. Outside of that, you had that one little channel. It's a wide range that it has to break out in for this week. But certainly day one, at least get off that 105. And do not forget, like when we got this at the open on Friday, it was like there was almost no bid. Like it was just falling like a rock into that level. And when I want to be buying dips, I think in this particular market at 9:30, you always just check back a little bit further. I'd rather miss the trade than get run over by getting in a little bit too early and not able to hold on to it. So I'm kind of sitting at that 105 area. Those are the lines I got written down or drawn on my chart here for Amazon. Definitely a name that I continue to probably trade every single day this week.
I saw a few people mentioning Kellogg. It's 600,000, I guess. It was kind of light on the volume side of things this morning when this news did come out. But they announced, if you missed it, they're going to split into 3 separate companies. So back above 71, 70 area for Kellogg, which was the top of these days back on the daily chart. But they're going to split into 3 separate companies for Kellogg. Neil, is there a trade here?
There might be a chance to buy the dip. I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's not a ton of volume. I think you alluded to that, and there usually isn't in a Kellogg. But when you look at a chart of a stock like this, which isn't always all that volatile, what you usually will see in this recent solid bit of trading it's had is you get these nice little defined bottoms, which don't have a lot of liquidity around them. That's why you see these big wicks on the chart. But then you get some interesting bases. And if we're going to get what amounts to, I think, a break out of this 70 zone, last week's high, that's what looks like is happening here. And there might be a chance to sort of retrace deep into it. Now, I'm going to sit, on the positive catalyst on the bid here, probably around that 69.5, maybe even think about the 70s if I have to step up. But I don't necessarily want to be paying high prices for a chance to get into Kellogg. If there's somebody that sells in here and then low liquidity causes it to come back down into the previous resistance, then I would go for it. I think this makes sense for them to do. We'll see what happens with the whole plant-based thing, but overall, this is the kind of catalyst where a lot of times at 9:30 you might see some selling on the news, which can give you an opportunity to get in. But if I'm not getting in around that 70 price, then I don't want it, because it's got to be a great fill. It's got to be a great opportunity when there's not going to be a ton of volume. This is not likely something you'll be in and out of several times like in NEO. You're looking at basically one shot to get into Kellogg's, and if you get a good price around 69.5 to 70, get in there, put a stop at 69, and then see if you can't retrace towards some of those highs. So the market goes up today. It's hard to imagine Kellogg's won't be at least a little part of it, but like you said, volume pretty tight here right now.
I don't look at Kellogg's.
DocuSign. Just noted DocuSign back to essentially exactly where it was before they announced this executive CEO change. So that entire dip gone on DOCU. Kellogg, we mentioned already. I wanted to go to Square or Block. Talk about some crypto stocks here. Block, I know, Neil, you were talking about it a little bit in the pre-market there. Coming off a bit of a base, but I mean, these things continue to be tied to the overall move in Bitcoin as it happens.
Yeah, it's true. Look, obviously, they are to a certain extent. I think that's why you can look at what happened this weekend and say, okay, well, you broke that 20,000, you went 17.5, you bounced right back up to 21, holding solidly above 20,000 on Bitcoin, solidly above 11 on Ether. So you got a decent wipeout bottom. I mean, you're like, what, 25% from the bottoms? Maybe even a little bit more than that. So that's a pretty significant bounce. So the equities aren't going to do that, obviously. However, every single day last week, we were shorting Square every single chance we got off of resistance. And if we're flipping the script, at least this morning, then I look at some of these levels, like the 58 area that we closed at, 58 to 58.5 as first support. Maybe we'll think about, it had one little wick at the open here, down about 56, but the higher low was about 56.75. So those are the two levels I like for Square. You get an interesting dip buy around 58. That looks solid. For the breakout, it would be at 61. And I've been staying away from breakout trades, to be honest with you. Like, they haven't been the absolute best. I do feel that at some point that's likely to change. I mean, we've seen rip your face off rallies, certainly, and some of the best rallies come in these bear markets. But I'm still going to stay away from it. 61 does look pretty nice because there's easily $3 worth of room straight to the upside till you get to that big 64 half level. But I'm going to stay away from that 61 break. I'm going to look to see if I can't quickly buy the dip at the open on Square. I think we can try the longs here and today. If we got to 65, I'd probably think about a short today. But I'm leaning in, seeing that wipeout bottom. I don't want to call it a wipeout bottom because obviously, given how far crypto has fallen, it's hard to give it that title. But if you look at the price action, it was a pretty high volume bottom that got made. And a lot of times you get a nice little rally off of that. So that's what I'm looking for in Square.
Shout out to Brian James. You're right. When we trade, we hydrate. So shout out to you, Brian James, right here. The Hydration Nation is in the building. I keep trying to get that back on here. We'll get the Hydration Nation thing back on our little animation board here for you. Yeah, look, Square, same as PayPal. I mean, I don't even know why these move so much with Bitcoin. I don't feel like they need to or really should, but they are. So, but PayPal, again, this fintech space, I still think, like, I mean, what is PayPal's... Let me see what PayPal's valuation is here. PayPal, I almost feel like a Block or a PayPal, something like this comes and gets bought out. I mean, the amount of customers and the base that these guys have, still a market cap of 82 billion. That's going to be too high. Forward P, though, only 15, current P 24. So PayPal much better now at these valuations than obviously it was in the past. Again, still people using PayPal, right? I mean, there's a lot of people paying subscriptions with PayPal. There's a lot of people still, buy now, pay later kind of stuff. They're into that space as well, PYPL. I feel like just in this valuation, it's been beat down so much. And it's getting close, man. It's getting close to that 50 period. We did test it there and then bounced off. We tested it. So every time during this downswing, it's giving you opportunities to get out. So whether or not this 85 is going to be another opportunity to get out, I don't think so. I think once we take out 85, then it's some upward side moves here. So let's get through that on PayPal. I like this name to be bought down here. I think you need to buy it. I mean, look at this aggressive move. 70 up here to $73 just on Friday afternoon alone. So a nice little move there for PayPal. Obviously, we talked about crypto a little bit. I don't know why they're so tied together. I feel like that should be a little bit over with right now. They just hold Bitcoin and help service it. It's not like it's a big, huge part of their business there. Minuscule, I would say, but $74. Let's see if that holds on PayPal. I still think we can come back here, and I don't think this move is over yet. You could still see, I don't know if we go lower below 70 again, but we're right near the bottoms of PayPal. It's held before, and I just bring it up because of Square. I like PayPal and Block down here at these valuations. They've been beat down so much, I feel like it might be time to start picking at the bottoms here with both PayPal and Square.
Let's go on to NIO. Big mover past couple of days. It's been a pretty good week, in fact, for NIO. Bank of America out with a positive note this morning and a price target increase to 31 from 26 on NIO. It's worth mentioning, though, guys, all of these, I mean, Lucid, even Fisker, all showing some decent strength here.
Like NEO's gapping is actually gapping through its breakout on the daily chart. I think that's the first thing we look at. We talk about this with stocks that break their floors and what happened, and you saw with CCL when it broke that 11 to the downside last week, and it was just every single level you're looking short for the greater part of the week. And essentially what we get here, NEO, there's your 21, there's your gap through. It feels like every time I see this, NEO does that little pullback thing that it does. 2050 sort of sits there as your previous high, as your Friday afternoon, I suppose, like little tight consolidation short range, or support range. So I want to be buying the dips in front of that. So 2050 to 21, somewhere in that range. If we get that little slide down that we usually see in NIO, we'll take a stab at it. Just like not just like Alibaba, but Alibaba did this on Friday. If it does not hold that 2050 off the open, I would rather get out of the trade type of deal. So I'm looking for the dip buy on NEO. Really the level, the gap is going to tell the story here. If it continues its breakout through the top, then you can always take the top break and then try and buy dips off that. But I'm sitting here in front of that 21 as my first trade.
Yeah, that's the no-brainer trade of the day, in my opinion, here, NIO. So, I mean, I'm not going to go over it anymore. It's pretty obvious that you buy these dips into 21. If it breaks 21, then you deal with it at that point. But this is an easy dip buy. I don't think there's any easier trade today. We'll just see if it holds. I don't know if it's going to hold, but, I mean, you have a 21. You have an upgrade. It's been super strong. We like the space. I like the stock here. So, NIO, not rocket science on that one. And I just want to say a big thank you again. 23 retweets right now, 22 there. Retweets for this. Thank you so much for the sticky note. Apple, AMD, NEO, and Amazon. AMD, I like this level, man. I mean, it's getting real close to breaking right now. If we do have any kind of a rally in this market, and I feel like this is the one I don't normally break off the tops here, but AMD well advancing the market today, almost up double what the market's up. They want to buy this name, and again, I think this is the best name in the chips. You brought out there Intel and said that it's struggling or always struggling or something like that there, Brendan. I don't know what that story was, but today, wow, Intel's down to $36. Yeah, I guess they all are pretty bad right now, but Intel, again, AMD up 3%, Intel only up 1.38%. So, yeah, we won't be looking at Intel today, but based on what you said there, I thought it was a little bit negative there. But $84 looks like it's going to break. Let's test those highs here on AMD. And again, if you look, where's my 20-minute? Here it is. This 20-minute chart, this 84, I mean, if you just bring it back down here, like 80, man, you're going to be hard. Oh, okay, good. You can see that still. It's going to be hard to imagine it not dropping down a little bit here. I mean, I feel like we need to test again. That move down there to 80 was on Friday. It took down that 70. It went down as low as 79.50. It looks like on that wick around 10.30, but still tried to respect 80. Respected it there and again there. So we'll see. We'll take an 84 bid. How many shares? Because it's an opening trade, I don't have too many shares ready to go here, but we will take like a half a position or so on AMD for when we break that 84. So normally we don't take pre-market breaks, but we're going to do that now on AMD, breaking back above 84. And again, just to see if this market goes, then we want to be long AMD, that's for sure. So we're going to try it. And hey, if we come back down to like 81-ish, maybe that bottom there that held on Friday, then we can look at something. But for now, remember, we had quad witching too, right? So there was some big volume prints. That's a 5 million share print right there on Friday, right at the market. So 81, 81.50 or so. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on right now. But AMD, I like the break of 84, and we don't normally like that. So we'll see where that goes.
Here's the note on Intel quickly, guys. It's just an EU antitrust fine that was announced actually late yesterday. So 624 million. They have to pay to the EU. Let's go on to Tesla here quickly. Another one showing some decent strength, gapping to the upside with the overall market. Whole bunch of comments once again over the weekend from Mr. Musk, kind of reiterating or clarifying maybe his stance on that 10% layoff note that came out a couple of weeks ago. It turns out it's going to be closer to 3 to 3.5%. Not a major deal for Tesla, however, as I said, nicely positive here.
Yeah, positive with the group, obviously. The other thing, Elon, reiterating his love for Doge, picking up some Dogecoin there, so you probably see some strength. Elon related as usual. Not too much update on the Twitter from the Twitter transaction. I guess that's pretty much going As expected, not many updates, and still waiting to see what the next shoe to drop is. But Tesla in particular, look, I'm going to still like 650. It just ran away from that price, and of course, being options expiration, you end up closing pretty much on a dime at 650 on Friday. I don't think that's necessarily shocking to anybody. So above that price, I think we can still maintain and be a bit bullish. You have a nice double bottom that got made last week. It sets up for a break. God, I don't really love breakouts. It does set up for this 675 area to give you a bit of a break. 680 has been resistance. I don't like that. I'd rather be buying the dip. I just feel like we've seen this sort of story before. Every time that we're sort of gapped up in the mornings, a lot of times we do have that initial sell-off. And I think that's why you sort of lean into wanting to pick something up. If we get that flush and we drop $10, $15 into that 50 area, then trying to catch that snap on Tesla makes a little bit more sense to me than sort of chasing a 675 move. And then you got 80 in front of you, so your risk to reward is not all that great. Tesla is on my mind again. That 650 still the key level for me.
All right, we're going to get into, I have all the other ones, man. Apple, AMD, Neo, Amazon. We'll look at others, but right now it looks like our AMD is about to get ready to rock and roll. And once again, man, thank you so much for all of the love. And I want to give a shout out to right here. What's up, Rice Eater? I shared my Father's Day gift right here, so thank you for that. And then here's yours as well, Barbecue King. So great minds think alike there. I wonder what you had there, Rice Eater. I don't know if you're going to be throwing any rice on the barbecue right there, but yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with me as well. There's yours, there's mine, but very, very nice. Thank you to my thoughtful family for all the great Father's Day gifts as well. I got a new golf pants there, Brendan, and a new golf shirt, and something else golfing related. I can't remember what. Oh, a new belt as well. So yeah, we're all ready to go, Brendan. Just you and I got to get out there. Maybe next weekend or so, we'll organize something and get on those links, my man.
I've played all of once so far this year. Yes, definitely. I want to talk about Revlon quickly. All kinds of volume here once again in the pre-market for REV. Yes, we still can trade it. Obviously, it hasn't delisted yet. Still no deal that I've seen. Still no confirmation of said deal anyways. This was 340, 350, this kind of area from Friday, held all throughout the midday. Was a significant level in the pre-market as well. Even at the close, we came down and bounced off 350 down to 340 as well. So huge level to deal with beneath. Obviously gapping higher this morning, looking like it might want to move higher. Below that, 275 came into play 2 times off the open and in the pre-market. So 275, 340, 350. Revlon looking strong again, guys.
Yeah, Revlon looking strong. BKSY that you mentioned earlier, Brendan, looking pretty strong as well. Holding off this 265. It was a double top at 280 on my 3-minute there. Still, the chart finally does want to load. Not that one. It does finally want to load. $3 sets up as a pretty key area. That 280 break, don't love it. 265, I think if that holds at the open, it gets you a little bit better price going into that $3 area. Also, ICU SYM, Walmart disclosing a stake in SYM here. That's why they're gapping about 50% to the upside with a strong move off of 22 just now. They did just sell off a little bit. I'm kind of watching this 25 level, bit of a spike into that at about 8 a.m. and kind of consolidating above 25 bucks here. So get your even dollars out because it's turned at 30, 29 and a half, pulling right back into 25 here. But Walmart, I think it was a 62% stake that they disclosed there. There's another one that Pfizer has a stake in, I think VALN, I think is another one. But SYM certainly, just from a percentage standpoint, looks like it's going to be the interesting one. BKSY definitely be on tap. Tesla looking like it's trying to break that 675 already, so that didn't take too long. We did want to go over very quickly. I did want to go over some of the oil names here. Just Occidental, only have about 2 minutes to go. Only up 2%. But this has been just not necessarily a good look for Oxy last little week. Made a nice little double bottom on Friday, so strong level off of 55. 58 sets up as a pretty gigantic level for Oxy. A little bit of a top here. If we get any kind of a move up in oil, I do like that 58 break, but things are resistance until they are not. So, I'm watching Occidental 58. Of course, we know XOM and some of the other names are pretty heavily tradable. Oxy's my cup of tea, though.
Yeah, mine, I just had to punch in there. I don't know, I guess the stop order didn't go out, but I just had to punch into 10s there. So AMD did break. feel like we should have a way better price, but again, this is not like a big amount of shares or anything like that. So well withstandable here for me. I'm actually bidding now 84.01s to see if I can get a better price. Give me some 05s action there, because again, we missed it. We had to punch 10s. That's fine. I mean, I'm not in this for 10 cents. Let's see if we can get back up. I think 85 for sure we look at here for AMD right now, especially if we do get that rip, and then we'll see about that going more on this one up to 86 maybe as a possible level. But let's get some orders out right now for AMD, and we are already long. I mean, here it is already 10 cents in the money, so that's what I was talking about. Maybe 84, like 84.75. Maybe we'll put out an order for that right now, and then we'll put one a little bit higher than that, like 85.25. Okay, we'll just start to level them up. So right now, already nicely in the money there. We'll see. Guys, if there's any problems with the feed, please just refresh it, and we'll see if you can get it going from there. But right now, AMD, we're in that one. We're going to look at Amazon. We're going to look at Apple. We're going to look at Neo. We have a bunch of other names. There's that SYM. Thanks to Tisha there for bringing that up. We'll get to that as soon as we get some more information on that. 108.50 right now for Amazon. That's that high. We are down low bidding 106.25. 3, 2, and 1. Tony! All right, thank you, Mr. Tony, man, on the ones and twos. Yeah, when you said, oh my God, it's time, I looked over and was like, oh my God, it is time right now. But here we go. Nice little upside move for AMD as expected, guys.
Yeah, big move there for him. Oh, Tesla through the high as well. Just got into Oxy and Roku. Roku through that 85 level as the market is starting to the upside off that open.
Yep.
Come on, give me over.
What's
Tesla,
Neo doing?
flip. Where's Neo? Tesla chart doesn't want to flip over, but I did get both
Neo's
Roku.
Not open yet.
Yeah, Tesla did get to 680, so a bit of a push to that upside. Roku was an 85 break. That's starting to boom. I should take some of this, because if we were anticipating that you were going to get one of those kind of rug pulls, we know what can happen at 9:30 where you get that liquidity vacuum in. So that initial push to the upside, I always want to take something out there. We're going to ring the register on from Roku and see if we can't get into buying those dips. I'm assuming Neo's gotten away. Oh no, Neo is still coming down. Okay. So Neo doesn't break out with everything else, and now looks like it wants to slide back in there. So that might actually come down to plan here as we try to catch a bit of a bid on NIO.
Yeah, and this is coming down to a perfect plan right now. We'll be like alert on this one. As you guys can clearly see right here, AMD just went into the 60s. We only took a piece out in the 40s. Again, we sort of thought that we would have this kind of a big move coming through here early on today, so we do get it. But now you're starting to fade back in, so that makes me think about Amazon right now as a possible trade. 106 still, so that's still not great here for AMZN, but now the market is starting to pull back down. We do have those bids on Amazon, 106.25. Maybe we can get that, maybe we can't, but that's something else that we're looking at. Did NIO open up yet? I guess is the next question. 2180. So NIO is open right now. Yeah. Let's see where we go on this one. NIO just bouncing around 2173. What's up, Brendo?
Big move down out of the gate here for Coca-Cola shares, guys. KO down on this note. The CEO saying, very painful next 1 to 3 years coming for KO sliding.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want. Yeah, that's not a good thing to say there. I'm going to quickly slide. Yeah, give me a break. I'm going to quickly slide back over to Alibaba. I think we talked about Neo a little bit. We did not discuss Baba. These charts, these wicks on this chart. I apologize for this. I like to fix the scaling. Baba just popped down to 105. You might remember that number. That's been a monster level for Baba for the last little week or so. So if we get a little bit of a bounce off that price, looks like a decent support area. But just wanted to pop over. Alibaba dropping $1.50 on that open. Going back over to Oxy, that made the break, the initial break on Occidental. And then we put our offer in front of 58.50. Now it's starting to pull back a little bit. You're right. Neo is not open yet, which is a bit strange. New York stocks don't have to open at 9:30. You do have trading on the individual ATS's gateways, but the primary has yet to open up. And I usually don't want to trade it until you see that happen. Neo's still fluttering around to the downside, but Alibaba is as well. So it looks like some of the Chinese names are pulling back in, despite Tesla's strength. Neo still selling off a little bit here.
Yeah, Neo not open yet. So you said Neo? Yeah, so Neo's not open because it's selling off, like Neil just mentioned there. We'll have to wait to see when it does open. I want to be there when it does. Still no big print coming up, although I think it must be open now. Yes, yeah, so there's a New York open right here on NIO. So let's see if that goes. We did average in right now to AMD, so we have a low 84 bid right now on that name. So that's something to look at here for me, AMD. AMD trying to get going again. We are at, there it is, a nice little average out right there on AMD. So far, so good on that average. Nice, let's go. Big time win now. Long at 84.05 right now on AMD. So that's starting to go back up to the upside. So a couple bangers right now for you on AMD, defending that 84. Again, was one of the spots that we liked. We just got a piece out at 84.60 there on AMD. So again, I'm always going to go back to NEO because I want to try to stick with my sheet here. There was the open. It had to wait for a while, and there's the rip right through 22. So NEO right now, nothing but love to the upside. 50 cents in the money on AMD. That's a big one for me.
Oh, and there's the pop and fade on Boeing. Unfortunately, I was looking closer to that 142 price. You can see it get to about 141 and then fade off. Boeing was super strong last week, but last week is last week. We got a news story in here today, and wow, there goes Tesla. Tesla just going like absolute gangbusters. Up to 685. 685 on Tesla. NEO's got to be in there pretty soon here. Brendo?
Nice move for Chewy this morning, guys, on a Wedbush upgrade. They moved to outperform on Chewy. $35 price target up from 30. So, yeah, Chewy almost up 10%.
Okay, that's a good one for Chewy shareholders there for sure. We will look at that. I'm just right now just a little bit obsessed here. Let's see if we can get this AMD push. This is really what I'm trying to look for here. Going through 85. We're long at 84. It was our number one name. Well, not our number. We only have 4 names on the sticky note, so call it what it is. But hopefully this one can go. Here it goes up to 85. We liked it so much we reloaded it, but let's just not be too tardy with it. There's a little out there at 90, so yes, sir. Nice trading so far here today. Fire off the cannons for this name as it wants to continue to hopefully move in the right direction for us. Up $1 right now on AMD, and I apologize. I mean, I don't apologize for anything. We are in this trade, and it's a big one, so I'm just not in anything else right now. We'll look.
BKSY broke the high there just now.
Okay, yeah, so 2240 BKSY. That's with a deal with somebody.
It's Black Sky. Black Sky, oh goodness. Now, brain fart, but it just took out the top. I am long. I just got the 80 break, got priced up to 84, so a couple of cents worth of slippage. We thought there'd be a dip buy opportunity into that 26.50. It didn't really give us that chance, so unfortunately, the only thing left is to get into the long on the break. Could go to $3. Roku is now, finally, at least we got into something to the long side. I mean, Roku now up to this 87 level, so that's kind of rocking and rolling there. Unfortunately, the Oxy breakout does not sustain itself. I think at this point, you got to look at that 58 and say, you got a wick top. That might just be a short off that level. I want to see what happens when we get back into that 58 level. If we can't hold above that price, then resistance is what it is, right? It's resistance until it's not. Tesla, this is definitely the one that got away, but it didn't, because those aren't real prints down at 650. So there was no chance to buy that in front of that key 650 price. All the way up to 85 and starting to pull back. If we're going to get a jailbreak, then I have to start thinking about buying those dips. But all we got is BKSY and Roku. Still no chance to get into NIO, which did make the pop. It dropped, but it didn't drop very far. It dropped to 21.50, now up through 22.5. Strong day for NEO.
Yeah, pop, drop, shut them down, open up shop there. NEO, yeah, that sucks, man, because we definitely wanted that long. It just didn't come in. We took another piece out there, 84.85 for AMD. Just wanted to give you guys that update as well. Let's check out on what our bad boy Amazon is doing. It's going up to the upside right there. A couple of these calls we made, man, solid calls today. Amazon, we wanted that long. That's just ripped to the long side here. We talked about that 109. That sucks. Should have definitely punched that there. Oh well, we missed out on punching it. So that's okay though. Amazon, nice little move to that upside. Meta's going now. I'm just glad that we have AMD. I mean, I'm willing to let that one sort of ride to the high side right now. NIO 2230. Chewy, there's that Chewy number. Roblox is an interesting one too, because that is headed straight to $30 right now. Roblox on a nice move to the upside. Amazon wants to take 110 maybe, so that's probably something to look at here. AMZN taking down 110.
It's
just
getting
not
close to some fade.
I know we just looked at that. That's the problem. It's up so nicely here. And again, man, right on the sticky note, all over the sticky note today are a lot of these names. So hopefully you guys are on these as well. But Amazon with a nice move to the upside here.
The problem with Amazon is, like, it doesn't give the dip, but it's right into this target area. That for me, it was 109 to 111, where it felt like it was going to be a bit of a fade. Unfortunately, it's one of those situations where you had to really chase that long. I don't want to chase it. I'm now looking at 111 as a bit of a top. I did get a piece out of BKSY, so we'll do that thing, which is,
oh my God,
Yeah, we always have to have some kind of, okay, I cannot get over some of these longs. It's kind of hilarious how quickly some of these things move. But BKSY, load, 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 load. We're going to get some out in front of that $3 level. I think it could be a small turn off of 3 even. If it does get through that price, I want to hold on for 330. That would be like your head and shoulders type if you go to the higher time frame. But I've only taken a piece out here at about 290. Still looking to see if it can sustain this breakout. Brendo?
A ton of volume so far for Kellogg. Was interested in how this played out, but downside so far. We broke that last support there from pre-market on that 3 or splitting into 3. I was going to say 3 for 1 split, but I guess it is, but not really. You get what I'm saying. Downside for Kellogg so far, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah, we know what you're saying, man. Definitely. Yeah, not a 3-for-1 split, but splitting up the company. I thought we'd get a bit of a dip into 70s or at least closer to 69.5. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. When I look for a dip buy at 930, a lot of times you want this move here, which ended up bouncing off 70 even. It's already given you that dollar, so no need for me to sit there and fight it. Tesla. It's just going to be a crazy Tesla day. So we thought we'd be dipping into 750, and when you miss the dip, the next thing is the rip. If we see 700, there's pretty much no chance I'm not going to at least try the 700 scalp trade. I didn't even think about that level this morning because I didn't think we'd get here this fast. But anyways, we're about to get to 690. The only thing standing in front of that or above that, of course, is 700 is an even level. Yeah, I'll definitely scalp that if I get a chance, like a 98 or a 99 type of short on Tesla if we get it.
Okay, I just wanted to go here again, AMC into that long right now on AMC, 1227. Let's see where we go from here on on AMC, Advanced Micro Devices. This is what I'm doing today. All caught up with a lot of these names. So let's go. Yeah, so far so good on this. AMC, a nice little rip long side there. We're only 10 cents in the money, but it's going. So AMC right now trying to make us a hero here and give us that trade. So I just want to take this off of that 12 bottom. So we just waited for it. It looks like it's going to be so far so good here on AMC. Why not take a little bit of profit here if we can get it at 40? Oh, we just missed that 40 bid. So hopefully we can get that right now. AMC to the upside right now. Give me that 40 and we'll take it, and we'll take it nicely, hopefully, to that upside off a nice little win. We're just going to see if it can defend 12. That's all. I mean, this 12 bottom came into play there on Friday. It looks like that pretty much was the bottom off the open. So far, so good. There it is. Nice little move there. So we'll be like, yeah, buddy. Little face slapper there on AMC. We got 40s as it just went up to the upside to show you that trade right there. So there it is. Long at 27, out at 40, just playing the range. Not a big, huge one right now. What's up, Brendo?
Great to see everyone coming and joining us off the long weekend. If you are here for the first time, make sure you hit the subscribe button at the bottom, guys. Hit subscribe, hit the like button as well. A minor note, on Microsoft. Microsoft having a nice day. The cyberproof with a collab with Microsoft today, but up 2.5% here. Nothing but green bars so far from Microsoft.
Well, nothing but green bars just about everywhere I'm looking, to be honest with you. It's not as if there's a ton that's super weak. I just saw Roku pull back. It got to this 87, and it's now pulling right back into that 85 level. If we get nice consolidation, could be worth a reload as I see some things come back down to earth. NIO as well starting to come right back into 22. So it puts in a wick high, and then you want to see it try a higher low. This could be the chance to maybe fade in to some of these names. It's Tesla that... I mean, you're now up to 92. So I just showed you a couple things pulling back, like NIO already pulling back, Roku already pulling back. Tesla's still churning. And I'm thinking this 700, like the way that we're screaming into this to the top, you could get one of those quick, like $5, $10 pullbacks. So Tesla definitely going to be the front of my mind here. I talked about Square as well. A lot of names that we liked. I'm sitting in front of 59. 58.8. This thing's dipped down to 59.50 and then ran $3. So this is just one of those situations where you can want to buy the dip all you want, but you had to be real quick to try to catch some of these. Looks like 60 might be your support level for Square. It comes back down there. I'll take my shot in front of 60 even. That 58.5 not likely to come into play.
Yeah, I was trying to look at the same thing here with Amazon. Like now that we've missed sort of the moves up, I think that's what we got to do now is just try to look for something when we get a dip out of the blue here. So what about a 108, 108.50 or so here for AMZN? I like that play. So if they can come in, great. 11. So we only have 2 trades though so far. AMD has been a big one. We're waiting to get some more shares on this, but it just keeps on touching 85. So let's put an offer again up here at like 84.90. We can take a piece out. We'll do that. Cancel my 85. 85.25, because if it does go upside, we want to make sure we have some of that. But right there, AMD right now, 83. We'll try to reload that. You'd have the 50 period down there. I'm just going over this because I want you guys to understand, like, kind of some of the trades that I'm going to be doing here. We'll get into 84, but if it takes down, like 83.50 is pretty much as low as where I'm going to hold this, down into here. So that basically like 83, 83.20, something like that. So watch out now. If it comes back in, I think I'm sitting here ready to reload this at 84.10. So still a while to come in. Hopefully that does happen, and then we'll be able to reload it, like I said. But other than that, we're going to wait for an 83.50 on AMD. We talked about buying some PayPal. That's only at $74 right now. We could check in on some of the banks. Oops, JP Morgan, of course, is on in New York. So we will check in on the banks right now and just to see where we're going with these ones. But nicely done up now to 116. It did go up to 117, trying to base out right now, maybe a 115.50 there. Woo, your Tesla, not your Tesla, but it's getting close, man, to 700 right now on Tesla. So, yeah, I see that. I see that gift guy. What's up to everybody there in the chat as well? Yeah, I see everything. Not everything, but I see clearly here. So hopefully we are able to get some sort of trading off here in Tesla approaching that 700. I like it as a fade. The market's up 3% right now. So Tesla up to 700 looks very, very juicy. Needless to say, Amazon 20 cents in the, or sorry, AMC 20 cents in the money. Go ahead.
I'm real close to just trying the fade in front of 95 first before even doing the 700. Now, I'll still trade off of 700, and I got the order out there, but it's putting in a wick top right now. And after the market just did that move, I'm going to try. I just got a reload also in Roku as well, but oh, give me a break. I was just sort of talking myself into trying to catch this at around 92.5, and you can sort of see it start to pull back there already in Tesla. So we might have already missed that chance at a wick high, and I'll go over immediately to look at NIO, which is still fading off of those tops at 22 even. So, you know, overall, like, you are seeing a bit of a pullback in this market. Tesla's relative strength is just self-evident. Things have pulled back pretty heavily, at least not relatively heavily is the word, but Tesla's still chilling right at those tops. NIO's got to almost be a buy. I just don't want to be chasing it up here. We like the long down around 21.50. I've gone back into some Roku, one I want to try to hold on to a little bit further off that 85 level, see if that can hold up throughout this bit of a melee. Brendo?
Online services company MGNI, Magnite, popping up here, guys. Had some positive news last week with DirecTV, but nothing as far as anything significant on the headline side of things today. MGNI, though, just went up 10%, got to 11, turned on a dime, right back down.
I feel like there has to be, I'm going to switch to the short quickly here. I feel like there has to be some news here on AMD. Like, it just dropped like a rock there. I mean, I hope there's some kind of news to the downside, as we just went short a little bit just in case there's something there on this name. So let's just wait to see, is there going to be something on AMD here? We did, I mean, it just went down, man. It took down that 83 we got out, like we said. So we'll actually be down now on AMD. So that was a rocking stock for us until it fell out of faith right there. So we'll wait to see where it's going. But AMD right now, nothing but pain to the downside on that play. We could see, what did NVIDIA do? I mean, the whole market didn't really turn around there. So that's kind of like surprising me that it went to the downside so much. NVIDIA, not really. That looks like it was probably AMD specific. So yeah, we got a little bit of work to do on why that just happened. But AMD, a nice little move to the downside. We're short again. I feel like there's news here, Brendan, or something, as this name is definitely coming off. But hey, I'm here for it. So we're short right now, 83 down to 85.80. So flip the game a little bit here on Advanced Micro.
Yeah, a bit of a wick top through on Tesla. I did grab the short in front of that 95. It immediately broke and then put a wick at 97. So it does feel like it's getting a little bit top heavy in Tesla. These 650 wicks are making the scaling a little bit annoying, but it does feel like we put in a bit of a wick top. I'll see if I can't get back into it, but I did want to come back over to Amazon, which got right into that target range. It was a $2 range. It got up to 110.30, now starting to pull back, but it's bouncing pretty nicely off VWAP. So some strong moves over there in Amazon holding VWAP. I think this feels like it could be a relatively strong one as well. But Tesla seems like it's on a collision course with 700. I'm kind of flipping to saying I might be into this 109 to 111 on the long side in Amazon instead of trying to fade it at this point. I did get the reload, and we're going to go to Brendan in a quick second there. I did get the reload in Roku off 85. Going to start taking some out on the way back up. Looks like Roku is going to want to hold that gap level pretty well. Brendo?
There was a stock last week, I was trying to remember, that had a big move off a Jim Cramer tweet right out of the gate this morning, guys. Appears to be the case for AMD. This was going back just before the open, in fact, 9:23 there. But AMD talk from Jim Cramer anyways.
Okay, well, all right. Yeah, we don't like to hear that, but we'll wait to see now where it goes on the downside, of course, with AMD. So hopefully we'll be able to catch something here on this name. But AMD right now, we are shorted. It just fell out of bed, right? I mean, we could see that easy because when we go over here and look at other names like an Apple and see that that's still held up, right? These are some of the things that I like to look at for myself is like, where is the relative strength versus weakness in these names? And right now it looks like Apple, AMD, et cetera, having different moves here, different opinions. But there it is right there. Wow, nice take for me right there. We got an 82.60 out there on AMD. So far, so good on that out there for Advanced Micro. We'll still hold the short on that. And then AMC, as you guys know, we've been trading that as well. That's still in the money. That did go as high as 50. Feeling like that's a good out. So let's sit around 47, 48 now. See if we can get that for Advanced Micro or for AMC here. 1250 or so, I think, is a decent spot. But look where we came from. We came from pretty high up. So maybe there is more here on AMC.
Yeah, and look at NEO. It just holds up so well here at this 22 level. It's still, if you pull it back, it still looks like that failed wick off top. But the longer we can hold that previous pre-market high, the more you're going to like this opportunity for the long. I completely neglected Boeing, by the way. That's because, look at this. I wanted the short on Boeing. It's gone, man. And if we get any kind of a pop, I think there might be a chance to fade off 140, but sometimes something so strong and the profit taking has certainly come in a big way over there in NIO. I just have the fade on Tesla. I didn't get any more up closer to 700 because it only got to 698, unfortunately, there. But as this starts to pull back a little bit, you want to look at like this NIO 22. It feels like you either want it off the highs, 22.5, or you're waiting for this to really start to dip down heavily. I just tried to get some shares. Remember we mentioned Amazon off VWAP, already starting to run away from it. This looks pretty strong today on Amazon, but this is 109 in VWAP. Looks like your level for an entry. Maybe a scalp for that dollar before we continue the break. Brendan?
Another little one moving, guys. CEA Industries. So this has a $7 million market cap. They announced a $10 million contract, or potential $10 million contract this morning. So CEAD up 70% so far.
Okay, CEAD up. Okay, we'll definitely have a look quickly at that one. AMC did go to that 50 level, so right now I am kind of feeling like maybe we might have missed the boat a little bit here on tapping out of that at 50, but here we go back upside again. I feel like this has been pretty strong, AMC, so maybe we can get past this 50 period and then retest something around here, 1275. I think it's kind of worth holding on to for that one. I do like that reload there on Amazon if it does come in. Revlon was the darling of last week. So we could see here what's going to happen with Revlon, obviously on some buyout news there, trying to get taken over by, I think it was an Indian company there that was looking to take advantage of some of the name recognition and things like that, trying to take Revlon. So if we had a quick look here at Revlon, you see last week we got as high as 475. We talked about that. We did the higher time frame search, if you guys remember, when we looked at Revlon there, and we're just able to come up with that $5 spot. So I still think that this is a short in this area, so watch out for 450 and whatnot, and then if it takes out 5, then you can get out. So I like Revlon there, but for right now, it's kind of sleeping giant. Watch out below if you take this 370. That's kind of the bottom here in the pre-market. So remember, they still didn't declare bankruptcy until we hear anything else. Then that's the state that they're in. So right now, Revlon doing that dance. It looks like Advanced Micro. We're going to have to get out of this at some point because it is starting to make a move back to the upside here. AMD. We don't really want to be short this name. We were so lucky to get that. We're holding a piece to see if it does go. Doesn't look like it wants to go. So right now, nice little downside move for AMD, now capped off, trying to take out some of these highs. 83.60 again right now on AMD.
Yeah, and look how strong Square is as well. I stepped up in front of 60 to try to catch the bid on Square. So first we try 58s, then we try 60s. Looks like it's going to take out the top any second now. Tesla getting real close to that 700 level. Just to quickly show you, it is just motoring to the upside. We did jump back in. I've got my stop placed on that 700. It gets through there. There's no fighting it, man. 700 just coming in so fast. I tried getting on the bid of NEO in front of 22. That's already up at 22.50, so you're getting a bit of a jailbreak there. Roku still finding resistance at 87, so that long at 85 just can't seem to push any further than a couple of bucks. Huge level on Tesla at 700, by the way. I didn't get a very good look at it. Sorry, guys. The second it came there, it instantly filled it. Like it was on the offer, and then it was instantly filling that 700 level on Tesla. But that was a huge order that got filled. It looked like it was at least 20, 30,000 shares.
Oh, man. Okay, so yeah, big orders happening there. AMC right now with a nice little rip to the upside. So we're belly danced that one off as there goes AMC up to 1260. A good little win for us here. What's up, Pete?
Roku, yeah, higher on the day. Netflix, on the other hand, to the downside, guys, negative. CNBC just mentioning that the two did, in fact, meet and discussed a possible marketing partnership, guys. So Roku higher, Netflix downside.
All right, we got back into AMD. We were just like, enough is enough here. Let's take a real position now. So there goes AMD breaking through 84. We took that break, and now we're trying to run this to the high side. Goes AMD. So hopefully, man, 84.50. You could just go. You know what? Jim Cramer there cost us on that move, and that's the thing. Like, I tried to hold out, thinking that the story, you know, we'd hear more about the story there and be able to have a better opinion on it. We did get it from Brendan as soon as it was just some sort of a comment from Jim Cramer, who I know loves AMD, so I don't know what that was all about, but I hear that, and it sort of makes you think that you want to just regroup a little bit. So that's pretty much exactly what we did. We regrouped, we got out, and then we punched a long. So now it's a nice little long trade for us here on AMD. AMD right now 30 cents in the money. AMC now 40 cents in the money, and still going higher on this play. So I think I like this play as well. So far, so good here as we continue to trade today.
Yeah, we reversed Tesla at 700, took some out in front of 705, but it's not the only thing running to the upside. We talked about Amazon. It might get through that 111 area. NEO testing its highs, 3 cents away from the high, but there goes GameStop. So it is one of those. I kind of thought the squeezes would be on Wednesday sometimes because you get T+2, and we had a long week. We had a long weekend here, but yes. GameStop already breaking 140. If it gets to 150, I don't have to point this out to you on the daily chart. Pretty significant level at that 150. If it makes that next push to the upside, that would be the fade zone for me. But GameStop on light volume, light volume, I should say, making a bit of a break. Going back to Amazon, we like the dip buy. Sorry, not split adjusted chart. We try to get 109s there. Now it looks like it's trying to take off the top. So you've got a bit of a consolidation range here where the breaks have been okay. Buying the dip has certainly been the way to go. You've just had to be super aggressive on any dip buying. Now that Roku has finally cleared, this is the one we were able to get into. It's now cleared through this 87 level. Just going to quickly jump over $90. And then the 50-period moving average, that 95, are going to stand out. I think we probably get to that 90 and have a bit of a pullback or reversal. That's where I'm eyeballing. Tesla now cruising through 705. Wow. Strong markets here, guys. We just went 11.6 on the NASDAQ, almost 3%. We're in spitting distance of 3% to the upside. Don't have any shorts left on, and maybe this market can drag Boeing back up. To be a little bit of a fade, but right now it's like a hold on to your shorts environment. And talking about Boeing, it would have to come at least $1.50 before I get short.
Yeah, I mean, to say this was a surprise would be a lie to me, because this is what we talked about here today on the rebound. The sticky note had all longs on it. So you're going to be able to see here AMC with a nice little move back up to the upside now. Back to 1280, man. We're long. I know you just talked about GameStop there, but look where we're long here on AMC. I mean, it doesn't get much better than where we are here right now. We're long at the bottom of the day, 1225 here. So a nice little pickup for AMC. It comes all the way back upside right now. So, I mean, this is probably an area where we should be thinking about taking some out. It's been a nice move upside here on AMC and on AMD, man. We got both of these right now rocking and rolling for us. So some nice little takes here on these plays. I feel like we're at the top now, but we could still go higher. I mean, it's not not like this doesn't have a chance to keep going up. But right now, nice little move there. Let's see where we go on this play. AMC, nice upside and a good reversal. Yes, so we go Mamma Mia on that one as we have a nice little reversal here on AMD as that goes right back up to the high of the day. So we did get out of that one. Yeah, Chewy was a good one. Thanks, Tyrone, for that thought there on AMC. And again, we just went over to it, found it, and hit it, right? So I think 12.75. I'm just going to be honestly, the way this day is going, it's been a great day for us. Obviously, you guys can see that. So I like AMC here, but if we take down 12.75, let's just get out of it. It's had a nice move here high. I don't know. I mean, 14. Is this one of those crazy days for AMC, or are we just sort of topping out here again? So there it is, $12, $13 has been a high here. So I feel like we're pretty lucky to get that. So let's just hold our chips a little close here on AMC. We break down below 12.75 and we'll get out.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think about these targets to the upside. I mean, Tesla, we had to chase it all the way to 700. So on this break, someone just talked about 10% on Tesla being a bit of a turnaround. That'll be right at 715. I want to cover in front of that, but Coinbase 60 about to come into play here. I mean, talk about the market coming at you fast. Coinbase 60.5, probably a little bit more significant than the even 60 level, at least for me. So I'll be watching that pretty closely. I think there's going to be some fade opportunities in here, and Square and Coinbase can start to be that. Square's up at 65, so I think that's got a ways to go. But Coinbase at 60.5 definitely is going to start setting up. NEO, oh my goodness, NEO, right? I'm going to cancel some of these bids. Who cares about those? You got to go to the daily chart to come back and start looking at this 24 level, 24.5 on NIO, which is seeming like it might come before we get another chance at 21s. Brendan?
QCOM, nicely higher here, just took out day highs. In fact, took out 125 to the upside. Some rumblings floating around on the internet this morning about Meta's Quest, or the next edition of Meta's Quest VR goggles, going to contain a QCOM chip, guys.
Okay, well, that's nice to hear. I mean, maybe that's part of the effect here on some of these tech names that we're looking at, NVIDIA and stuff like that. But it's nice to see Qualcomm. We actually haven't looked at Meta here yet today, so we'll do that right now. Meta up 1.7. I don't know. I'm surprised I didn't really look at this more today than normal, but Meta's normally a name that I'm always all over here. But Meta, nice little upside move. Look at AMD right now. AMC, first of all, is approaching that flat mark, so we get out at 12.75 break. We're out of that if that does break. But look at AMD, man. Wow, mac and cheesy, easy reload for me. But definitely did not appreciate that move down. That hurt us. That sucked that we had to get out there at 83, but there's a buyback. We went short, bought it back, then went long once we broke through VWAP in the 50 period here, which happens to be 84. So that's a nice little $1.50 now in the money on that name. And I still do want to get in. I know Neil was talking about NEO. I'm just trying to stay real with my sticky note here. There's a lot of, thanks again for all the love on the sticky note, obviously, as that's going to continue. So I give a big thanks to everybody for that. But NEO right now, upside movement, man. We should have taken advantage. When that stock didn't open, I should have been like, let me get into that a little bit earlier there. But there's a nice move upside on a Bank of America upgrade goes NEO. AMC comes out, so we'll go ba on that one as it's still a nice little upside move for AMC. We'll take that to the bank every day there. So hopefully we can get a reload back down a little lower. For those of you still holding it, I wish you best of luck. And when we do that, we got to throw down this to see if these apes can still be in control of AMC here.
Yeah, just quickly, got wicked out on a trail on Tesla. It just broke 705 back downside. So if it wants to make a pullback here, I'm probably thinking more 685, 690 than I am necessarily about a 700 dip buy. I was asked about, we got a super chat, and thank you guys so much. Palantir up 8% and screaming towards $9. Oh goodness, daily chart. I have it on NY. If it gets through 9, the more significant level is going to be this 950, and then the 50 period, which is just above that. It's got a great breakout of the bottom of the channel, so I'm thinking it's already bounced off support at about 835. So think about that 850 if it ever comes back in. Palantir usually this time of day gives you a consolidation through the afternoon or through the later part of the morning. So I think it goes sideways off $9, and if it holds a top, then look for a charge through $9. Already 10 o'clock. Time to get to Brendan for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, nicely higher so far right across the board. Worth noting, existing home sales numbers out at 10 o'clock not good, missing expectations. So some of the home builders I noticed in the pre-market as well, all kind of under pressure anyways. S&P 500, 2.4%. However, nice look right across the board here. The Dow 1.7. It's the NASDAQ down here leading the way though. 2.86, 2.84 for the composite and the 100. Russell even up 2+% outside the 2,000, only 1.1%. We mentioned that note on DocuSign that came through in the pre-market there. Right back to day highs on that CEO change note. So nicely positive for that one. Here's another one, nicely positive. A lot of talk last week on MSTR, up 10% so far this morning, guys, trying to take out highs as well from MicroStrategy. Back over to you.
Right, MSTR. Yeah, we are just booming right now. Bang for the first one of the day here. As AMD is now at the day's high, up $1.50 now on this trade. So we're banging this one out, baby, on AMD. So a nice little upside move here for that name. We'll just see where we go. I mean, I think we can go higher, obviously, than this, or I still wouldn't be in it. So that's a good one. I did want to look at DraftKings quickly, a new name sort of for us here today. You know, a big move up 7%. The thing is, we just got faded off that 1250. It's 1235, but right into here, I was just looking at the daily chart. I think it looks better on a 20-minute, but that's 1250 right there. And we've already been up here a couple times. So I just want to notice that 1250 could be a sticky spot here for DraftKings. So watch out on a downside push here for DKNG off that 1250. I am going to sit near there and average in. That high is 1231. So I feel like we could take an average price here on DKNG now and start it. So right around that 1230, we'll start that fill and then see if we can't, you know, get something up here around 1250 to average in on that one. So I like DraftKings, and again, big mover upside. I mean, it's just been getting killed again, down to $10. It's all-time low there. Nice little bounce back, 25%. Let's see if we can fade DraftKings off of this level right up here, 1250. We'll start it soon. A little bit of a bump up into the 1230s or so. Let's get out. I feel like this market's not done. You can tell that by AMD with its continual move to the upside here.
Yeah, like I said, I got wicked out on Tesla as it did pull back in the 700 break. That's not a short. I actually had an offer at 08, so when I took that out, it's going to code that as a short sell because my sell was sitting out to the market, but it is still churning to the upside. I'm just holding on to Roku at this point, and here comes Amazon trying to test that 111 top. So it did put in a bit of, it did put in a bit of a pullback, but not much of one. I mean, buying the dip on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, there haven't been many dips, and realistically, we had one shot off 109. We didn't catch it. 111 is the top of this channel on the 15-minute, so you know if it gets to 111, I'd probably take one chance to see if we can't fade that price. Maybe just a little bit of a scalp trade, but we've got a strong supermarket here. Roku's about $3 in the money. It's starting to curl, however. I don't think it's this $90 sort of price target that we're looking for. We're already starting to slow down, and you can look at how rapidly this kind of accelerated the second time off of 85. I do not want to get caught in that big of a pullback, so I'm going to put the trail in. If I end up only taking $3 and we get trailed out on it, I really don't mind that. The way this market has moved to the upside today has been just tremendous, and I don't want to get caught with too big of a pullback and then missing out on some of those profits. That CEAD that Brennan, I think, brought to our attention, that's still going parabolic here. So if it gets up to, like, I mean, 250 is kind of an obvious level. $3 is the big one on the daily chart if things really get out of hand, Brendo.
Nice day for Polestar, guys. Gores Guggenheim GGPI had a big day on Friday to end the week. Remember, yeah, it's actually the close tomorrow, but the first day we'll get to trade it will be June 23rd, which is Wednesday or Thursday, not Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. GGPI up 13%, coming close to this getting done, guys.
Yeah, I always think you fade all those, man, every time. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not in love with GGPI, but Polestar, a nice move. I cannot believe, I mean, I can believe it because we do it every single day. And thank you guys for watching, and thank you for doing everything. And Sharif came in here and was like, oh, man, you're really focused on writing your sticky note. And I was like, hell yeah, I am. Whoops, right there. And it's because I do it for you guys. Amazon 109. I mean, here it is here, 110.50 goes boom for AMZN there. AMD, I mean, we can already talk about some of those levels. We're already at 85. We talked about 84. Watch out for that 86. So there's a number there that we're going to try to respect and put an offer out to take that one out right now on that. And then the Apple, we never got the long there. And then NIO, it gave us, like Neil said there, some of these opportunities just came and went. It was such a big day for us. And I remember that you, even on the chat, people asking me on the chat, are we going to have an update? And then someone said, well, just look at the sticky note. And we were sort of predicting a nice little upside move today for that GGPI, though. Wow. The thing about this move is, remember, it was just the other day, and we were saying, like, why was this thing, and I think it was with Prad, I was like, why is this thing below $10? Because you should be able to get, like, if a SPAC fails and they're unable to turn it over to a name, the $10 is sitting there per share. That's the whole point of it, right? So that was a great gift down here. I guess there was a chance maybe the deal never got done, or wasn't going to get done, I should say. Not never got done, but maybe wasn't going to get done. So that's why we're down here. Now the closer you get, and people aren't hearing anything about pulling out of this, looks like Polestar will come to market. Remember, the thing about it is, I mean, how many names of these do I have to pull up for you? There's the Nicolas of the world. There's the Fiskars that I like of the world. There's a lot of these different names, right, that will continue to sort of disappoint on the SPAC delivery, but hey, Nicolas bad. Rivian's another name down here, down to 29. So whatever you think about Polestar, just be careful. A lot of these names had their best days as SPACs or close enough to their release day. And if Polestar is going to go tomorrow, then this is a little bit of a concern for me. But hey, those of you that are in the name know more about that than I do. So I like Ford up to 1150 here today.
So that's CEAD just screaming to 250. Now it's getting real parabolic here. This is a 3-minute chart, so the fact that it hasn't halted, I guess, I mean, I don't know. It felt like it should have just halted maybe just now, but that obviously hasn't happened here. I just got 243s, and I always talk about being a little bit more patient recently, so I'm sitting here waiting for that 250 level this entire time. We did get a bit of a curl here off that 250, but if we break through the high, my stop is in place. I don't want to get caught in any kind of a halt. I don't want to get caught looking a gift horse in the mouth. If it pulls back, I'm thinking in front of 230s. I'm thinking get some out in front of that 225 area as well, because this has been super, super strong. And these low floaters, generally speaking, you never want to short the first level. That's why ignoring $2 altogether, allowing it to break some stops. I thought it was going to halt, to be honest with you, when it broke $2, but that didn't happen. It got to that 250 we talked about. If it breaks this, I wouldn't even think about shorting it until it got to $3. But CEAD, another one of these low float runners, I'm not sure this is done with the volume that you're seeing it churn through. A lot of people asking about Teslas. Does it still look strong? Well, I mean, I got trailed out, but it looks like that was a bit of a temporary top there at 705. If it pulls back, I'm thinking 690s, a little bit more than that 685 area. Still strong, up 8%, but it got close to that 710 level and then it just failed to break twice at 705. I think it needs to have some kind of a pullback. I think the same thing about Amazon as well. Amazon got close enough to that 111. It's starting to get a little bit top heavy here at some point, even in the strongest up moves. You want a nice little healthy pullback if you can catch it. GameStop as well. I know you're talking AMC there, Sean. And GameStop gets all the way to 145. You know I was thinking 150s. I paid for the shorts to be able to catch it at that price. If you missed the breakout or if you missed the dip buy, chasing the long, I don't love doing it. I think if we get to 150, it's a scalp breakout, but I'd probably short it in front of 150. For now, looks like 145 is your temporary top here on GameStop.
So we'll go, yeah, I like that play. We'll go bang on this one because, yeah, we did hit DraftKings. Unfortunately, we thought there might be a little bit of a move upside before the move downside. So thank you to Kevin Scorza there on the chat to talk about that and ask about what I thought near 12. So I think it's gone down a little too far here. Again, I would start, I mean, you know me, guys, I would start taking this profit out almost ASAP on this name as it's come back in. And, you know, only up 6%, Kevin, and whoever's trading DraftKings. It can go a lot more than that. We've seen, I mean, even right now, Chewy up 13, Roblox up 10%. So some of these beatdown names, I know Neil has that Roku as well there. That's up 7%. So, you know, some of these beatdown names today maybe get a little reweighting due to the NASDAQ trying to go back to the upside here. So we'll just wait to see on it. But for me, if you're short where I should be when I started talking about this, around 12.25, I feel like 20 20 cents down is a decent spot. Not only that, we did already bounce off 12 even. So there is something there as well already with that move. So that, I feel like you're doing pretty good with DraftKings right now. I'd wait for a 12 break. I mean, it could still break down through 12, but if you're in a position and you're like, hey, should I take some profits? I would think that that's probably the case there on DraftKings. So thanks, Kevin, again for asking about that. But we have to move on. So that's that trade right now. All right, so AMD. It keeps bouncing off here. I don't want to get out. Normally, I'd look at this and be like, hey, I want to get out if we take this level, but I don't think so right now. Let's hold on to AMD. This is a name that I want to reload if it comes back here, and I don't want to miss more upside moves. But the thing is that $86, it's on our sticky note. Should have tried to respect that a little bit more. I don't know really what I was thinking about right there. So let's put another offer up near $83 on DKNG and see if we can get that one as well. Sorry, on AMD up to 86. We got a great fill down there at 82.60 when that short came through. And then now let's see what we can do on the upside if it does take down 86. I mean, beggars can't be choosers. Sometimes in this situation, I feel like we're fine, but at the same time, we'll take out an 86, man. I wrote it down for a reason. Let's try to respect that. 86 here on DKNG.
And we got the pullback we were looking for in that CEAD, so we'll definitely ring the register there, but that's not even what I'm interested in right now. Now it's all about Revlon. Revlon to its double top. So Friday's high just came in at 478. Well, okay, Friday's high was about 472, but it just broke to 478 and now starting to pull back. You get that crazy double top and a wick off top here. And we understand Revlon Chapter 11, but it's 37% short interest, or at least the last time we looked at it, it was 37% short interest, and that's why you're getting this squeeze. Looks like they're now trying to fade it. I wanted to see it test that high and start to pull back. If I can get anything in front of that high to the short side, we'll try to grab it here on Revlon. I just paid for the locates on REV here. If it takes out that high again, I think we could test $5, but that was one huge volume spike through and then failing at that high. So some profit taking happening here on Revlon. If it gets through the top, you're going to see me run to the exit. It worked on CEAD. CEAD is a day one move. I think if it gets to VWAP, I'll take the last out at that $2 range. And because it's a day one move, I'm not sitting around looking for that home run style play. But wow, Revlon. Sometimes it isn't about the fundamentals. It's about the price action. It's about where traders are caught offside. And this has ripped your face off at 420. It ripped your face off at 450. Now if it gets through 480, $5 could be in play, up 20%. But that's nothing compared to where this was last week. This was at
it was
$1.
Yeah, $1.20.
It was at $1. I mean, at some point, do I think it's going to capitulate and fall back in? Sure. But that doesn't mean I'm going to hold the short all day long. You've got to have an out.
Guys, let's give some love here. Bang on that one, man. A big-time move here for Amazon. And, I mean, it's exactly what we wrote on the sticky note. I mean, I wrote down here almost word for word that this has gone too far here. It's probably going to catch a bid. I like the 109. The 106 base could break above, right? That's exactly what happened here on Amazon. We talked about that beat down. 106 is the good level. We didn't get to 106, but there's 109 as the key punch level. We should have done that, and we didn't. But there's a nice little move to the upside now. 4+% for AMZN. And again, it's, I thought that was too far too fast. I mean, Amazon's still a huge company. Obviously, the cloud gets forgotten about a little bit when people just think about Amazon as retail. Largest cloud there coming through. So watch out for Amazon making some more damage. I'm just wondering if NIO, and I know we keep talking about Tesla a little bit here, and we could look at that SYM. We can look at a lot of different things now. We'll look at DraftKings in a minute as well. HUT 8 back up 5% now is nice. SOX L, which is the semis ETF there, levered, that's up nicely as well, 8% now. But here's NIO, topped out there at $23. Wow, what a great move, man. We both wanted that dip buy, and it came in right off the open, but the market wasn't open yet. So that's that 2160 level there. Huge move up, and the reason why I'm looking at this is we are bouncing right now off of these 50 periods. So if this is going to get weak, it might get weak right now. NIO with a nice little move to the upside here. What's up, Bren?
Another one moving, guys. AUVI, the drone maker, Applied UV, up on this. A distribution deal in Europe announced this morning. There was also a new certification given to one of their drone models in Europe. So up 10%. But, yeah, same story. A lot of these starting to fade back in now.
Yeah, and look, we can talk about wanting that long, and certainly there was a missed opportunity there in Amazon at multiple levels. It got to that 111. That was the top end of my channel, so I'll take one shot at it short. It's one of those, like, yeah, I want to be enthusiastic about it, but as strong as it's been, realistically, it goes to a level, I'm going to take it every single time. But this should have been a long. We know that. And it wasn't aggressive enough on any kind of a dip. It gets through this 111. There's my stop. We're going to get right out of it. At this point, I think 109 still sits there as a pullback, but you have to at least consider 110. And I hate chasing. Don't get me wrong. Like, I do not love chasing moves like this. It just feels so super strong today that if that's what we're going to have, you want to get in at some point. On the flip side, Tesla over here, look at this 705. So I kind of expected a deeper pullback. You might have heard me say, like, I don't necessarily love this until we get back down 690 or VWAP. This has now bounced off 700 twice and then only gone $5. So you're getting a really tight consolidation on Tesla, which is still incredibly bullish here. I think you take a shot, at least I shouldn't say I think I take a shot off that 700 level with a tight stop just to get back into the long at some point there. I'm getting asked about Chewy in the chat. For any kind of short. I haven't looked at Chewy at all today, guys. So as I try to load this one up, yeah, I mean, the thing about Chewy is it's got already, like, I'm staring at a 5-cent spread sometimes at the stock. You're super strong getting through the 50 period. You are at a good level on the daily at about $33. But I think you kind of figure where I'm going with here. If it breaks 33, you got to get out of this. It's pretty thinly traded, which makes it pretty risky. You don't want to get caught holding it through any kind of a level, especially when I'm sure I double check it for its short interest that it probably still has a decent amount there. Let me just double check that in real time, because if that's still, oh my goodness, like 35% at a couple of sources, 24%. I mean, you can take one shot shorting something like that, but I'd rather see it break through 33, run some stops, go another level up, and then start thinking about shorting a parabolic move. The short interest is just too high for that. And it's really, in this kind of a market here, you want to be pretty picky about the kind of names that you're shorting and where you take them in. I feel like something which is just breaking out now, be a little bit patient with it. Revlon, to me, has already done it like 3 or 4 times. That's why from $1 in the last couple of days up to $5, if it puts a double top in here today, I don't mind Revlon. I feel like it's already having some people that are thinking about where they're going to take their profit. Because quite frankly, if you're long in Revlon, that's what's on your mind. Like, where am I getting out of this thing? Not I'm holding it till oblivion.
Hydration Nation there. All right, so yeah, look, I mean, I like the Revlon long, but at the same time, I think it's exploded a lot there. We have that $5 top. XLE, a nice little recovery day here for XLE. So glad that that's happening right now. XLE's been getting bumped down last little while for the last couple of days. You can see it's been a brutal couple of days, man. 94, basically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight down days for oil, or sorry, for XLE, probably similar for oil there. I made that bottom at 72, and you're right into some support levels here. Again, oil might be, I don't want to say it's done or anything like that. It's up 174 today. But again, trying to top out a little bit. We do have summertime coming through, hopefully a resolution. And I don't know if I'm talking, hopefully here, but hopefully there's a resolution coming through Russia, Ukraine. So that should stabilize oil a little bit. But again, I don't even know if that does happen. Like, is Russia's oil just going to come back online? Or are they going to choose to give the big FU to that as well? So we'll wait to see on XLE. But I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. It's a name that we do talk about. It's trying to bounce back off. And you do have those nice bottoms here at 72.50. So XLE making that move. And then DraftKings, I just want to check back on that one as the market. Yeah, so still bouncing off 12. So I hope that Kevin or whoever was, I know it was Kevin, but anybody else that was talking about it there respected that 12 bottom, because it didn't look like it wanted to break. So right now 12.18. That maybe should have been a reload spot there, or take. We're at 12.30 to go short here on DraftKings, but I do like that name. And then we'll look at Palantir when we get back. But right now, it's Brendan. He wants to talk Revlon. So he's over there at the big screen with small cap recap. Let's go.
Yeah, it continues to be super strong, guys. REV, I was mentioning this 340, 350 area. If you go back to Friday's chart, was a ton of support in that area. Had bids down there, in fact, but obviously never comes into play. Had to pay up for it, but no matter. 4 up to 480 was the top. Neil was mentioning that giant volume spike there. Looks like it might be putting in a little bit of a top anyways for now. BKSY, that black sky, I took the long through the break of the high a day, but that failed hard. So flip short working now nicely back down to 250. There was a bit of a bid though at 250, heads up on that. Also SIDU, huge fail off day highs, right back through the range and then some for that one. That was also a big mover from last week, guys.
I still don't like you, Sidhu. SIDU, a good one there. And, no worries, Robert. I'm now out of Robert's talking about the Roku trade. I'm out of that one. It did make that trail out, unfortunately. So you have to take profit somewhere. And we got trailed out of that one when it got to that $3 mark. Coinbase, quick double top here. Just want to point out the 60. We mentioned the 60 level, but that was the first time it got here. It actually pulled back to 58. Now you got a nice double top forming here, solid consolidation. This cuts both ways, right? Like you can take breakout trades maybe later on in the day off 60 even, but I'm going to always try and scalp this if I get a chance. So if I get anything tight to that 60 even level, I'll probably jump into a quick short on coin there. Revlon, which you were just mentioning, maybe making a top. Again, I don't know if it's going to be a double top, it's going to be a double top and going to actually flush, but I just saw it try and make a power move to the high again. So it tried to go right back up to that Friday high. It then failed lower at 47. So I did add a little bit here and then see if it can't get down to 420 for a bit of a 1-to-1. There's still buyers in this range on Revlon. Like you're seeing it every time it dips down, you're finding buyers time and time again. So I'm not saying this thing is done just yet, but there's one line to stand in front of, at least for me, in front of this current high. If it gets through that, maybe even that $5 level, that CEADs is actually starting to catch a bit of a bid as well. It flushed one time to 215 off that 250 level. And then I'm just sort of watching it hold fort here down around 230. So it might still flush into VWAP, but I have taken the majority out. If 250 comes in, it comes back in. It looks like it'll be a bit of a jailbreak through that price. Room to $3 on that daily chart. And Tesla doesn't look like you're done, Tesla. But it just put a wick off top through high of the day at 707. Normally, I'd be thinking about shorting this, but I just popped into a Coinbase short. Kind of feel like if we do take out the highs, I don't need to be exposed to like more than one high-risk short in a bigger name. So Coinbase is enough for me. But Tesla, that is a wick off top there. Maybe we finally get that pullback into VWAP.
We'll hit this because this is a new trade alert for myself here. We're going to see where we could go on this one. So we're going to look at Microsoft. So that was just another one there that we just took. We took 15 cents there out at 70 off this long, and now we got to wait to hold. So we're long on Softy here. We'll wait to see. I'm going to be averaging back. We have that 250, 350. I'm not going to do anything, guys, until we get that average back down into here. So we're going to have to pull back to 250, 350. And then honestly, like the market's up so much today, 3.2%. Definitely didn't expect this much of a move. So we'll wait. We're still on AMD. AMD basically, I mean, looks so great up here at 85.60. That's probably something that we should try to respect right there on this move. So 85.60, I guess I can cancel my Amazon bid at 106. That's not coming through. We were waiting for 85.85. So we were waiting for the ultimate high there on AMD. It doesn't look like that wants to come through, but that's that level. And then for Microsoft, again, just looking at it, like, look at the percentages, man. Like, you're up 2.5% today. Still can catch up with the NASDAQ. I like Microsoft just kind of the same way where I like Apple. I just think that more money will flow into these things, and the bases should be a little more solid on some of these names. But Microsoft might be a little high up now, man. 2.5%, a nice move. That's why we took a little piece out. You notice that we're starting to get topped out. I just looked at this name and was like, it's one of the ones that could still break. So, like, I was thinking this 254, gets us up to here, maybe 256, where some of that nonsense was, I guess, at this point 2 weeks ago, to 256. So these have been highs. That's why we're not averaging in until we get a little bit lower on Microsoft. I mean, we're at sort of a tipping spot for this name, and here comes AMD right back down again. So yeah, the market's starting to give up here. So yeah, let's start to regroup a little bit on our expectations. AMD, a nice dump in again. Wow, that's aggressive to the downside. Wow, I might have to buy some of this. What is that, 84 flat? All right, let's give this down to 84 flat right here. That's VWAP is 84.50. So we're going to use 84 flat as our out. We'll average in at that 84.50 spot.
Able to bring the register a little bit here, and not a ton. I don't think we're necessarily flushing down the toilet on this little tiny pullback that the market's putting on. But Coinbase has been it's up 15%. Coinbase, let's be real, super strong stock. But that double top at 60, we did get a price finally get short in front of 59.50, or sorry, on the north end of 59.50, got some 60s there. Took some out 1-to-1 in front of 59. I'm going to sit in front of VWAP here. As long as the trend is up, I want to be covering these things in front of VWAP, and it's a super, super strong market as far as I'm concerned. Amazon, by the way, that's now holding above 111. So the top of that channel that we're looking at on the 15-minute, it's now holding above that price. So looking still super strong here. If the market dips and Amazon doesn't break 111, then we got to think about how we can get back into that one for the long side. I think the name that we both wish we had long, NIO, is starting to come back. It's up 7%. But NIO just had this pullback here, about 50 pennies, back into this 22. So a sharp dip in NIO. Relatively speaking to what I'm looking at Tesla, which is holding the top of the channel, this is much more wild. So if Tesla gets through 700, I'm thinking NIO could be testing back toward these opening lows. And if we get that price throughout lunchtime, like 21.5, or sorry, throughout lunchtime, throughout this, I guess, middle portion of the morning, then this 21.5 could come back into play. I didn't want to chase NIO this whole way up. It might give you some of those re-entry prices the next few minutes here.
Yeah, we actually got a nice little bump back upside there for our friend AMD, but we didn't think about getting filled. We should have. We went long and then it ripped up nicely there, but yeah, no fill yet on that name. So let's see if we can get that fill right now for us on AMD to the downside. Hopefully, well, I mean, I'm trying to defend that 84, so I think now if we're going to do that is about that time. So let's just cancel some of our offers and think about taking a few more shares down here near 84. So if it wants to go, let's go, man. We'll sit here and take some around 84.30 and then just see where we go. So that's a level that I'm a little bit worried about here. It just dipped down to 84.25. So we'll see if that's the wick bottom. We'll stand there and take a little bit more, but trying to respect obviously that 84 level there, and we'll go long into that. If it holds, great. If not, we're going to get out of that one. So AMD right now long 46. So it's not like it's the end of the world here. We got a decent price, 84.46. Lots of room to go to the upside, but I do want to get some more shares down here.
Yeah, and just got the first out on Revlon, but there was a buyer here stepping up several times at 240. Now 440, I should say. I was sitting in front of 420. I'm going to go ahead and cancel one of my 30 bids there in front of 420, and I just saw this guy step up 2-3 times here at 440. It's just a larger order, so I'm going to get some out, relieve the pressure. If it does another failure at the top, I can always get back into some shares, working that position. I mentioned Amazon, if it could hold 111. That would be a good strong sign. It just broke down back below 111. So now I am thinking about 110 and VWAP. If it could have held this channel up at the top at 111, I think then we would have played in that range. But if it wants to break, I think we're sitting down at that 110. We already mentioned NIO trying to get a bit of a dip buy. Tesla still holding. I mean, look at it like a champion. It hasn't really given you the 700 as any kind of a real test, but it feels like that's about to start coming in here. 700 breaks, I think you are looking at maybe VWAP to be sure, but Tesla has been just relatively strong all morning long. It was really the breakout that you had to have for a lot of these trades at the open. That's why it was really only Roku that got extended. It did get to this 89 double top, and it's still strong. I don't want to jump back into this trade, however, unless you get VWAP or unless you get some of the morning prices. I don't think you want to chase any of these moves. The futures are starting to slow down. We're already up 3%.
Oh, we're just monstrous right now, so let's just talk about this quickly. There's the reload. Let's go, man. We are just emptying out the clip right now, and we're doing what we do best, man. Scalp City. Scalp Nation is in the building right now. Let's go, man. What's up to Tampa Bay? We bet Tampa Bay yesterday at plus 500. Let's see if they can win the Stanley Cup. This is what they did to the Rangers. They went down 0-2 and then came back with a vengeance there. Looks so far so good. But here we go, man. We're bringing this name right back. Good long here for me on AMD. There's that average, and we said, I mean, this is the thing, and thank you for doing all this. But hit the like button if you can right now. We haven't even done this yet, man. Right now we have 1.3K likes, 8,000 watching. What? Hit the like button. I just gave you literally to the penny here, and I'm just happy to have it. And I hope you guys did as well. But we were like really stressing out a little bit about this AMD trade right there, but that does hold out 84. Yes, we just got a 70 or 68 fill as well there. I'll give you that fill right now. 69 on ARCA right there. So let's go through 70 now. So a nice little, there it is, 77. Wow. Okay, that was an order that I had from before all the way back. Yes, nice little 50-cent win just immediately right there, and on a decent amount of shares. We gave you the out was going to be 84. There it is, man. A nice little move back up. Always wish we had more shares, but we don't. Let's go over to Brendan and see what he's up to.
Chinese stocks continuing to rally, guys. FUTU is a online education company. This thing had a big day last week, or going back a week and a half or so, after they announced that they were reinstating some of their English tutoring online once again. Earnings then, after that, better than expected, up 14% today.
Yeah, but the only Chinese name that's down, I think, is just that JD, which that's what you mentioned. They had the disappointing numbers there. Everything else, super strong. $50 on a bit of a pullback here. Going to look pretty interesting. Tesla, it did, again, like, give me a break off that 700. It doesn't give you 700s, and then already back toward that high of the day. So it looks like it is still dip and rip territory for Tesla here. I got to get involved in this party again at some point. We took the break initially. We got trailed out of it. Getting back in has been a little bit tricky for me, as I have not wanted to chase it, which has been an absolute mistake. I should have just taken 701.5 and said forget about it, because Tesla now looking at a 710 break. I'll probably scalp a 710 break, and I'm talking in and out quickly. Like, I don't expect to hold it very long. And this late in the day, I'm not crossing by very far, and I'm not trying to hold it more than a few seconds off 710, but 700 looks pretty good. Amazon back above that 111 level as I get my order in. Just want to make sure I have my order for Tesla. There we go. Amazon still above that 111 area, so that looks pretty good. You want to see it hold this channel. It doesn't look like VWAP is going to be in play. Coinbase, which was just booming for the short, looked like it was coming back into 58. Now a double top testing this 60. A fourth time it's testing 60. I'm not holding through. If it breaks the high, we are just going to be out of Coinbase. Might even scalp that for the long side. But Tesla coming real close to that 710 break.
Guys, lift it up right now. This was Father's Day 2020, as I see on the bottom of this thing. And this is what we're holding today. 0 negative trades for us here today. Every single name we're on has been a decent winner. I mean, I was going to say Monster's up to you. But right now, AMC, obviously, we have that bottom, 1225. Like, we only have trading 3 names today, right? AMD right now, in the money, multiple dollars a couple times. Just took a piece out at 85.20. That's been a good trade for us. And I guess the one trade here that we're just waiting for, Microsoft was just all the way back and into the money. But this trade, I feel like, is not done yet. We did scalp out 15 cents. Obviously, I'm waiting for more. I think we could get more on this trade. But this could be the loser. So 253.50, like, that's a level there that I'm a little concerned with. We'll see if it comes back there. That's where I want to average in. I do have bids down there at 253.60. So if it does come in, we'll test out Microsoft down there, and then probably get rid of it if it takes down this 253.50. Actually, I'm going to up my bid a little bit here on Microsoft just to be a little north of that, because I want to get the fill. And I don't want the fill to come and then it runs me over. I need to get a little bit more room. So let's just put a bid there in the 70s instead of the 60s, and then give it all the way to this 253.50. As you can see, this piece is coming down now, right? So the 50 period is going to be tested at this 253.50 mark. So let's watch out for that. We're going to average in as this name's coming back down in. So far, so good. Positive, like I said, on all these names, but the NASDAQ's starting to fade out a little bit. So it looks like Microsoft might be the one that we have to give up here. Still early, though. Still early. Long on softy, and in a little bit of danger here.
Yeah, and look, I think someone in the chat was like, late in the day. So if you hear us say that, all we probably really mean is, like, the opening rush. We're an hour into the morning session, right? So that opening rush usually 30, 45, maybe even an hour, where things move into like an afternoon or the lunchtime type of phase here. So I still think there's going to be volatility throughout, but some of these moves, we are late in the stage of the breakout that we had in the morning. That's why I have to consider the pullbacks. I did get some out on Revlon down around VWAP. It finally made that little push back in. If it holds VWAP, I think it still has a chance for a double top breakout, but right now the short coming in for Revlon, Brendan.
Another Chinese name, guys. Wimi Hologram, WIMI, just popped up on volume. You can see huge volume at 225, trying to get above that last pivot on the daily chart as well.
All right. All right. So I just did something that I wasn't sure I was going to do, but I did it anyways. Oh, AMD. AMD came down to the 50 period, so we did get out of a little bit there. So just FYI on that one. And then we only have half of what we had there left. So now we have about 10% left of AMD. So hopefully that one will become a nice little trade for us. Who knows at this point, but that's what I'm looking at here, is going to be AMD right now to the downside. So yeah, let's wait to see where we go. So that's another name there. Just waiting on it, and that's AMD. Hopefully it can come back up to this 85.20, and then we'll see about holding out for the highs. The name that I was just talking about there was Softy. Look, this name doesn't look good, man. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Microsoft coming in here while AMD holds out for highs. So, you know, I don't necessarily think that this is going to be a monster trade, but we did just take one more piece, bring our average price down to 30 right now on that. So we'll wait to see a little in there, a little out, an average in. We do have the 50 period there at 253.75, which is where I'm sitting to hopefully take advantage of a little bit of a dip buy opportunity, just like we did here on AMD, where we were able to get some of these outs, and then we were able to take advantage of a dip buy down to 84.30, which now is a really great trade for me, as that's up to 85.05. So that name's starting to run. And then, you know, the name that we sort of gave up on, which I think was pretty decent, was AMC. Just to bring it to everyone's attention, man, we are bouncing off this 1265, 1275 right now on AMC. So that's a level of concern. If you are looking to go long, why not try it one more time if we get down to 1265 on AMC holdings right now. But I'm just really concerned with Microsoft. AMD is 90 cents in the money, so 99 problems. This ain't one. It's more about Microsoft right now. And I'm debating buying some more because this name's just lagging pretty badly here. But, yeah, go ahead.
Quickly, Tesla broke 710. It was kind of a lame break because it got to 712. It looks like it got to. So there was a really quick $1.50 max you could get. However, I got a good price, 710.21. I did hold on to a piece because I've been trying to get back into this long forever. So if it can hold above 710, I'll start looking at that 10% mark up on the day, 715 as the next out. But I'll be flat if it gets there. What a good looking board. I mean, I can already see. We're going to go to sector watch here, but if you don't like a board like that, then I don't know what kind of market you're into. Brendan at the big screen for sector watch.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a board that looks this green, guys. The last few days, we've seen nothing but a sea of red. So a nice bounce back day for the overall market. There's Tesla dragging some of the other automakers, GM, Ford, along with it. So the consumer discretionary group among the leaders, anyways, at this point. Amazon there, top of the list, 5% to the upside and change. Etsy, Target, all on the board. All in positive territory. Great day for some of the travel names as well. Back in positive territory after quite a week last week to the downside. That's the energy group, if you're wondering. Oil higher, obviously. Nice move for oil means a lot of follow through from individual energy stocks. Banks are higher. We were noting in the pre-market, they were all in positive territory. I saw Lennar down here as well. There it is, up more than 4%. They reported, wasn't good. We got the home sales numbers that were even worse. So Lennar in a bounce back. Information technology shares leading the way so far today, as we said, the NASDAQ in general, up more than everything else. NVIDIA, almost 7%. Nice day for NVIDIA. Chip makers in general, strong. Apple, 3.8%. I wanted to point out as well over here, that's Google up almost 5% on the day, guys. Under a month to go until Google split, remember, July 15th. Industrials down here as well, having a really nice day. The entire group in positive territory. So a reverse of what we saw last week to end the week on Friday, guys. Back over to you.
Very quickly there, obviously Tesla goes upside, we take the break. I didn't take the breakout on Coinbase at 60, but we did get out of it. Like I said, not going to fight any of these break prices. We didn't quite get down to 58 on the short, but it's a good way to get burned by not taking your stop there. A lot of times you'll see traders sort of like, I call it like averaging into oblivion, whatever time frame you might think about here. As a day trader, I feel you have a level, you take your out, you work back into the next trade. If there is another one that comes in, It could be a failed break at 60, and then you have a wick top, and then you can just take that same trade instead of just sitting there holding it 30, 40, 50 pennies against you, whatever it might be. That CEAD, that came in as well. That was that small cap. We took off the 250 short all the way into VWAP, so we'll just bring the register and be done with that one. It's a day one play. It's still up 100%. It's got enough strength at $2, and it's a round number. I just feel like getting out of it right here. If it catches the bid off 2, it could still be a late day runner. And that 250 level from earlier, like if it were to get through 250 on the daily chart, there's room right to an obvious $3 level. That's one of the reasons why I'm just taking the pot shot and getting out of it. Tesla, yeah, if we get to 715, I'm out. I mean, it's 10% on the day is what it would be up. So didn't catch the long off the morning. There was no 650 to be had a 700 break, had some shorts in front that all lost. All the shorts were no good. It was really just the long breaks off 700 and now 710 that we're able to make something back on for Tesla. But I will be offering in front of 715. If we get to that 10% mark, that's a heck of a day for Tesla. So I'll be ringing the register.
Yeah, great talk there. We did average in right now, so we'll hit the siren. Obviously, we talked about Softy going right down to that 50 period. We didn't average in a lot though, man, because we were thinking even lower there into this 53.50, which sucks. Oh, did we just get it? Yes, we did. A big time trade there for AMD, 85.30. So now we are out of the AMD trade. That was a great trade for us, man. Off that bottom, that's $1 and change. We want to take it out around the middle there. So AMD now working. And by the way, we said we'd have no negative stocks, man. I don't know if we just jinxed that or what, but there it is. A nice little move back up for Softy, putting us into the money and putting us now positive right now on Microsoft. Obviously, when all of our outs are above our ins, that's a good one. Let's go Microsoft. A nice little move back up to the upside here as the market's starting to rally. That Google, yeah, I like that. Only up 4% now, but that's a big time move.
I said 5.
I thought he did say 5 as well, but Google right now 4.2% to the upside. That's okay. But the other name I wanted to look at was AMZN. Right now, that's rocking too. But that got a little too far. I don't know if it's too. I shouldn't say too far. I don't know what too far means. But Amazon, nice move up to almost 112. That's where the players dwell. And I don't know if Amazon's a player yet. So 112 up there. Good one, but a nice little fall back into this space one more time, back into the 50 period. So this is a good one, man. 110.50 could be decent. But right now, because of this move all the way to the upside for a lot of these names, I'm kind of thinking almost opposite time here. And what I'm trying to do, I think anyways, is wait for more severe pullbacks. So just like we did here on Softy, we were able to make this one work for us. We didn't load up because I kind of see VWAP here. And to be honest with you, it scares me because some of these stocks could easily pull back. The NASDAQ's up 3.11%. We're going to be taking you over in 15 minutes to the midday show. I just going to throw caution on some of these bids. The market is just well to the upside right now. So just be careful with some of these plays. I feel like you don't want to push longs at this level, but I don't know.
I just got out of Tesla. I don't know that you do. 10% up, man. Take it and run. But you mentioned AMC several times. GameStop at 145. I keep looking over and thinking, okay, it's about to test 145. It's going to break. You're going to see that 150 level. And then we just turn right at 145. So my unwillingness to trade this thing at anywhere but 150 is kind of, like $1.50, $2 pullbacks every time it gets to that 40. Usually not. So I feel like if it gets there a third time, we are going to see that break. So I'm not touching a 145 short on GameStop. I know it sets up and looks pretty solid. Nah, I'll just sit that one out. I kind of feel like that's a safer way to go. NEO, by the way, that's got a double top in here. It's not quite $23, but 22. And I wish I could tell you could have had these longs down here, but that wick off the open, that's not real. You had to be sitting at 21.50 if you wanted to catch this. But a double top, better basically at 23. It's breaking out on the daily. But like Tesla, almost 10% up on the day. It's pretty much topping out at that 10% mark and resisting at 10%. So if we're going to continue on this uptrend, I'd rather be buying dips and taking later day breaks. I don't like breakouts at 11 o'clock. I much prefer buying a dip or fading off of levels like this. If NEO puts a wick through this high, you could break this double top, not get through 23 even, and have a wick top, and then suddenly you're looking at day traders shorting 95s and 96s with a stop at 93, and some people taking these longs trapped here. That smells like a VWAP retracement to me, and the risk to reward does set up pretty well. That said, if you're going to short NEO, have a stop. Mine would be at 23 even, and my entry would only be in the mid-90s.
Yeah, hard to disagree with any of that analysis. So good job there,
Oh my
Neil.
God, Tesla's through 750.
Yeah, right now, like, look at this. Big time trading right now. We'll go WTF because there goes Softy. Let's go, Microsoft. Nice little move upside. Yes, sir. Well in the money now, 30 cents. So we can raise the trophy again right now for no negative names for you here today. Not only negative names, we don't even have any negative trades, man. The only trade that we had that came into question was this stupid Jim Cramer dump, but then we seek revenge on AMD, and we get that beautifully there with this bump back upside. Should still be in it, but we are happy getting out where we did on that one. And right now, there goes Microsoft. Let's see if that can retrace back to the high of the day. I have an out. I mean, whatever, I'll leave it, man. 255. Let's see if we get to 255 right now as my out. But I feel like that's a little silly. Let's just put one at 254.70. I'll cancel the 255 there. Sometimes I leave orders pending, and that kind of screws everything up. All right, new trade alert. So we have this thing I like to hit when it's new trade alert. DraftKings. Let's wait to see what DraftKings wants to do now. I talked about defending that $12. Thanks, Kevin, for bringing that up. I was like, yeah, I think I'd get out if you shorted it with me here. We didn't have it there, but now we do. So any kind of a pullback in, first level for me would be 20 cents. So if we, 10 cents if we can get something down to 12.20. I believe that's going to be a good area for me for DraftKings. So let's wait on that. And again, why are we shorting DraftKings? Well, it's just one of those names. We're not making money yet. I feel like it's super competitive, the space. I mean, I keep getting emails, Instagrams, all this kind of, what do you call it, Instagrams? I don't know. On my feed there, even Twitter feed, all about advertising this and that. I feel like FanDuel, I mean, they're all there. I don't need to tell you. So DraftKings, although I like it, man, I mean, there is some sort of an advantage to like a first mover advantage. And I think DraftKings does have a lot of accounts. I don't need to tell everybody that, but let's see. So this is the kind of short that I'm looking at here on DKNG, and it's some upside movement. So I like this kind of a play into 1250. We'll fade it until we get there.
So, I mean, Tesla is ridiculous. Now, it's like now 10% and just still chewing through levels. But I'm just quickly going to note volatility here. UVXY, in the midst of this rally, is not exactly dropping like a rock. It dropped initially, but now it's just sort of holding up at this key level I had from last week, this 15.2 level. So the longer that this takes place, you know, the more it's telling me that, you know, you're starting to extend into what I think are going to be some highs here. As long as we don't see any follow through, I mean, you'd like to see volatility be at least creeping down. This should be coming down a little bit more heavily than it is. So a bit of a surprise there. But again, every single time I've gotten out of Tesla, it's just been obviously, whoops, I got to get that out of the way now because that's on every single page. But every time I've gotten out of Tesla, this is the wrong call. It goes through 715, now 720 tops on Tesla as it goes right through and chews through last week's high. You start thinking about 725 comes into play here, which, I mean, again, you know, some of these levels, there's just no way I thought we were getting there today. Even looking bullish, I didn't think we'd see 725 here today for Tesla. But that would be that next line. 15% I don't know about, but certainly if we see 720 break, I'd short 725 as a day trader just because at that point I can't see Tesla having that big of a day. You've already put in that 10% move here as we go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Brought to you by the Small Exchange, guys. We thank the Small Exchange. As always, use the QR code. Sign up today. Smallexchange.com. No PDT rule. Less capital required. Check them out. Here we go. Look at what's happening in currency land. This is Bitcoin. If you missed it over the weekend, if you're away or enjoying the long weekend, that's 20,000. We get all the way down here to 17,500 and change. Right back up, actually taking out day highs as we speak right now for BTC, guys. Nice move today, almost 6% for Ethereum as well, back to the upside. The only one really standing out negative today, I mean the dollar's negative versus, or the DXY negative on the day, but Japanese yen to the downside. In fact, a 2-year low. More inflation talk in Japan, more interest rate talk in Japan as well. So it's the only one standing out this morning, 0.75 to the downside. Everything else nicely higher versus, the US dollar down about 0.5%. That pullback continues. Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon, guys. We'll ask him what to expect the rest of the week for the USD and some of the treasuries as well. Back over to you.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Wait a second.
We got Frank today. That's awesome.
You're right.
Yeah.
Neil?
No, but it's Tuesday.
It is Tuesdays with Tony.
It is Tuesday.
It is. Yeah, Tony doesn't care about a holiday, man. It's Tuesdays with Tony. Tony will be in the building, but thanks for reminding me, because I do have to go run over with him and figure out some content there. But I don't.
Make sure he.
I mean, I just said to him last time, I was like, hey, you want to talk about Bitcoin? The guy went on for like 10 minutes and spit hot fire, talking about all the exchanges and everything like that. So Tony today coming through. The gates of hell. He'll be joining us live.
Gates of hell.
Well, he's like coming through. He's like,
okay.
Pretend like this is Tony's face. Like he's just like busted through on fire there. Tony coming through. So not tequila. Although we're talking about doing a hot ones thing, it could be also tequila with Tony. That would be really exciting.
That's not bad. But I'm excited for this hot
as well.
ones.
And then we can get some George Clooney tequila and whatnot getting through there. What is that, Casa Domingos or something? Well, I don't know what tequila's called there.
I know he's got one. I have no
he
idea
does.
No,
it's a really popular. It's something like that. That's obviously not what it is.
I'm not a huge tequila person. I'm not gonna lie, but every now and then. You got to. You know what it's all about.
Sip on it. Yeah, if it's nice, you get a little ice there on the rocks. I like it with the margaritas. We talked about that before we went over the weekend. I didn't have a margarita, but I definitely want one of those frozen margaritas. Lime. It is Brendan, but he can wait a couple seconds. Because I know that he likes lime margaritas. We actually talked about this. Brendo, what's up?
I did enjoy one this weekend, Sean. I was actually just sending a note back and forth with Frank. He was asking, because of the long weekend, what we were going to do. So I completely forgot that it's Tuesday, not Monday. Obviously, I'm going to get Frank's take on what he thinks for the week and pass it along, guys. But yeah, obviously, how could we ever miss Tuesdays with Tony? Snap. Wanted to mention as well, real quick here, the CEO on CNBC right now. So it just had a pop up there on Snap.
So GGPI just, I don't know if something just came out.
GGPI'd all over itself?
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say defecated all over itself or whatever, but that just got decapitated through $11 and now through $10.
All right.
I don't really have a line for it, but
I'll do this.
Yeah, we're just talking about that magical, mythical $10 level on some of these stocks, and then lo and behold, like you just flush back through that price on Polestar here. So crazy move. I didn't see it happen. I just see it through $10 and know that sometimes that can be support. So for what it's worth, it's got a wick bottom through 10 and is now consolidating above 10. I'm not telling anybody to go long at that price. I don't even know what just happened there. I know what happened in Tesla. It just got to 723, which is not 725, which means I'm not quite short this thing. Oh my goodness. And I've taken a couple of breaks that have worked here. It's only shorts that have burned on Tesla, but 725, are you kidding me? And I did not say to go long on UVXY. I'm just simply saying that's a weird move that even as we're churning higher, that's so stable at this point and it's not dropping. So, if the market does a significant pullback, it's a good long. I just feel like it means that we have a bit of a top coming in and we are going to see a significant pullback in some of these names that are flying, just on what I see volatility doing. Yeah, you could probably scalp long here off of 15, but there's not a lot of volatility right now, or volume and volatility in UVXY.
Yeah, thanks a lot to D. Johnson there. Yeah, Casamigos, that's what it is. He sold out last year, that's correct. He took that cash and ran. I was like 80 million or something. Absolutely ridiculous. What's up to D. Johnson? Don't get me started, Dustin, on you leaving the PGA, going over to the Live right there. Yeah, he took 150 or 125 cash for that one. There's a few more traders. I'll take, if anyone wants to throw 125 at me, possibly
Who's
switch.
Not taking that, though?
Possibly switch over there. But possible. I don't know. But anyways, good open event right now. Today, last week, Ryan Fitzpatrick there taking it down. That was good. Will Zalatoris in there, made a little bit of money on him, but did have him to win. So that would have been nice for him to win. Took away a little bit more. Okay, good to know that we have grilled Italian sausage on a bun. Brad liking that one as well. With some curried potato and chickpea salad.
Okay.
Interesting combo there. We'll see how that flows out. Neil and I will be on the salad lunch, of course, but I'll be stealing some of that. We'll be stealing some of that. There'll be extra sausage for sure. Maybe not though, because it's individual, so everyone sort of grabs one there. But wow, the Blue Jays shit the bed pretty good this weekend. But they got a win yesterday thanks to Romano. They're shutting down a 5-out save. So That was a crazy game yesterday.
You know the best part about it? We went out for a hike because we're all about hiking. And then we go for the hike, and the Jays are losing. It's like, we get out of the car. I'm like, okay, well, maybe when we come back, they'll pull off a miracle.
And they
come
exactly
back in, it's like 10, and like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Jays. I don't have to deal with any of the stress. I just get to hear Romano on the radio pull it out. But the Yankees, they're kind of good. The Yankees
They're all right.
They're kind of good.
They'll be all right.
They're good.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to all Yankee fans out there. Looks like you guys got a good one more time here today. BlackBerry starting to move maybe a little
They
bit.
have earnings.
BB.
They earnings this week?
I don't know, maybe, but they're. I mean, I shouldn't
Maybe
say they're
not.
moving a bit. I mean, they're moving around here today,
Something.
up to some of the levels that we all know and love here for BB, of course. 550. I mean, this is a level, and I just say that kind of like tongue in cheek. It's just hovering around here. It's not doing anything. You need to break a little bit above this. We talked about like getting through a lot of the crap, but for BlackBerry, like, I don't really know what that means because it's still hovering near the lows. I think you're going to want to trade this off earnings and then just wait for that. What happened to DraftKings? I always thought, my bad. I thought we're out 19 cents, but we're not. I was looking at something else there. It's 47 cents in the money now. 50 cents in the money for Microsoft. That's turning out to be a decent idea. And this DraftKings, so far so good, but just hovering around. I was actually waiting. Ooh, that sucks. I was at 40 waiting for the fill. It goes as high as 39. Would have liked to notice that a little bit, but hey, what can you do? Right now we are short 12.30 and liking that position. Obviously, maybe worth averaging in. Let's try 35s. And then we'll still hold out for our 40s. But right now, DraftKings is basically my only new position. We do have Microsoft long as well. We already got out of that. This is another profitable name. I guess I said that we're going to be 4 for 4, but it is DraftKings dependent, so let's wait to see where that goes. And then our last trade here, just to review before we get ready to throw it over. And people said, oh, they see Ian. Yeah, I see Ian too. Nice dress shirt today.
Wow.
Ian's always got the dress shirts on. You know, it's the other two guys, Ferrari.
Luca's got a
I was going to say, he's got that Ferrari look. He's got his little, it's not a Ferrari. What is it? There's a look. It's Ferrari on the hat.
No, but there's a name for the vest. They gave it a name. You ask him what
Yeah,
the
no,
name is.
I was wondering if there was a little logo on that. But we are not sponsored by Ferrari,
Marty
although
McFly.
if you guys know anybody in that game, I mean, I could take that
What?
for sure. Good.
Pratt
so there you go.
quits.
So if you guys know anybody with Ferrari, throw them down here. Would love to have, new host on the midday show.
Pratt hates Ferrari, man.
Pratt would quit if we got Ferrari as a sponsor. Pratt's one of those guys where you just throw the money at him, he slaps it away from you. Money ain't a thing. This guy's all about principle, so I got to respect that.
Principle is
right
priceless.
there. But apparently that is true. So, the jacket is Ferrari. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Okay, good. All right, so Palantir, before we go quickly, you guys talking about it, it's not Henry. So whenever I see people talking about Palantir that's not Henry, maybe there is a move. Wow, nice little 10% move upside today for Palantir. 9%, $9. So let's see where we go from here. Palantir may have found the bottom. Speaking about Ferrari, that bottom there, $6. Wow, it's getting close, man. Actually, a 9.50 break. Alert, alert, alert on this name tomorrow for Palantir. Or if we get up there, you may want to short. It's kind of like that DraftKings right here, where you're up to a key level of 9.50 for PLTR. That looks like a decent opportunity to short it. But wow, there goes Microsoft. Yes, we got a good one. Mamma mia, Microsoft right now. What a good reload that was down here at the 50 period. Boom, boom, boom. Nice little move back up. Let's see if we take down 255 for Softy.
With only about 10 seconds to go, I did get NEO. Make sure you get, my stop is at 23 on NEO. I'm short here at 94, so risking about 5 or 6 cents, plus a little bit of slippage. Tesla at 725. Market is booming to the upside about 3% here, but it's been a wild one. It's only going to get better because I feel like, this is going to be one of those great volatility summers where you actually get some good movement. So we're excited to be able to trade it live for you. And as we said, our sharply dressed midday crew is locked and loaded, ready to go. Get ready for Trader Pratt and Ian. Go get them.
Let's get it, baby. We're here. It is a new week. I hope you guys enjoyed your long weekend. I for sure did. Tons of fun, tons of sports, tons of trading. Well, not trading. We didn't really get to see trading, but we saw Bitcoin fall under 19K and lots and lots of pain coming in for the crypto market. Thankfully, no pain today for our market. Green side for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. A lot of the stocks across the board, even in my portfolio, have reclaimed some of the losses. So I'm sure you guys are having fun coming back and watching the market boom up today. Some of the trades that I started off my day with right here, you can see Microsoft on my screen. I'm not sure if they got the lower thirds ready yet. I think they were working on that. That's the position butter I'm talking about, but I don't see it. So I'll just start off with a couple of trades that I did take and a couple of trades that I am in right now. So Microsoft long, 254, around 254. Wasn't taking the breakout long, was just trying to build into it. Didn't really like that long that much. I got out of it. And then I more importantly build into a run position. So run got upgraded and SunPower got downgraded. So I was just looking for an area to build into the longs. Kept adding into this position all the way up to VWAP. Scalped out the trades all the way to the upside. I have exits layered out and I have entries layered out. Basically just going to keep on adding until the low of the day breaks. If low of the day breaks, then I'm out of the trade. I'm wrong on that trade. A couple of trades that I am in right now. So I'm in the run trade. I'm in the AMD short around the high of day. Main reason why I went to AMD short around this double top is because NVIDIA, I was waiting for it to give me give me a trade around 170. Never really gave me that opportunity, so I just pulled up AMD. Noticed AMD was double topping over here, scaled into that trade, and now just scaling out of that trade at the same time as the market. Trying to maybe push down a little bit, not really pushing down. And the third trade that I'm in at right now was actually, not really working for me until yet. And now that the market is, well, we don't know what the market's trying to do, but XLF. So Charles Schwab came out with an upgrade too. And the idea on Charles Schwab upgrade was they are more financially stable, apparently, with the current market conditions and everything else that they do. They don't really have the fear of other banks. I forget who upgraded them. I have it on my sticky note, but they did get upgraded. So here's Charles Schwab now. My average price $62.92, and we're about 8 pennies in the money. Not really anything too significant, but money being poured into our accounts.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? I've had actually a pretty good day today too. I'm sure with AMD with Prad there as well, similar kind of setup, but we'll get to that. I kind of want to talk about NIO first because I think I've kind of overcome some of my demons on NIO. NIO, I've talked about how NIO has been on my blacklist. I haven't really been able to trade it that well recently, right? But today I kind of I had a long bias on it today, and I was like, hey man, if NIO is gonna keep ripping to the upside, having these huge days, and I'm trying to pick tops and short tops, and I'm getting run over, man, why don't I just switch biases and try to play off a key level, right? So I was kind of looking at this 22 level. That was a pre-market high. I don't like taking breakouts on NIO just because in my experience it just hasn't worked, right? So I didn't take that breakout on 22. It seemed like it was a good one, but eventually I was just kind of defending it on the way down here. So I was buying dips in front. So I bought around 22.20. I did buy just below 22, so I kind of let that break, and I saw there was buying below it, so I quickly added to my position. I scalped up some just to kind of manage my position and manage my risk there a bit because it was a little bit bigger at that time. And then it was just kind of off to the races, kind of holding and scalping out in front of high a day. And eventually, it broke high a day and I scalped up my last piece there. Now this was, I added in front of here just because I thought I saw some size on the bid. And it kind of did run away from it. So I was the only thing is that I missed type my position size. So I had to enter twice, and it kind of ruined my average a bit. Eventually that size broke, so I just stopped out. And then I stopped it there. I was like, NIO, I took some money from you today. I'm not going to give it back like I have been the past few days there, so I'm just going to leave you alone for now, right? So good trades there on NIO. I did take my only loser on the day was CCL. Now, the reason why I had more of a long bias on CCL was because it was stronger the past couple days, giving more of a bounce play, right? So initially, if the market was going to kind of give a bounce day today and more of an up day, I wanted to find names that were stronger in the afternoon on Friday or stronger on Thursday and try to go long off those names, off some key levels, right? So I was originally looking at 960. I put some stink bids above 960, 970 area just to kind of get a morning flush right off the open, and it did work. I scalped some out here, scalped some out here. I did add to it, but then eventually kind of just stopped out as it kind of kept going down, and it was a little bit more weaker in the morning. So it is what it is. I took the loss here as like that 960 level that I really liked eventually broke down, and I took the loss below 950, and then it kind of like gave a push up, but not necessarily the move I was looking for, right? Like the highs from last week were like around like $10, $10.20. I was looking for like more of like a stronger move like that, so it didn't really give it, and you know it is what it is. I took a loss there. I did have a couple trades on Amazon, so Amazon was pretty interesting because originally it was like kind of just consolidating, doing not much, like around this 110 area, and then I thought I saw like a reserve or like an iceberg bid at like 110.04. So I just tried longing in front of it. As soon as I went long, it broke. So I was like, okay, well that's a quick loss. But then so I took that for a loss, and then I was trying to like. I saw as it was like kind of ripping up here to like towards 111, right? There was a lot of size at 111. So originally it was kind of rejecting it. So I went short in front. That took like a 20-cent scalp. That was a decent trade. And then I went long through it as it kind of tested back again. And that was another like 10-cent scalp. So decent day on Amazon as well. And then, like I said, I'm in that AMD short with Prad here. Kind of same thing. Originally, as my chart loads there, originally I was long in the bottoms here around 83, and then kind of going short off this 86.50, risking off of 86. So decent trades there as well.
Yeah, I'm watching XPEV right now off the NIO play. So obviously NIO has been strong for a couple days now, even for a couple weeks straight. But the XPEV kind of follows it here and there. Okay, there we go. So I am short XPEV. Leaning on the level 30 over here. If $30 breaks, then I'll get out of it. And my guess would be that the only reason $30 over here would break on XPEV for the second time go is if NIO starts to take out the high day again, which actually is doing the opposite of it. Let me just clear my throat here. So NIO is actually just doing the opposite of it, not really taking out the high a day. So just leaning on the $60 to $30 level, giving it 3 cents of risk for you know, maybe if you count in slippage over there, plus 3 cents, another couple cents here and there. It sounds like a pretty good risk reward areas for me to scale into a trade over there on XPEV. So let's start with the small size. I know you mentioned Amazon, so I forgot that I even had an Amazon trade. I'm actually trading this Amazon trade pretty poorly. I'm out of the trade. So if my chart can load up here, as you guys can see, I got a short around 111, got stopped out, then I got back in near the high a day and wrote it down to about $1 in the money. But more of a move coming into this Amazon short at the moment. Pretty insane that the Amazon's you know, I had the top fill, but I couldn't manage it properly. So that was the sucky part of it. But still pretty happy with the fact that I made money on that trade overall. And now that the chart's loaded up for me, let me see if I can get the data populating. If not, I might have to throw it to Ian while I refresh these.
Yeah, for sure. Someone just asked me if I could check out Tesla, so let's take a quick look at that. I haven't looked at it personally today. Let me consolidate my chart here a little bit better. Yeah, so it looks like it's, you know, obviously having a really strong day today, up 10%. It has reclaimed the 700 level. We talked last week about how this 700 level is going to be really, really important to the upside, to see if it can kind of reclaim that, close above, and, you know, show some real buying above it. And, you know, maybe we can make another push for like 800 or something like that, right? It seems like it's doing that today. There isn't, like, it's kind of just like slowly grinding up. So I don't know where to kind of like get in. Going to have to be a little bit more patient, like waiting for like a dip. And, you know, like some buying to come in closer to 700 maybe, and kind of going long off that. You see how it's like kind of lining up with VWAP perfectly too. So that could be something to watch a little bit later on, maybe like into the afternoon there if volume starts to pick up again. But yeah, obviously having a really, really strong day today. It looks like that 650 was huge, right? That 650 level, it was kind of like chopping around that area the past week. And then today, it never really kind of was in threat again. And then eventually just kind of broke up, and now it's trailing against above 700 again, right? So huge day for Tesla, obviously. Yeah, can't keep a good stock down. Yeah, for sure. I wanted to talk about my AMD trades while I guess Prad's kind of getting set up here. Just because I really like this 83 level on AMD. That was like kind of like a multi-day resistance the past couple days there, and then today it kind of gapped up. So I wrote in my notes, like if it gapped up over this 83, I kind of wanted to go long in front of it and see how it kind of reacted around that area, right? Eventually it kind of dipped towards there. So I was just being like trying to be like super patient. I could have chased a breakout. That would have been decent as well, but, more of like a scalp. And then eventually, I did get the dip to 83, just risking off like 82.50. It kind of threatened my stop there for a little bit, but I was just like super patient with it, eventually getting the move that I wanted and scalping, for $1 on my last exit, right? And then it seemed like my exit was a little bit premature, but that's okay. I just kind of want to be patient again, and I had charted like the 86 level as a resistance as well, just looking from like a half-hour chart. So kind of just like shorting where there was weakness, like around 86.50, where it was like kind of bouncing off, and it's worked a couple times, and I'm still in that last position there. So just kind of be patient with that one. This is my smallest position out of the 3 shorts here, so just gonna be patient and see if I can hold it for a bigger move.
So I'm actually getting into an Apple short right now. New position alert. Market's curling from that near 3,800 barriers, focusing on that 3,800 level on the S&P 500. I'm looking at an Apple short, so Apple right now hitting 137. Also, that 137 level on Apple will stand out as soon as you pull it up right here. 137.28 or so seems to be the high on 15th of June. Noticing that level, I've actually been waiting for 137 to come in all day. And obviously you guys know me being a bear trader, a short trader. I missed out on the long move, so I'm not going to diddle in the middle over here. I'm just going to wait for my opportunities. I was waiting for that backside of 137. Didn't really get in on the 137 break to get my fills to the downside, but still got my fills. And I actually want more shares. Looks like I'm not going to get more shares. So time to stake some profits over here as Apple's coming down 15 cents in the money at the moment. AMD's 30 cents in the money. I gave you guys that trade. XPEV is not really moving around yet, but still holding up near that $30 level. Run is actually an issue for me now because Run, which was in the money, is now coming back to the downside, giving me more fills, but hopefully not too much of an issue going forward on Run. And Charles Schwab, still playing around, not really doing what I wanted to. I wanted to go above VWAP once again, but I think we're just going to see constant rejection of VWAP, at which point I might just try to take off some more size off of this trade over here just to be safe. So let's just do that at the moment. But yeah, only 2 stocks out of the money, Run and XPEV, but not by any significant amount. So just going to let those trades play out for me. A couple stocks I want to talk about is Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines got a new bid from JetBlue to a $33.50 bid, basically an increase of $2 from last time. And Spirit, I don't think they're gonna go with that deal because last time they mentioned that in that deal they fear that with JetBlue they're gonna run into problems with I forget what the term I'm looking at, antitrust laws and other issues like that. So they really want to just go with Frontier and end the deal with Frontier so they don't have to deal with it anymore. But these constant upgrades for the bid and the constant rebidding coming in from JetBlue for Spirit, anything is possible at that time. They might just want the higher bid and they might just take it. So Spirit Airlines jumping about 8% in pre-market, just trading sideways ever since and not really doing anything besides hanging out by the VWAP, but still a pretty good move on Spirit. Another stock I want to talk about actually relates with Elon and Twitter. So Elon came out with the Bloomberg meeting explaining about his problems with Twitter and everything. So Twitter did jump up a little bit. He did mention that the deal, he does want the deal to go through. A new SEC filing came in saying that all the shareholders should vote towards the deal going through, and we're still waiting to see how the scam accounts and everything play out. In that same report about Twitter from Elon, Tesla was also talked about in that report. I actually forget what exactly was talked about it, but clearly that report coming in, helping Tesla to get back all the way to $700 today. Insane long moves coming in across the board for the market, Tesla being one of them, 11% to the upside.
Yeah, some definitely some strong moves to the upside today for sure. I just took out some more profits on AMD there, just in front of the 85 level. I don't want to be too hasty with it. There was more acceleration to the downside last time, and I saw it was kind of like bouncing out here. The market's kind of bouncing out. The VIX is kind of like, the UVXY is kind of rallying to highs there, but not really seeing the momentum that I'd like to see to the downside. So, just kind of making sure I take profits when they're offered. And we've been talking about that, guys, for a while now, just kind of taking profits when they're offer to you in this market, just because sometimes the positions can whip back on you very, very quickly. I am kind of liking that Apple short too with Prad, just kind of risking off that 137, but I just want to be a little bit more patient. I did miss the initial entry to see if this pullback is going to be real in the market, right? Like we can easily just kind of rip back through and make new highs in the market very, very easily, right? With today's action going the way it is. So I just want to be a little bit more patient, see if I can get a price closer to that 137 and kind of short off that. What kind of stocks are you guys looking at, guys? Keep calling it out, and then let's take a look at what you guys are looking at. GME, AMC. I haven't looked at those ones at all today, so let's take a quick look at those. Here's the GME chart, guys. It is up almost 6% today, so having a strong day. I'm more interested in this 150 level. This 150 level, we took that breakout there before, and then it retested there and then rejected. So if it can like really catch like some huge upside momentum, I know it is up 6%. There was clearly some buying momentum in the morning there. Like 140 seemed like a decent breakout, but this 150 is probably more so interesting on my end there. And in relation to that, let's take a quick look at AMC just to see how that's doing, if it's trading in sympathy with GME. And not really, guys. Take a look at that. GME was up like 6%. And AMC is pretty much flat on the day, right? AMC, you could see on the daily here, it's pretty much consolidating the past like week or so between like 1150 to 13 range. And today, not really giving a similar move to GME. So if you're going to trade one of those, look to maybe take a breakout if some buying momentum comes back up to GME there. But yeah, AMC definitely not as exciting as GME.
Yeah, GME, I was actually looking for a 145 breakout. I'm glad I took out the order. Today I felt like dressing a little casually, so I came in with a hoodie. Thankfully, I'll leave an extra shirt for the show on the side. But the point I'm trying to get to is I had the order for the 145 breakout. I go to put the shirt on, so I'd remove the order, and I think that's the best thing I could have done all day because GME only breaks by, I believe I saw 14 cents on the 145 break. On the second go around, it broke by only 4. I heard my name. On the second go around, it only broke by 40 cents on GME. I would have liked the better breakout, obviously, and I was getting ready to take a bunch of size on this breakout for the long direction. I guess I'm happy overall to decide not to take it at the end of the day. I think we're still seeing that barrier around 150 on GME if you were to see this daily chart. But yeah, the overall trend has been to the upside ever since we went below $100 on GME, whipped right back above 100, and lots of fun to be had on this position on a daily basis. Apple heading back towards my average price, but not really giving me the fills, is going to annoy me a little bit. So let's see if Apple can, do I have to fight for this price over here for more share size? Or are they going to actually give me the fill and then let me just, take that entry as close to my stop as I can? Thanks for this new tip, guys. Bear versus Bull. Okay, yeah, Bear versus Bull. You're talking to him. No worries. Check BABA. Let's go check out BABA. Today, man, Chinese stocks are on our watch list. So if you're not signed up to our watch list at tradertv.live/watch list, you're missing out a ton of information. Daily preps for you getting done thanks to Brendo and even Brand calls at the back over there, the dried Strud of the Flora these days. Baba, Baidu, JD, Pinduoduo, XPEV, even NIO, all on watch today as, let me just quickly read these. Are lower, however, after Chinese e-commerce giant said that's about JD. So basically, the whole COVID-19 outbreak easing up a little bit, still being in factor for these Chinese stocks such as BABA, which is up 3% today. I know JD was in play on Friday, so let's go take a look at JD right now. JD, can you pull up for me, please? There we go. 10 million shares on JD today, and JD actually getting crushed to the downside, sadly, after that successful move that they had on Friday. I know on Friday the catalyst was, I believe, they were trying to branch into more onto Alibaba's business, and obviously that means more profits and more revenue, maybe to JD if executed properly. But today on the Tuesday, it looks like they did give back most of their gains from that day. My stocks are all in the money, but it's not anything. Oh, NVIDIA, finally a new trade come into play. NVIDIA giving me my position near 170, which is what I was talking about earlier. So now there's some size on the bids on the ask for 170 on NVIDIA. That's about 31,000 plus another 12,000 plus another 7,000 shares. Let's see if NVIDIA can take out that high. There we go. Took out that high, and NVIDIA is trying to create a new high a day. Can it do so successfully? If not, I'm taking more shares short and also keeping an eye out on the market. My stop is basically the high of the day, and that doesn't worry me too much for the amount of size I have because I can take that risk real quick. And if the trade ends up being profitable for me, we're instantly in the money like that. And dropping to the ground is NVIDIA over here. Market did not really get back to the high of the day, so I'm surprised as to why NVIDIA did. Let's go check out what SOXS is doing real quick, and then I can throw it over to Ian to cover. So XOXX, which is a semiconductor ETF, up 3%, not even near high days. And for some reason, that stock, NVIDIA, wanted to go to high days. So that's why we're short and instantly 22 cents in the money. And AMD, 40 cents in the money. Apple, 11 cents in the money. Run, 10 cents in the money. Only stock out of the money right now is Schwab, and we're out of the money by 6 pennies.
Yeah, so I was able to get short there, Apple, just kind of being patient with it, waiting for it to come a little bit closer. So I am short Apple around 136.84. Someone said check out Mullen, so let's take a quick look at that. Obviously having a bigger day today, up 17% on the day. I was quickly looking at like this high day from June 1st here, it looks like, around like 170, 168 area. So it's going to be interesting to see if this catches another bid and pushes up there again. And, you know, maybe a potential breakout is on tap here. I wanted to check out ADN as well. A couple of you are looking at that in the chat. Having a strong day today again. Let me consolidate my chart here again, sorry. So this is the 3-minute, guys. So having another update today. You notice how this 280 kind of held in the pre-market here? There's a pre-market around 7 o'clock. I was trading off that 280 last week there when ADM was getting like a huge volume pump. And it held today again. So, you know, if I was in office earlier today, maybe a long would have looked good back then. But yeah, anything like below 3 seems like it was good. So maybe if it kind of dips closer to there, I can kind of risk off that and kind of get back involved into this one. I was pretty successful with it last week. So, you know, something I want to kind of work on a little bit more this summer is trying to get a little bit more better at small caps and trading small caps and, you know, trading the range and whatnot. So, you know, I'm excited to kind of get more involved in that. So, but I got to be patient and keep waiting for my prices that I want to kind of go long at. Meta, week. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Meta. I was actually having a short bias on Meta going into today. I was kind of watching the 160 area just because that was like an intraday or an intra-week, if you will, like kind of low last week, right? So if it was kind of like going to gap down below, then, you know, maybe look short, or if it was like maybe like just kind of hovering above, then we can take like a breakdown short. But, you know, we've been kind of talking about how breakouts haven't been that great in this market. So, you know, you have to kind of be careful with those. But yeah, it looks like it is having a weaker day than the overall market. If we look at the market, it's clearly uptrending. And if we look at Meta here, it's clearly on the downtrend. It did give a little pump in the morning there off the open, but then rejected this like 167 area, which seemed like it was like, I don't know, like maybe like not really the highs last time, but it did reject it and then really couldn't reclaim this 167 area here, kind of giving like a quick double top and now falling below VWAP and, you know, some definite downside momentum picking up below VWAP there. So definitely Meta is definitely more weak today than the other large cap tech stocks. Now, Revlon, someone said Revlon. Let's take a quick look at that. I was interested in this as well. I'm interested in like a $5 breakout. I think that would be kind of huge. See if it gets up there. It's already up 15% on the day, but we've seen this one, guys, like in the past, like just on Friday, for example, it was up like what, like 200% that day. That was just an insane move. All you have to do is just kind of press buy and get your market on close order keys ready. But yeah, if this one kind of picks up to the upside, you know, maybe a potential breakout on this name would be good. Similar to what we took on ADN last time at that $4 mark. So, you know, I'm going to keep this on watch on my side screen and see where it goes. But for now, just the Apple short for me.
Yeah, Apple short about 17 cents in the money, AMD 50, NVIDIA another 50 cents. I've been scalping out some size on the way down, And I got to take some more profits on Apple over here. Let's see if Apple can fill me on that trade. There we go. A bunch of money being poured in, man. The only thing that's being worrisome and the only thing that's been troubling me all day, honestly, is this Charles Schwab long that I'm trying to build into. Maybe it's time to just say, forget this trade, take that tiny loss and walk away from this position. I'm really debating that at this moment, but we're going to keep on trying this a little bit more. We've yet to take a loss on this trade, so when that loss does come into play, then I guess we can just exit stage left on this position. Keep on trying to work this trade for me a little bit longer. Netflix was my money maker today, says Frank Jones. Wish I had kept it because it's still diving. Hindsight's 20/20 at the end of the day. If that trade wasn't working out for you, you'd be like, okay, thank God I dumped that position and I took my profits and I ran away from that trade. I'd like you to think about it this way. Was the trade good to begin with? Was your entries, perfect, at least according to your strategy? The exits can always be improved on, and you can just keep on getting better from there on. Now you have a goal. Now you have a milestone to set yourself to. Maybe next time as Ian tries to help me with this trade or my strategy, which is throw out a stop and try to hold at least the minimum share size. And every day you can keep increasing the amount of share sizes you're holding for that bigger move by 5 to 10%, maybe even 1% a day. You do 1% a day for the whole year. That's more than a lot of people do in their life. So that's more than fine that you have that killer of a trade going on today. Banks all sinking. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, JPM, banks are all indeed getting clapped. Charles Schwab actually got upgraded, and too bad it's not getting any help from the other banks today. I know I'm watching XLF on my second screen. I see XLF is up about 1.18% and near the low of days, and hence Charles Schwab is pretty much near the low of the range over here. Like I said, I have my variables to trade this for within a reason. If those variables get proven to me that it's wrong, for example, XLF is trying to take out the pre-market lows. If this stock takes out about the same areas where I'm trying to build into the position, I'm going to be taking that quick loss and moving away from it. But thankfully, we still have a bunch of other positions. All of them are in the money except for the single one right here. So we don't have to worry about it too much. NIO testing high a day at the moment. Let's go check out NIO. Wow, NIO going towards 23. Yeah, high a day coming into play. There's a bunch of size on 23 on NIO. 300,000, 400,000, 400,000, 450,000 shares on NIO equals to about times 23 equals $10.3 million on NIO near that price. So let's actually see if we can get a breakout off that price and an extension past $22.9 or $23 to the upside, showing us some more buyers. But I think if you think about the trade properly real quick, there's an amazing front run trade being offered. You can front run that 23 level to the downside, and if 23 does break, you can try to go long past it. But I'm just going to stay away from shorting NIO today. It's up 10%. I'm not going to go against the trend. I'm not going to go fight the battle that NIO might want me to at the moment. So just going to leave this trade alone. I have other trades that I can work with at the moment.
Yeah, there's definitely other trades to be had. That NIO trade, it is a good trade, guys. Solid R&R. Like if you can get short, we kind of missed it here as Pratt was talking, but there was a decent amount of size there at 23 and then 2301 and above, right? So if you can kind of get short closer to as close as possible to that 23, like 98, 99. I think Neil said he was short 98. So really only risking 2 pennies. Right, 2 pennies with some slippage, maybe 3 to 4. You take the L, right? If it does break out. But this is a solid trade here. I was trying to get short 98 and then kind of ran away from my price, and I was just like, okay, I'll just leave it for now and try to be a little bit more patient as we are kind of climbing back towards. And there we go. So it's testing the 99 now. We're seeing the 99s print on the time of sales there. Is it going to break out? Now it's really kind of pushing. The 23 was offered there a bit, but we didn't see the 23s on the time and sales. There wasn't any executions there. So just kind of keeping a watch on this one, see if it's going to break out. It looks like it might. Just seems like there's a little bit more buying than last time it was testing up here. So, keeping a close eye on this. Hopefully we can see some action here for the live there. And there it goes. It takes it out. It gave about 4 cents right away. So, quick stop out there if you were shorting in front. And now people are like kind of offering out if they took that long, right? So, quick breakout there is decent trade. But I think we're going to go to Brendan at the big screen for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, busy day. Let's check in on social media to see what is being discussed currently. A lot. First of all, MULN, the guys were just talking about, they're back in positive land as far as sentiment goes versus what we saw last week was very negative. AMC, we don't see this a lot, but gray means it's being talked about a lot, but kind of 50-50 both directions here as far as sentiment goes today. There's Revlon, huge move out of the gate this morning for Revlon. The SPY back in positive territory. Redbox we didn't get to this morning either. There's so many individual names moving around today. Redbox on the downside. There's GGPI, Gores Guggenheim, Polestar, or to become Polestar, on Friday. So we'll get the first chance to trade the new symbol coming up on Friday this week. Clovis had some news last week, back to the upside, got back above $1 for the first time on Friday in a long time, but even higher this morning. There's GGPI back below $10 holding, but nice move this morning ahead of the merger closing, guys, on the 23rd. Back over to you.
Yeah, we're watching NIO right now just take off the 23, $10 million just clean like it was nothing to the upside, just ripped through it, man. It was pretty beautiful to witness that. Check your, okay. Can you take over, sir?
Yeah, for sure. No, I wanted to talk quickly about NIO just because it gave that break and then it quickly fell back below 23. And this is something that I was actually learning from Luca there. Luca was saying how when you take the breakout, you get filled. Always kind of offer out right away a good chunk of your size because that's the trade, guys. You usually take these breakouts with bigger size, offer out and go for a quick scalp, take out the core. You could still hold a small piece for a bigger move and turn to more of a positional trade or a swing trade, if you will. But, a breakout trade like this, it's always going to be a quick scalp, always kind of take what you can get. It printed about 06, 05 on the offer there quickly. So, you could have made 4 or 5 cents depending on where you got filled. So, good trade there and now kind of testing a little bit higher. But, yeah, you see how it kind of broke below 23. If you don't take it, you're stopping out, maybe taking a small loss. Always take profits when they're offered to you. Someone had a birthday here. I think it was Chris Bix. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Happy birthday. And I saw you remember as well, so thank you for the continued support. We're still short Apple, so I did take some size out there where I can find it here. Oh yeah, so I did take out some size there, just about 20 cents in the money. Don't want to be too hasty again with this, but we are kind of making new lows here, and the market is kind of bouncing around this little consolidation area from earlier. But yeah, if this is gonna keep continuing downwards, I'm gonna kind of just chill with this position. I put my stop in, so I am gonna stop out for a little bit around break even there if it does go back to my price. But for now, it seems to be working at about 26 cents in the money. So, pretty stress-free in that sense. I am still kind of watching I am still kind of watching AMD. I do want to kind of get back short this name if it kind of tests this 85.50 area again, because it seems like there was continued weakness above there. The high of the day is 85.81, so we haven't even tested that 86 level yet. So, if I can get a price closer to there, a good short again, adding to that position again, could be on the table. But again, just want to be patient with this one. Want to be patient with my entries. Prad was kind of talking about, picking your spots and picking your entries. The entries are very, very important. And, the exits kind of come with practice and time and, tape reading and whatnot. And, just based around your R&R and your strategy and whatnot. But yeah, always kind of be patient with your entries and wait till your spots kind of get hit. Are you good or?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Just watching Tesla right now. Tesla hit 728.50 and it's starting to curl over here. And if Tesla comes down, Tesla I believe is a 5 or 3% weight of the NASDAQ market. For anyone who's ever confused about exactly how much weight of a stock is in a certain ETF or so, you can just go to ETF.com. Oop, what is that? ETF.com. Oh, hello, ETF.com. I almost typed EFT.com, which is actually Escape from Tarkov tracker. Which is the wipe is coming soon, so we gotta get ready. You better tell your girlfriend that no more dates, no more nothing. It's gotta be game time with Pratty Daddy with me, and we're gonna run that Tarkov account to level 20. But no, real quick, getting back to the market, QQQ ETF. How much of Tesla is inside QQQ is what I'm trying to find out. View all. How much is Tesla? Where's Tesla? There we go. About almost 4% of QQQ is Tesla. So if Tesla starts coming to the downside like that, it's going to start weighing down on the QQQ market, and overall, it's going to be great for my positions on Apple, Nvidia, and so on. Just waiting for more profits to come in on Apple. Nvidia once again back to 50 cents in the money. I tried to take more size when Nvidia popped back up, did not get any size, and I'm very stingy with my price. If they don't want to give me the price I want, I just don't want it. I just don't want it. I'm looking at you guys in the chat right now. Some of you are talking about some of the other stocks. GMVD being called out. Let's go check out what this position is doing. 8 million shares today, just now cracking above $1. I think we might just see a barrier coming in around $1. Anytime a penny stock breaks above $1, that should be like a barrier level for it, psychological level. Somewhere resistance should be coming in. This position's already up 52%. I don't know how much more percentages we can ask from this position today, but maybe if volume does come in, if people do like the stock, let me actually quickly go find out what the stock is and what the relative volume is. GMVD, it is medical, probably a biotech of some sort. GMVD, electronic technology, electronic equipment, but it says medical innovation. So you need to do a little bit more research on that, and that's what these guys do. But just off the chart today and off the volume today, tons of opportunities coming in for a penny stock with a relative volume of 17.65.
A couple things here I want to talk about in the chat. NIO 43% up 43% in 5 days is a joke. Yeah, that's insane. I'm sure we're going to be talking about NIO quite a bit today. But Amazon, someone says super weak, and it has been ever since it kind of broke out above this 111 area. The high of day is 111.63, so it did give a decent move off that. I wish I kind of held that scalp for a little bit longer there, but ever since then, it's just been like slowly grinding down and kind of eventually, as soon as it got below like the 50 period here, it's kind of been like dragging below it and now trading below VWAP. I was kind of looking at this 109 area. That was like an intraday resistance, if you will, from last week. And it broke out early, it tested and then kind of held. But let's see if it can kind of give a bounce here. Maybe, a potential long here, but it is kind of super weak. So, and the market is kind of fading. So maybe I want to see it kind of break first, or, some buyers to kind of really step in, and then I'll kind of risk off that. But just going to be patient with this one. But again, yeah, super weak after it kind of made that top around 111.50 there. Coin short. Yeah, let's take a quick look at coin. Bitcoin and crypto has been in the news quite a bit recently, right? Giving a huge day today to the upside. Up almost 16% at one point today. Looks like it topped around, just under $61 there. This area was kind of like a consolidation area between like 60 and 70 or 75, if you will. So we are kind of testing that area today. So no surprise that's kind of pulling back around there after giving like a huge push up, after giving like the bounce off of last week's consolidation area. Have you taken a look at Bitcoin today? I saw like it kind of dip below 20K over the weekend there, but it kind of like reclaimed the level here. I'm trying to like bring it up over here so we could see. This is like the 30-minute. Let me switch to the daily here. So yeah, it did kind of dip below 20,000, and then now kind of reclaiming the level, and maybe some buying above it. But hopefully we see some consolidation, another run up, and some more strength above Bitcoin, because everyone wants to see crypto kind of give a bounce. I know I do for sure. I'm way out of the money on my crypto positions. So these are we always talk about like here on the floor, like we're always kind of scared at these kind of fills, but these are probably like the money fills, man. Like these are probably the money fills to get kind of long now and ride it back up to the highs there. But yeah, hopefully it starts to kind of catch a bounce.
Coinbase, yeah.
Well, crypto in general,
Crypto?
but yeah.
We've had this person on well, not our show, on the morning show, or sorry, the evening show that Neil and Sean host, and I'm actually forgetting the name of the person. But I saw a tweet from that person recently, and they mentioned that don't buy this crypto dip. It's gonna no, sorry. Yeah, Peter Schiff. He was talking about like don't buy the dip or whatever. So there's more dips to come, and I was just like scared if that's the truth, because I'm already losing money across the board. More money for me to lose over here. I was at a it's called a Mandy, but it's I don't know how to explain that in English, but it's like a wedding stuff. And over there, all the conversations everyone's having is, oh, did you see what happened to Bitcoin? Oh, my NVIDIA. Oh, my this. Oh, my that. And I'm just like, oh, man, I escaped work to not hear this for one day. It's my long weekend. And all I hear is, oh, my NVIDIA. Oh, my this. And I'm just like, but that's the truth about the current situation where we are in this market. Absolutely everyone's bleeding. Even today, man, I don't know how long we can sustain these long moves. We've been struggling across the board and for the past few weeks now. Market coming back down at the moment. I know we were up about 3% on S&P 500. S&P 500 now only up 2.4% overall. Still a pretty good percentage for it to be up. I was waiting for the 3,800 level to come into play on the futures for me to short it. So the fact that didn't come into play yet might mean that the market might just find some bouncing around VWAP and get back up to higher days, and maybe then take out the 3,800 level or show us some resistance near 3,800 level. That's what I'm waiting for as I take out more profits on the way down over here on NVIDIA and Apple. So Apple 42 cents in the money, NVIDIA 91 cents in the money, taking more profits out there. Still have half of my size left on the trade over here that I started with on both of them. So let's see if we can get a bigger move to VWAP on Apple and on NVIDIA. But at the moment, S&P 500, as I showed you not too long ago, trying to bounce off from 3760, 3775 areas, or 3765 areas or so, sorry. And the only losing trade that I have on board, my biggest losing trade so far of the day, thankfully does not matter even if I capitalize that or realize that loss. Charles Schwab, which was 50 cents out of the money, now 38 cents out of the money. So it looks like SCHW on New York might just be trying to curl off the 50-period EMA. Not giving me any size though. I want more size of the 50-period EMA, not giving me more size of the 50-period, trying to curl back up. I think I might just take the flat break-even exit on this trade if the opportunity comes up for me, which means if the trade does go back to 62.80s or so, I might just try to exit with as minimal loss as I can on this position.
Frank Jones here. The stock market is one of the few places you can make money on something losing money. It's called shorting. That's what we've been kind of doing here on the show since we've been coming on, or since we came on the show here, Pratt and I. The market is kind of making a top here, pulling back, maybe a rejection. So we kind of looked at names that were kind of hitting resistance, like AMD, like Apple, some sellers starting to kind of step up. So I just took profits here on Apple here, about a 40-cent win for me, so solid trade there. I am going to kind of be patient again with it, see if it kind of tests this 137 area again, and I'm going to keep respecting these highs, right? The high on Apple is 137.06. Just kind of keep risking off this 137 or break of like higher day or whatever. If it kind of comes back up there, we'll get short again. If not, we'll just leave it, right? But yeah, solid trade there. This is what we're kind of talking about. And the AMD trade, I was kind of looking at that as well. And I'm really happy how I traded this today. You know, I stuck to my plan with buying a dip here close to 83, but then kind of shorting off 83 multiple times, right? You know, before when I kind of started, I would kind of get into the position once and kind of just manage that position and not really look to add to it, and you know, scalp it out and maybe just kind of leave it alone, right? But now I've been kind of figuring out like you know, when the market is kind of ranging and giving a clear top or a clear bottom on these stocks intraday, it provides multiple opportunities throughout the day, right? So if it kind of creeps back up towards this 85.50 area, I'm going to look short again and see if we can kind of get another similar play. But yeah, solid shorts there for today for me on AMD. So I'm having a decent day here. Michael Burry has turned mega bear. Michael Burry, you mean? I think Michael Burry is like always a bear, you know? Like he's always kind of shorting something or talking about shorting something. Just now cover Apple short for 50 cents again. Yeah, that's basically what we've been doing. Someone mentioned Netflix and we couldn't really get to it earlier, so I want to take a quick look at that. I saw it is having a weaker day. It is down 2%, so one of the few names that is down overall in the day. And you know, kind of testing these lows of this consolidation. Like it looks like maybe on the daily, like 162. Excuse me, like 162, 163 area. I think it tested 160 last week. I thought 160 broke up. Maybe I could be wrong, but yeah, it looks like it's kind of fading towards there and, you know, showing weakness below 180. But yeah, definitely a down day today. I'm not too sure if there's like a catalyst for Netflix, but yeah, definitely way weaker than the rest of the market. And in that sense, let's take a quick look back at Meta, who we already kind of discovered was weaker. And yeah, now has turned red on the day. So this is just kind of like slowly grinding to the downside. If you kind of got short in front of this 167, then great trade there. Congratulations. I hope you're still kind of holding a piece there, but kind of not really. There's not really an area to kind of get short again unless it kind of pulls back and gives a run back to VWAP or something like that. Maybe this 165 level could be good if it kind of creeps back towards there and we could short off that. It looks like I covered my Apple short a little bit too early. I hope you're still in that one.
Oh yeah, I'm still
yeah. It
in
looks like you're still in that one. So you know, kind of keep riding those profits to the downside as markets kind of keeps pulling back, and you know, maybe gonna test VWAP soon.
Yeah, Nvidia $1.50 in the money now, Apple 60 cents in the money, taking more profits on them. I would have loved to have more size, but you know, can't complain about that too much. TRHC being called out in our work chat, so let's go check out what this stock is doing. TRHC on NASDAQ, I would guess, indeed. Selling prescriber wellness biz for $140 million. So it looks like they're going to try and split a part of their business over there, try to bring in revenue, I guess. Not sure what the reasoning is for that too. But, you know, look at that big volume candle coming in right when that news dropped, and buying coming in off of that news. So I know Kellogg's is trying to do something like that too. Kellogg's not really actually splitting themselves. They are, sorry, they're not
they're like
selling
splitting
themselves.
their
they're
like
splitting
business
it
operations or something like that, right?
Into
like,
3 different tickers. And one of them is like their plant-based producer, so we already know how that's gonna end up.
And then one of them is just based on like their cereal.
Yeah.
It's like obviously that's like what they're kind of like more known for, if you will. And then
what's
like
the third one?
Snacks, I think it was like a snack.
Okay. Yeah,
company.
I don't know about that plant-based one. We already know there's one big company that's out there that does plants and so on, plant-based products and so on, and we know how that story goes. So we'll just have to wait and see. Kellogg's jumped up about 3.4 or 3% right now, but I'm pretty sure they got jumped up by about 8% or so in pre-market. I want to talk about XOM. Did you talk about XOM today?
I haven't talked about XOM yet, yeah, no.
Yeah, XOM getting elevated today to the upside, up 5% right now. And I think Brankos was talking about the $90 break and the $91 break to the upside were really clean today, and I can see that why. So XOM getting upgraded, getting pushed up, and every time we look at these XLEs, or sorry, any XOMs or Oxys or anything, I don't know, he's screaming in the back there, I don't know what he's yelling about. But, you know, every time we talk about these energy stocks, I always like to take a look at this XLE ETF. XLE ETF up 2.7%. I think most of that move might have just come from XOM getting upgraded because Oxy, even though Oxy is up, didn't really see anything going on in Oxy, anything special in Oxy. And here's Oxy right now getting to the lower days and getting pushed down with the XLE. But the XOM not really doing anything like the other stocks. They're holding up at VWAP today all the way through to the upside.
Rev kind of getting a little
Holy
push here.
moly.
I'm just kind of watching on my side screen, and a lot of buying starting to kind of step up here. Into like the 450 and 460 range. That being said, I was trying to figure out like how to structure this trade. I don't really want to chase it. Like I almost FOMO'd into this one. I had a little bit of an order set there, but just gonna be patient again. It still hasn't broken out high day. High day is 478. And in that sense, as we're kind of talking about, it'll probably kind of break out again. But I am kind of watching, more so the 5 level, just to see if it kind of gets up to that level, how it reacts. Maybe we can take a breakout long and, give a quick scalp off of that one. But there is a little bit of size, but not so much. That's not that much size on like a $4 stock, obviously. So we realistically want to see like thousands and thousands of lots there if we want to make like a front run trade or like a breakout trade, something like that. But definitely catching some buying momentum to the upside here. So just going to kind of keep that on watch for now. Microsoft, Sean said he's long Microsoft. Let's take a quick look at that. I haven't looked at Microsoft at all today.
Macro hard or Microsoft?
Yeah, so Microsoft up 2%. Looks like it's giving a nice consolidation here above VWAP. This 253 area seems kind of interesting to me just because, as it was kind of breaking out in the morning, a lot of selling kind of came in and it kind of balanced around this 253 area and then held and, buying above it, right? So, I'm sure that's what Sean's kind of thinking about here. So that's kind of interesting as the market is kind of bouncing around this consolidation area and, potentially going to, have some buying above VWAP. Yeah, kind of. I'm trying to get rid of using the word obviously, and now we're saying kind of. Yeah, it's okay.
There'll always be something to complain about. You do you. You do what helps you explain your mentality, your situation, your trade to the best of your ability.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of saying.
Don't get bullied by the chat.
That's what I was kind of saying to Neil there last week. What's been kind of helping me on this show is like kind of talking through my trades kind of talking through my emotions and whatnot. And it's actually been kind of helping me, walk myself through my trades and, helping me be a little bit more patient with some of my trades. Usually when you say it out loud, you actually hear yourself say it. And then you guys, obviously get to comment on it. And, if I say something dumb or something like that, you guys point it out right away, right? So, you guys kind of help me keep myself be honest, but I don't even know what the point I was trying to say.
It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it. A message came in from Richard Fan, and Richard was talking about how he just got into the YouTube show. And if you missed the F1 talk already, no, you did not, my friend. No, you did not. But if you just got in, make sure you're hitting that like button first. Always hit that like button. We like the YouTube account to get pushed out to as many people as we can. The algorithm only listens to like count and subscriber. Hello? There we go. It only likes to listen to like counts and subscriber counts and so on. Okay, we're already at 2K today. That's not bad at all. Let me mute this because that's a little loud for me. But so we're already at, is this even today? That's June 21st. What's today? It is 31st. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not live. That's why there we go. If you click this, I'll start showing up. But yeah, the point is hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Push that channel to as many people as you can. Hit that subscribe button. We know 40% of you are not subscribed. Another way you can support us is by hitting the join membership. This costs money, obviously, for anyone who is member. You'll see your name being green in the YouTube chat. That's because they pay to be a member. You get a couple nice little perks such as the badges next to your name or even emojis to use in chat that the other people don't have. And you can also go buy some merchandise. We have merchandise over here on the store page of our YouTube homepage. Go check it out if you want to buy any. And if you do buy, make sure you tag us on YouTube. Tag us on YouTube tag us on, Twitter and Instagram. My brain's all over the place. Tag us on Twitter and Instagram so we can share that with everyone. Real quick, I want to talk about GGPI. Polestar to trade under symbol PSNY for the first time after June 24th. I did mention this. We're waiting for that ticker name change to come into play. And on that day itself, Sean mentioned, GGPI is a free trade to $10. And GGPI was at $8.70 on that day. So you could have taken that swing trade long on GGPI, had it pushed right back to $10 for you. Take profits around those levels as we are getting back to that base SPAC price level on the stock, and when the stock changes its ticker, maybe we see some fun activity coming in like we did on Lucid. You reloaded Microsoft long. So Sean just reloaded his Microsoft long. Let's go check out where Microsoft is. I had a long on it earlier today. Oh, it's way lower than where I was long today. So let's try to build into a long over here too with Sean a little bit, you know, copy his trade and ride the stock to the upside. Right now, NVIDIA, almost $2 in the money, baby. Let's go. Take some more profits on that trade. Apple, 60 cents in the money. Take some more profits on that trade. And Microsoft long starting to work for us. Charles Schwab long is absolutely burning for us, and run.NQ for some reason all the way back to the low of day, which was up 2%, now basically flat on the day. So let's see if my two stocks are going to be the stocks that I picked from a catalyst. The stocks that I did not have a catalyst today happened to be my best trades of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes it just happens to be like, you know, working off of a very key level that there's a lot of interest surrounding, right? Interesting you talked about name changes just because Meta, I don't know what's been going on since Meta, and one thing that I bring this up for a reason. It's because ever since Meta has changed from FB, something has been really weird about it. Like the liquidity has been really bad, the spread's been a lot wider. But what I noticed today is look at this spread, guys. It's only like a 2 cent, 3 cent spread at most. At times I've seen them like maybe like 5 cents at most if it's like really kind of volatile. But that's really, really interesting to me just because it hasn't been like this at all since the name change. So, you know, obviously super weak today. I didn't really get a trade on it. It wasn't really on my radar. But, you know, could be something to look for moving forward now that the spread is a little bit tighter. Maybe liquidity is a little bit better. You know, could be easier to trade. I know that I've traded a couple times since the name changes happened. And I've just been kind of getting smoked on it, right? So, you know, maybe now it'll be a little bit easier. It seems like that Microsoft trade seems to be working, right? You know, we talked about kind of going long off this 253 area. Pratt has it now as well. So that's about like 10, 15 cents in the money. So it's about kind of finding stronger names within the market. If the market is going to give a bounce, you want to be long stronger names, right? You want to be long stronger names and ride them to the highs and ride them back to the upside. You know, kind of play that range. So good trade there as that kind of keeps climbing. Meta is a failing company. Yeah, we've been talking about Meta. It has been weak a lot recently since like the whole like metaverse thing, but the whole market has not been falling as well. So you know, it's not what's it called, immune to that. That's for sure. Meta relates to Meta World Peace. We all know how that name change worked out. He won a championship after he changed his name to Meta World Peace, guys. Don't forget that. But yeah, that's a funny one. Let's take a quick look at Apple again, just because I kind of covered that a little bit too early there. It did look like at 136 kind of held up. I think it covered around like 136.40, so 20 cents a little bit lower from the price I covered at. But again, still gonna kind of keep being patient, wait for this kind of creep back towards 137. If it does, I'll get short again. And I'm still watching Revlon on my side screen there to see if that's kind of giving a move. It kind of stalled out now. So you see how I was like thinking about chasing the move here. I remember my order was like 464 to get long. And then I hesitated and I said, no, I'm not going to chase this move. So I didn't. I canceled that order. And now it's kind of like just consolidating around this area and just kind of like fading. So that buying momentum has kind of died down, has been a little bit of exhausted. So it could still pick up, like don't get me wrong, but I kind of want to wait for it to pick up, maybe get like a $5 breakout. I'm more interested in that play.
Let's go, baby. MSFT, 40 cents in the money. Sean coming in with a clutch call out over there to add to my PNL. Appreciate that a lot, Sean. And Microsoft keeps on rocketing off the VWAP area. 40 cents in the money, 253 level. What a beautiful level to go long off of. You know, I already took some profits on that trade. I'm waiting to see if it can get more profits on that position. You know, NVIDIA is still $2 in the money for me on the short. Apple's still 70 cents in the money. Hasn't really hit that dollar per share profit on Apple yet. But with Microsoft popping up like this, I don't know if Apple and NVIDIA have any more room to the downside. Hence, I started taking profits on my NVIDIA and my Apple Apple trade. I still have some size left on Nvidia and Apple, but just to be safe in case market starts popping off to the upside back again without really reaching all the way to VWAP, I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing, which is taking profits. And the same mentality for Microsoft on the other side of the direction, just in case the market keeps on extending back to the downside to go test VWAP. I want to make sure that I'm not holding my size on Microsoft back to my entry, so I'm scalping some profits on the way up there. And sadly, Charles Schwab and Run have still been are still out of the money for me and are kind of painful right now for my position. You know, taking away some of my day. I've yet to realize any losses on those trades, so we'll see if I completely give back my day or I get to end profitable like I am right now. Just waiting for it. I know some of you in chat are talking about Brad needs a haircut. What's going on with the left side of the hair?
You got kind of like a Cruella DeVille type of thing going on.
Listen, man, what is this?
Like the half hair? You know how Cruella DeVille has like white hair on one side and black hair on the other side?
We're not in a barber shop, okay? We're in a trade floor. We're here to talk about stocks, but that being said, we do deviate a lot, talk about Formula One and everything. So
Don King Jr. That's another one.
Good call. Don King Jr. I don't even know who that is, man. But no, I have my haircut appointment today. I'm supposed to go get, I got to go talk to the boy Halim. What's his haircut barbershop called? Ralph's store or something? Ralph's Barbershop on Bay Street. So if anyone wants to go holla at Halim, let him know that Sean and Prad sent you. And hopefully we get a bigger discount next time.
Yeah, I'm surprised you...
A larger discount. Yeah, bro. You don't get a discount? Come on. The $35 haircut is a discount. Yeah.
Looks good, like a beret. Yeah, I could see that a little bit. I'm surprised you guys haven't made fun of my hair yet. Usually I'm the... Well, now that I said that, you guys are going to say it.
Now you started it.
Hopefully you don't short you at the barber. Yeah, no, let's stop talking about hair, guys. Back to the market. I'm still watching Rev here. We talked about that. It's kind of doing nothing. I'm going to keep tabs on that. I wanted to take a look at Amazon again because I was kind of talking about potentially going long off this 109 area. And, I want to see real buyers kind of step up. And they haven't really done that. Look, it's just kind of consolidating around this area. But clearly, 109, that seems to be a level of interest because, it's just kind of bouncing around there, a little kangaroo action between 109 and the low there made 108.78, if you will. So, about 20-cent range, 30-cent range that you can play off of here. But, I want to really wait for buyers to step up. And we talked about going long a stronger name in the market. And Amazon doesn't really seem like that, right? If we look back at Microsoft is giving a bounce. Is giving a more proper bounce, about 30 cents from where we were kind of talking about there, where Amazon isn't, right? So just kind of looking for stronger names to kind of go long off of. And let's go to Brendan at the big screen for happening now.
Hi guys, 12 o'clock. Let's get a look at how things are shaping up. Fourth day in the last 5, the NASDAQ is leading for us so far this afternoon. 2.8% right now for the NASDAQ, S&P 2.3, 1.8 for the Dow, so positive top to bottom. Great to see even here in Toronto. TSX 0.6. Higher. Crude oil coming off a little bit, still almost a full percent, was up nearly 2 at one point. Bitcoin and Ethereum still holding on to gains as well, 4% right across the board. One name from that group, the the crypto stock group that was on the watch list this morning, MSTR, less than impressive down here on volume as far as volume goes today, but still a really nice move back above 190 at one point. We did give that back, but 10% for MicroStrategy after a horrible week last week, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, Comp SRX over here. What's going on in that beautiful mine? Now you got that song stuck in my head. I'm going to be singing that John Legend song in my head. I'm actually singing the chorus, the high-pitched chorus. Okay, I'm not going to do it, but, the high-pitched chorus over there. But we're over here, man. We're giving you all of ours every single day from 8:30 to 4 o'clock. And all we're asking you to give a little bit of you to us, by hitting that like button, by hitting the subscribe button, and so on. Not too much. We're not asking too much. Someone mentioned long Oxy, which I like the idea a lot. I actually do like the long on Oxy, but more importantly, Oxy seems to be a little bit weaker than the basket stocks, which is XOM, CVX, and so on. So let's go to CVX also. CVX, Oxy, all of them were coming down together, but Oxy came the furthest to the downside and is up the least today. Off of the XOM news, I guess, overall, and that's why I'm a little hands off on Oxy, even though it's up 2% today. It's not really weak, but compared to the other stocks in the same basket, Oxy breaking VWAP, going too much to the downside, breaking the low a day from pre-market lows, and not holding up at VWAP the way that XOM is, or not holding up the way that CVX is near this 50-period EMA or even the pre-market highs. I think I like the longs more on CVX and XOM instead of Oxy. But at the end of the day, if you're just going long on the XLE ETF, which is your energy ETF, I think any stock across the board on the top three over there will be end up being profitable for you. Holy moly, Apple is now 94 cents in the money, and I have no size left on the board to take profits. But you know what? We're going to close that trade over there for $1 in the money. NVIDIA also now $2.20 in the money. We're going to close that trade also. We're by VWAP on that position, close that trade, and walk away from it. If NVIDIA and Apple do come back to the upside and give me more opportunities to short the same price level that I shorted before, we're doing that. We're taking that rinse repeat trade once again if the opportunity does come into play. Microsoft, not really out of the money. It's 10 cents in the money. Thank God I took that profit when it was 45 cents, 50 cents in the money for me. But this means that I get an opportunity to load back into my Microsoft long, Sean's Microsoft long. Not my he's nodding his head over there. Sean's Microsoft long. Load back into it around VWAP or so if we can get a little bit more push to the downside as the S&P 500 is looking for buyers at the 50-period EMA/VWAP.
Yeah, it looks like the ES is still kind of bouncing around that 50 period in the VWAP area. So this is obviously going to be a point of interest. So let's keep tabs on this. Let's see how it kind of reacts to this area. If we get another push up, another true bounce, then the longs can be back in play. But for now, I was just kind of looking at my AMD chart and like my Apple chart. Whoops, that's not on the right screen. Let me just quickly bring up that Apple chart. It looks like I should have been a little bit more patient with this one. Kind of trailing my stop a bit better, but that's okay. It seems like we kind of almost had the top ticks, or at least like the top resistance area for these shorts. So if you kind of took that short with us, congratulations. And I would just probably keep holding a piece as Prad is doing. And kind of trailing your stops and managing your position. Apple.
I'm done.
Oh yeah. You just covered that, right? But that's okay. That's okay. But if you are still holding that, keep trailing your stop and managing your position accordingly. I did want to talk about XOM real quickly, just because today it gave such a strong move, and we were looking at this $90 break in the pre-market meeting there that we usually have every day, and it seems like Brandon kind of nailed the head on this one with this pre-market break. It would have gave you like 40 cents right away, so solid scalp there, and then never really looked back. So you could have kind of scalped that out for scalped out your large core and then held a piece for a bigger move. But this is something that Branko's kind of brought up in the meeting. We got to pay more attention to the oil and energy sector when it is kind of making a bounce or making a run. Just because we missed this entire move to the upside previously, right? As oil was like just going crazy, rising to the upside and rising in prices. We kind of missed the entire move and didn't really pay attention to it. We did kind of get a few trades here above 100, which were decent, and that was like the talk of the town that day on the floor there. But ever since then, it's just been kind of pulling back, and now potentially getting another bounce. So maybe something to kind of keep on the radar moving forward. Sean said he's reloading Microsoft. I think it's probably about time I get back into or I get involved into this as well. Since you guys just keep talking about it, I'm kind of getting a little bit of FOMO now.
And
but
man, the one thing I've learned is anytime Sean puts something during our show, especially in the chat, I just blindly jump in. No questions asked. Blindly jump in. Listen, 90% win rate, even if you give me that short losing coin trade, you still give me a 90% win rate. I'm not complaining about that. And if anyone's ever complaining about getting 90% win rate trades out of his what's that thing called? Sticky Note Nation. You know how sticky it gets. Maybe that's right. He's even playing Drizzy in the background, writing those sticky notes, having fun every day. And I saw him on Father's Day, wishing both of you a very happy Father's Day. On the Father's Day, you were like in the park playing ball and everything. Yeah, that was great pictures I saw. But I saw something over here talking about pictures. Elon Musk just posted some tweet about a 7-Eleven in the store, gas price 7-Eleven. Not sure if that's going to make oil move around by any chance. So let's go check out. Is the contract still N22? Do you know?
It should be N.
It's still N?
As in Nancy.
CLQ,
okay,
thank you. CL/Q22NM should be the new contract for the oil futures. And Microsoft, he says, where is Microsoft at the moment? Oh, just coming back to our average price. More shares. There we go. Microsoft giving me more entries. But sadly, man, Charles Schwab is the biggest painful stock for me on the day today so far.
One thing I wanted to mention here, we talked about this 109 level on Amazon, how it was kind of like a key level of interest. Look how it kind of just broke down. A lot of selling momentum just came into the downside. So clearly this is not the dip play or not the bounce play that you want to go long off of. We talked about going long off of stronger names in the market, and clearly this is not one. Amazon's just been kind of super weak ever since it made that top around 111.50 there. And it's kind of slowly grinding down to the downside, now testing towards those pre-market areas around 108. Originally, I was interested in the 109, kind of shorting off of there. It made a pre-market high at 109. So, if that was going to reject in the market, I was going to go short off there. It didn't. It broke out and then showed some strength above. So that's why I was a little bit more long bias on it earlier. But now, clearly breaking down below that 109 area. It's going to be interesting if it closes below 109, just because that was that intraday resistance last week. If it closes below that area, is that resistance going to keep holding and keep being a thing going into the rest of this week? Definitely going to be something to kind of keep watch on. As I'm still watching, Revlon on the side, that's not really doing anything. Still being patient with that one. CCL, I want to bring back up again, just because I took those losses earlier in the morning. My only losing name today. I'm having a pretty decent day, so that's good. Getting back to these lows, I don't know if I want to go long in front of this low here, just because it was so weak in the morning. It was so weak in the morning and kind of showing a lot of selling momentum to the downside. It didn't really break those highs from earlier. I talked about how I wanted it to test $10 on the intraday there, as that was kind of a level last week, and it never really got there. So I think I'm done with CCL. I'm probably just not gonna bring that up anymore. NIO, let's take a quick look back at that to see what that's kind of done after that 23 breakout. Look at this, now it's consolidating right below 23, right? So this could be a sign of strength. We could be consolidating, gearing up for another leg up. I know it's already up 10% on the day, but it just seems like this one, when it starts to kind of grind up and just kind of keep running up, it just keeps going, right? It doesn't really offer too many entry opportunities to the downside. It is kind of doing that now with a consolidation around above 22.80. But in front of that 23, I'm not really trying to go long in front of there, unless huge size pops up on the bid or something like that. Then it could be an idea. But with 23 kind of hovering right there, there's not that good of an R&R for that trade. So I'm just going to be patient with this one, see if I can get involved. I talked about earlier how I kind of fought my demons a little bit on NIO, so I don't want to give that away. I want to keep it a positive name for me for the day.
Someone said Meta is going to zero, ads failed. I mean, sure, but you know, something that you mentioned made me remember something else, which is actually, I don't know if you noticed this, Ian, but on YouTube, they changed the algorithm how the ads work. So if you hit skip ad now, it takes you right away into a second ad where you have to skip again, whereas before, it used to be, you know, one ad where you can't skip at all, maybe, or one ad where you can skip, and then if you hit skip on that ad, you immediately go to your video that you're watching. So Google clearly changing its algorithm over there on their ad revenue and their AdSense. Very bullish for me, very, very bullish for me. But I actually know the project manager who's in charge for that ad revenue. So I'm going to message him and start yelling at him for taking off more of my time. You know, every morning I'm trying to shower and I'm spending 30 minutes in the shower. No, maybe not 30, but at least 5 minutes in the shower just clicking skip buttons, guys. So that's not working out for me. Maybe time to buy some YouTube Premium, which is in return more money for YouTube and Google in general. So I'm very bullish about that change over there. Also bullish about what's going on in Palantir today. Look at the Palantir percentage. Let's go to my chart quick before it changes. Oh, it changed. It was the lucky number 7. Oh, there we go. We're back. 777%. Might be the lucky day for Palantir here today, as it's hanging out by the VWAP areas and not trying to go too much further to the downside. Let's see if Palantir can whip right back to the upside today near $9.05. Sadly, looks like there is a little bit of a barrier around 905. 905, you know, we're Toronto, 905, ha ha ha. But, you know, over here, as you guys can see, near the $9 area last couple of weeks ago, there has been a pretty strong barrier coming in for the stock over there. And Microsoft pushed a little bit further to the downside below 230. You know, I did not fear, because my partner in crime pretty sure did not fear either. Just loaded up on that trade, and I loaded up on my trade over here too. Now 12 cents in the money as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ both tickle VWAP and start pushing back to the upside over here on this one. Microsoft helping me up on my position as Charles Schwab tries to burn me on my position. So let's see if which one will be victorious first, and maybe the other one can be just dumped off, as I've been struggling with it a little bit.
Rev just broke out that $5 level there. I quickly took that. I got filled 501, so great fill. And then I scalped out. Okay, I didn't really get that good of a... Oh no, I got 508, so a decent like 7 cents on that trade. You know, I did take a little bit smaller size because I saw that there wasn't that much buying into the level. Like it did kind of rush to the level, like right at 5, but then it just kind of like stalled out there, and there wasn't too much size in that. So you know, I immediately kind of sized down on that. I wasn't gonna get like too frisky with it, but took it out, scalped it out for like 7 cents. So good trade there. You know, that's how you kind of take an even dollar breakout. There wasn't much size. It was like a few hundred lots, and you know, on a $5 stock, that's not much, right? And you see it's kind of getting reloaded there on 5. That's kind of interesting. So people kind of offering out in front of that, but it's not SSR today. So yeah, I think what was it, SSR on Friday?
What?
Revlon?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it was SSR on Friday, so that's probably why I got like one of those huge bounces. Or maybe it was like continued.
It should say, yeah, maybe it was on continued on Friday.
Maybe it was on continued. I'm not too sure, but yeah, no, $5 was a decent breakout there. Someone said long Apple now.
Did you get Microsoft long?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Buddy, 40 cents in the money on Microsoft.
It seems like that's working now. 40 cents in the money. So you know, yeah, Sean's gonna do another. He's milking that emote there. But yeah, that's kind of cool. But yeah, that long off 253 was nice. I was more so focusing on this Revlon trade, but yeah, no, that seems to be working as well. It seems like Apple bounced off VWAP as well. I don't necessarily like to take trades off VWAP just because you know, a lot of algos like to do their thing around VWAP and run people's stops and whatnot, because they know that a lot of people put their stop like right below VWAP. So it's not always like good to kind of risk off that. But it seems like it gave a decent bounce as well. But gonna have to be more patient with it. See, you know, maybe if it makes like a higher low or something like that, then we can kind of risk off that. Or if it just kind of rips to 137, we're gonna get short again. But yeah, definitely some things come into fruition here in the market. The day's not over yet, so we are kind of bleeding into the lunchtime period here. But definitely some moves to be had.
Yeah, so someone in the chat mentioned, Brad, Coinbase is a short squeeze today, question mark, or looks like a short squeeze. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question. You know, no one's going to probably know the answer to that question. You can create theories, and nothing wrong with creating those theories. You know, those theories will help you create a trade idea along with it and so on. Take this in. I told my brother, so yesterday, you know, I had to buy some stuff for the wedding and stuff. He was like, what do you want to get paid in Bitcoin? I was like, no, I'll take Shiba. I guess I should have taken it because Shiba's up 27% today. I should have taken my payment from my brother in Shiba and been up instantly 27% on whatever that
you have
is.
to buy so much though. What was it going to be, like a few dollars?
I know.
You're making like a few cents.
I can't even liquidate
yeah, you can't even liquidate
I'm stuck with the Shiba coin and I'm right back to zero on that. But no, all fun and games. So it could be a short squeeze. You know, Bitcoin did drop below 20K to, sorry, that's not Bitcoin, did drop below 20K to 17.5, and right now we're right back above 20. It could be a short squeeze. It could be people coming in and saying, oh, Bitcoin's back above 20. I'm going to go long Coinbase. Coinbase is a pretty good company. They're not in fear of bankruptcy or anything, even if Bitcoin kind of keeps on pushing to the downside a little bit more. So all of those factors combined, I think Coinbase could be a short squeeze, could not. We don't know. The way I like to deal with it is just, you know, forget the terms and just look for the trading strategy that can be applied to the stock. Looks like there were a couple strategies that could have been applied. Even dollar breaks, pre-market high break, even dollar break back through to the downside on the backside of 60 over here. Time the stock pullback, you could have added to a long, and you can add a long right now near VWAP over here. Even though Ian did mention, you know, I don't like to trade near VWAP either. I don't like to build my entries near VWAP, but that's something you want to go for. You could go for with risking only the low of 58 to the downside. Right now it's $1 above from it, so Coinbase trying to get back towards 60. Let's see if Coinbase can do so successfully. I am no longer in any shorts, but Microsoft long 20 cents in the money. Charles Schwab, which was almost $1 out of the money, now only 20 cents out of the money. And Run.NQ could be my second losing stock of the day, but thankfully I'm still up on the day, and these two stocks which were painful are trying to, you know, not be as painful for me. So maybe I could take some losses on these trades and not get too hurt on this one, as Microsoft's heading back to the north side with the help of NASDAQ and S&P 500. 25-30 cents in the money on Microsoft, and you know we'll be taking advantage of Apple and Nvidia at the high day if they do come back into that same territories for me to take shorts on.
Yeah, it's been something we've been kind of talking about here on the show since we got on, kind of respecting these resistance areas. So on Apple, this 137 acted as resistance. The high of day is 137.06. So as soon as it kind of broke below that and sellers were stepping up below, I saw this and kind of took advantage of it and got short below that, just risking off the high of day. But adding confluence to it, with it being like a whole dollar value at 137, I think I mentioned last week how you know, I would get short in front of levels or in front of high of day, but it would just be like an arbitrary number, like 83 cents or something like that. Not really like a key level. And I kept getting run over last week, right, on my shorts. More so like trying to anticipate versus participate. So this trade here, I feel like I trade this a lot better, waiting for the sellers to actually come in and kind of show their hand, and then kind of taking the short with them and riding it down towards the downside there. I noticed Sean said in the chat he's long Apple, so I want to kind of keep this on watch here, see if you know, it does put in a higher low, and we can go long off these levels. It seems like the market is trying to give a bounce here around this 37.60 area. I think that acted as intraday resistance last week, but I'm not too sure. I have to kind of look back at my charts again to confirm that, but it looks like Apple is trying to give a bounce here. I want to check back on Microsoft to see how that's doing. It seems like it's like kind of range trading here between 253 and like the 253.40 area. So, quick scalps here, trading the range and then potentially holding a smaller piece for a larger move if it does make up to a run to the higher day there or towards this like 254.50 area. The higher day on Microsoft 254.75. So we're still a ways away from that. But if you are risking off this 253 area, we talked about taking good R&R trades. The R&R in this trade seems to be really, really good. Coinbase gets paid. Yeah, let's keep calling out more tickers, guys. Let's see what you guys want to talk about and see what you guys are trading, and maybe toss out some ideas for us as well. Someone said, "Really, Meta? Come on!" I've been kind of talking about Meta and how weak it's been the whole day, but today, right now it is kind of giving a bounce, maybe making a bottom around this 160-150 area. I mentioned before I was looking at this 160 area more so. I feel like the 160 area, it did break out last week if I remember correctly. It did break out. It gave about like 40 cents on the play, so it was a decent breakout, but then it quickly got reclaimed and there was a lot of buying above it, right? So it seems to me more so that this 160 level is more so as like a key level of interest versus like a 161 or something like that. It's got to bounce eventually, guys. Like, it's not just going to fade all day and just slowly, all red candles throughout the entire day. It's got to bounce eventually, but that could be this. That could be like maybe like a dead cat bounce and, keep fading the move. But again, I'm going to keep waiting for this 160 play. And one last thing before I want to toss it back to Prad here, I want to talk about this Revlon $5 breakout. You see how I took that breakout, quickly scalped it out, right? And now it's like falling back below. That's what tends to happen a lot on these these lower price stocks. When they break out huge, a lot of offering out above the price and then quickly falls back down, right? And there's not enough buying to sustain the level. And that's exactly what happened here. So good trade there, but this is exactly why you got to be disciplined and know what kind of trade you're taking. If you're taking a breakout, an even dollar breakout like this, it's got to be a scalp. You're not holding it through your price or holding it against you, anything like that, especially if you are taking more size. That's an easy way to get smoked and lose your day, right? So, know what kind of trade you're taking and trade it accordingly.
Yeah, I'm going to take the loss on run.ny. Oh, what's this button right there? For some reason, that one was up there. Yeah, I'm going to take a loss on run.nq, sorry, not ny. This stock clearly taking out the low a day over here. I don't want to be holding this stock anymore. Tiny little loss on it. Had a bunch of size on there. Thankfully, I had some profits that when the loss comes in, it cushions the loss over there, so not too worried about it. Microsoft coming back down to giving more shares, so we're just gonna keep on rinsing and repeating until this trade doesn't work, as the market doesn't really seem like it wants to go back to the downside. And Charles Schwab, man, heading back to the upside for me. So as soon as it does hit VWAP or anywhere close to profit territories, I'm gonna try and take out that trade off my board too. My only two negative stocks today are XPEV and so far realized RUN, but thankfully it's not gonna hurt me on my day at all, and tons of opportunities still here left in the market today for us to take advantage of. Apparently Zoom being mentioned on CNBC, so it looks like they're on an ad break at the moment, and that's why we're the best show on earth, because no ad breaks, non-stop action, but we do need ad breaks. I think we need to get some sponsored ad breaks, be like ad session sponsored by I don't know, I'm just trying to think of a name, but no, you're not giving me any money, so I'm not dropping you any name right now. No free clout. Is that what the kids say these days, Ian? No free clout. No free clout. No free clout coming in. Trader TV Live better get a paycheck for that clout over there, especially Trader Brad. So Zoom being called out on CNBC, apparently giving it that big volume candle that always comes in every time a stock gets mentioned on CNBC. We're looking at this position up 4% today, but seems like it wants to go to the downside with that volume candle being in red direction. So not sure what they did say on about Zoom on that channel, but clearly looks like it could have been to the negative direction, whatever they did mention. Brad, I would give you my Twitch Prime. Well, you can. You can go to Trader TV. So you can go to Trader Brad on Twitch and give me your Twitch Prime and be my 3rd subscriber. I will be live most likely today when I get home, playing some Tarkov, just because it's got the pre-wipe events going on. Tarkov's got pre-wipe events going on, and then Valorant's coming out with the new season tomorrow, I believe, or tonight. So that's gonna be fun for me too. Lots of gaming for me coming up. So might just have to take my vacation days now.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully the Tarkov wipe happens soon. They don't really announce it, right? It just like kind of happens.
The developer, you know Nikita?
Yeah.
The developer tweeted today, wipe soon.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
the developer tweeted today, wipe soon.
Okay, then. So
maybe
yeah.
he's talking about him wiping his butt or something. I don't know, but he did say wipe soon. So
a couple things I want to address quickly here before we rotate Luca on. Someone said, what does R&R mean? So that's risk and reward, guys. So simply put, if you're risking 20 cents on a trade, and then your profit target is, let's say, 40 cents, that's a 2-to-1 reward risk trade or 1-to-2 risk reward trade. So that's R&R. Usually, me personally, I like to at least go for 2-to-1 at the very least. Usually, if you're only going for 1-to-1s, you have to be winning a lot. Your winning percentage,
go for 2-to-1.
yeah, your win percentage has to be so high. And realistically, great traders only win like 60% of their trades. So you got to go for higher risk reward trades. Go for those big moves. So that's why I was talking about being patient and waiting for our prices to come into play, as opposed to like kind of chasing. If you chase, you have to end up risking more, taking less size, and you have to structure the trade a lot differently, and it doesn't quite work out as well. One other thing I want to address, so as someone said, is the Fed talking today. I believe Jay Powell is doing a speech tomorrow morning. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's talking tomorrow. We already have like all the news and stuff from last week, and we talked about the FOMC last week and how that made a big move for the market there. We took a couple of trades off that, but it's obviously going to be in the limelight moving forward for sure, as inflation kind of keeps doesn't look like it's slowing down. Yeah, one thing I want to say before we get off, let's quickly talk about the race.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to watch it? I watched it after the fact. I didn't watch it live.
We got Brando on the big screen for us to talk about the race too. So let's talk about the race real quick. So I actually saw it, and I'm very happy that Hamilton came in 3rd spot.
Yeah.
I have a conspiracy theory. Yas and Horner messed with Checo's car.
It's tin hats on. It's kind of interesting.
They messed with Checo's car just so Max could win.
I thought there was a chance when his car failed. I was like, oh, maybe there's a chance when Max's car failed.
My eyes lit up.
But no.
No.
Happy that Lewis got the podium, though.
Lewis got the podium, and Mr. Consistency was what, 4th or 5th?
He got 4th.
4th?
Right behind him, yeah. So.
It was Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes.
Yeah, Brendan, what were your thoughts?
It was qualifying, guys. George lost on slick tires in qualifying. No, it was a great race. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I'll put it that way. Very entertaining. Obviously, Max won, so who cares about that? But very entertaining for Montreal. Montreal is typically a bit of a boring race, but yeah, no, I liked it.
Awesome, yeah, tons of fun. And
It's
when's the
fun
next race?
The next race.
2 weeks?
Yeah, it's in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
But yeah, it was fun to see Montreal back. They haven't raced there in a couple years. So it's fun to see that track.
And
it's
apparently
a classic track,
Honda's coming back next year.
Honda's coming
back next year to Formula One, apparently. So that's something, yeah. Sorry?
Engines only.
Engine. So that's something that to look out for. Maybe back with the Red Bull, or maybe with a different team. We don't know yet. But tons of fun over there. And looks like we're going to send it to Brando again at the big screen to find out what's happening now. Oh, what?
Positive numbers, guys, which is good to see right across the entire board here. 2.5% there for the S&P, 1.7 for the Dow, 2.8 for the NASDAQ, as we said, still leading the way. Nice bounce there for Bitcoin in the last half an hour or so. Great green board here to show you the entire thing in positive territory. Energy leading among the leaders anyways. Every single one of them. Guys, we're talking about XOM there. 6% still. Great day for XOM. Industrial stocks also catching a bounce today. Some of the airlines back in positive territory. There's Deere as well, having a nice day, up 2.6 on the day. Financials are higher, healthcare stocks as well. If you joined us this morning in the morning show, healthcare was actually over here and then has shifted over. So we're seeing more strength coming in the pharmaceutical names. There was a positive note on a pneumonia vaccine for Merck. So MRK up almost 4% on the day. Here's the chip stocks, all of them in positive territory. Nice day for hardware equipment makers and software as well. The entire group in positive territory, 2.3 right now for the S&P. Let's go back to Luca now in Trader Pratt.
Let's go, baby. We got Luca next to me. This guy seems to be in a great mood. He's singing "Fly Me to the Moon."
Oh yeah, fly our portfolios to the moon, baby.
Hey.
Even though it's a bear market, doesn't mean bear market rallies can't push highs.
Yeah, Luca's in a great mood. I love having Luca in a good mood as always. You know, Luca's logging in. We'll give him a second to log in over there, get his account set up and everything. Real quick, let's. So this is the tweet that I was talking about from Nikita. Ready for the wipe? He goes. We got the Tetris. We got the military blue jacket. We got the. I guess it's the Alton. I don't know if that's an Alton helmet or not. But yeah, ready for the wipe? Question mark. So clearly, tons of fun coming in for that side. Heading back to the stock market, it looks like run.NQ. I stopped myself out at the worst spot because that happened to be the low of the day, and now the stock might just start moving back to the upside the way that Charles Schwab is moving back to the upside for me now. I was flat on that position, and I did mention that I'll take my exit on flat, but my greed kind of kicked in, my eyes lit up, and I said, nope, I'm not taking the flat exit. I'm going to try and work this trade out for me a little bit. So maybe a wrong call on trying to do that, but SCHW on New York did push back up almost to VWAP, not true to VWAP just yet for me. So I have some exits layered out all the way to the north side. Only 8 pennies out of the money on Charles Schwab right now. Microsoft, baby, let's go. That thing's a beauty. Thank you, Sean, for calling that trade out. Every time it goes to 253, I almost said 203, sorry. Every time it goes to 253, I take some size long. Every time it pops up, I keep on scalping out, you know, because I'm not risking it too much to the downside. My average price is 253.06, instantly 17 cents in the money. Any pop that comes in, I still have about 80% of my size left on Microsoft, just because I keep adding at the same price and I keep getting out around the 20 cent, 30 cent profit mark. And when that marker keeps coming into profit, you know, just keep taking that rinse repeat trades called out by Sean. We are now long Apple, says Sean. So let's go check out what Apple is doing on my wrong screen, sorry. So here's Apple bouncing off pretty much near my last exit off my short. So yeah, beautiful long over there near VWAP coming in, 135.50s or so. Apple near 136 right now, trying to get back towards the high of day. I'm guessing AMD's trying to do something similar. Here's AMD under VWAP. Wow, my exit on AMD was so poor compared to my exits on Apple and even on NVIDIA. Let's go check out if NVIDIA exit was good. Yeah, that was a pretty good exit on NVIDIA. And Amazon, I think, was my worst exit for my short today because look at this one, all the way to 108. I had the short 111.48. And we're at 108.50s on Amazon. So pretty poorly executed. I got happy with my dollar per share trade, you know, because my risk to reward was 8 to 1 or something like that. So I captured that trade. I walked away from it. But if I'm thinking about risk to reward potentials, you know, I really need to size up big time. I can't be taking the size that I have been taking for God knows how long now. And that's just me talking to myself out loud. So maybe tomorrow something to think about for me. We got a super chat coming in from John talking about Red Bull is the best all time. Shame on you, Brando, I guess. But thank you for the super chat, my friend. You know, everyone has their teams that they like. Maybe someone doesn't like Red Bull. Maybe someone likes Red Bull. It's no fault in anyone. You know, it's just everyone has their opinions and they're entitled to them. And I would like to see what my boy Luca has been doing today on the stock market. What kind of damage have you been putting on today?
Yeah, today's been it's been a really good day. Actually, it's interesting. I came in today and I said to myself, like, there's gonna be nothing special. Like, I really like the long going into today, but you know, market obviously gapped up 2%. So I said to myself, okay, like, what kind of edge? How much more are we really gonna push? boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. Like, we did push, and I'll share some of my trades with you guys. So had the Neo long play here, and I was late to the party. You know, Neo, that 21 level, we obviously gapped up. And, you know, 21, it did not break 21 on Friday. And now here we are gapping up close to 22. So, you know, missed the 22 break. That was unfortunate, is what it is. But then got long a little bit here for a little bit of a scalp. And then that 23 area, we actually had size there. That was interesting. But I definitely butchered this trade. But it's no big deal. That's kind of in the middle of my board today. And then we have U.S. Steel around the 20 level. I think, like, for me, this was pretty textbook. This was on my back burner, and I said to myself, you know what, I like the 20 level. And if you pull up the monthly on something like this, you'll see that like 20 just kind of shows like very, very strong long-term support. And I think Neil like called this out maybe last week, Friday or Thursday, and I didn't even have it on my board. I wasn't even looking at it. And then I thought about it, okay, like what am I looking at today? You know, like let me have some like backup things for like a little bit less size to not even worry about. And I just had bids out in front of 20. And yeah, we had the bounce, and then I took it out in front of VWAP because I really didn't know where we were going to go, and I didn't think like we'd get that push through VWAP. So that was pretty solid. That was, I think, a 25 cent win. Like that was clean. I mean, the bottom here, like it didn't break 20, so that was pretty solid. Nice risk to return on that one. Then we go on to AMD over here, and AMD was. You know, I tried, and what did I do here? Yeah, so AMD, we're flying, and we broke the high. And I thought, I'm like, okay, like we're pushing 85. It looks strong. Market looks strong at this point. And I chased the high here, and it didn't show what I wanted to see. Like I took the long, and then it just stopped as soon as I took the long. So I got out, and this was a break even. Like I made some money, but this was essentially a break even. I was like, let me just wait for a pullback. And this was like, I told myself, I'm gonna give myself like a time stop on this. Like I'm gonna get in, but if it doesn't go in like 4 seconds, which is interesting, but it was at a level that I thought to myself, like this should go if it's gonna have like that next leg up to like the 80, 90 area, like 80 cent, 90 cent area. Didn't, so I got out. That cost me nothing. Reloaded down over here to closer towards trend where it could have bounced. And then boom, took it out at where I thought like resistance. And then we just kind of like went sideways from there and then fell off. So I actually pride myself on this one. Like late to the party again, didn't trade this, right? I was focusing on Amazon and Tesla all morning, but I had a nice scalp play on that and just collect a little base hit there. And guys, Tesla today, absolutely insane, absolutely insane. You know, it's not every day that Tesla shows you what it wants to do, but I think today was definitely one of those days. Like, look at this. Like, we opened, and I told myself, like, on the weekend, I had my levels, and I told myself, I said, if Tesla goes above 680, it's going to 700, especially because 620 did not get tested, and we have the gap up. So I'm saying to myself, okay, I'm looking at high beta names. You know, I want to be long, but I don't want to chase. But like, you know, like it's unfortunate that we're already up 2%. That's basically what I was telling myself pre-market. And I said, okay, but you know what? There's still some solid levels to look at. So go figure. Tesla wasn't focused on this in the morning. My prime focus was Amazon. I'll share that next. But Tesla holding trend all morning. So as we got closer to the 700 level, I said to myself, okay, you know what? 700 is going to break. It's probably going to be awesome. Let me do this the way I do this 100 times in the past. And there it is. That's such a clean trade. Take the long the first time and risk absolutely nothing. I get stopped out. And I say to myself, look, if we break 700 and flush down like 5 points, I don't want that. So I'll just risk what I risk, which is basically nothing. Comes down, I take the long again, and there you have it. Just scale all the way up. And I want to say this long here is actually a mistake. This is me. I'm trying to scale out as fast as possible. I start buying some more, but yeah. So that was solid. You know, long 2 times. Second time's a charm. Scale all the way out, and then kind of we top out around that 705 area. Go sideways a little bit. Then we come back up, and I say to myself, okay, 710 broke. If we break through 710, I'm going short for a potential back into the range and like VWAP test. Took the short, instantly was wrong, flipped to long, because if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong, right? The name is up 11% today. So I don't even know why I wanted to short, but I short very small size for like that nice extended potential move. Didn't show it, held trend, so I flipped, right? I risked like 50 cents on that, very small size, flipped to even bigger size, and then boom, scalp it out. It's unfortunate that I didn't have one more kind of, you know what it is? I took this out and literally I'm like, okay, I'm done. I look over at Spencer. I'm like, yo, Spencer, I'm done. Like, this is a solid trade. I probably have the top. You know, it's probably like 720 maybe. And go figure, like, who knows? This thing maybe test 730 today, right? But again, like maybe extended, like up 11%. And then final trade I'll share with you guys. This was my main focus today. I took the most fills on this one, Amazon. So, you know, some context on this, and I'll pull up, let me pull up the 10-minute for you guys. If you zoom out on this, right? You zoom out on Amazon, and this is the Amazon chart, right? You got 10-minute Amazon chart. It's literally showing you the bottom, and we spoke about this. It's showing you the bottom of 101, 102 area. It's not testing 100. It's rallying up, and it's showing that like that 108, 109 area is like sort of resistance, right? So we come up, we gap down, we go back up, we test. Now, obviously today, you know, market up 2%, we're gapping up, and I say to myself, you know what? There's a good chance that if this breaks 109, we're gonna magnet to 110. These are kind of like the things that I was telling myself. I was like, if we break 109, we're going to 110, right? And so here I am. I take the 109. I take the long, right? We're basically going. We break. You know, we're outside of pre-market high, looking very, very strong. Market's holding. I said to myself, Amazon looks really strong, and there was a lot of iceberg bids following it up. I found it in the tape, and I said to myself, you know what? Let me get long. And it's really actually unfortunate that I didn't have max size on this because, you know, I said to myself, look, it's going to be a slow day. I have low expectations, you know, like market already gapped. Like I'm saying all these things, right? And then Amazon running. So I actually didn't have max size like the way that I normally would on this. But, you know, is what it is. Still my best name of the day, like trade of the day, like definitely like makes my day. Like take the long, and essentially what I'm doing here is like I'm taking the long, I'm taking the 109 long, like around 109 for the breakout, and I'm like scaling out, then I'm adding it back, then I'm adding even more, then I'm like scaling it out. And so like obviously like this, you know, as we like push higher, like I'm obviously cognizant of like we could have a pullback, right? And my trading style is not to like buy the dips and then hold for the move up. Like I'm not trying to buy over here like in front of VWAP and hold for the move up. I'm definitely using the volume and the liquidity that's happening in the morning to take like a little bit of a bigger size and like to like, you know, structure it accordingly so that my risk is in check. And so that's why you see so many arrows here scaling out, is because like as it breaks the 110 area, I'm like, okay, people are probably taking their profits at 110. I took an extra long at 110, and let me just scale the rest out because it's probably the top, because we already came from like 108. Like that's like a dollar, like $2.50 move. Like this was solid, right? And again, guys, like look at the move, right? And let's stop this at 945. Like look at this, right? 110.20, right? And the open, the bottom here, like around 108. You can capture. This is 50%, so I did extremely well. But you can capture 20% of this move, right? Like you miss the first move, boom, it has another leg up. 20% of the move, you make your day, you make your week, you make your month. Like it's possible for sure. And then the rest of the way up, like this is sort of like chopping around. I was trying to make a decision. I thought, okay, people are taking their profits at 110. Like I want to see this like really have a leg up and break the highs before I consider getting long. So boom, breaks the highs. Then I say to myself, okay, scalp it out, right? Long, 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 out, out, out. And then I try it. This was actually funny. I look at Ian. I'm like, Ian, I'm going to punch the top of the day. I'm going to punch the top of the day with the smallest size possible because I must get long for a move to 112. And go figure, as soon as I punch, boom, flushes down. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. Smallest size, I had to do it. And this is something else to be said, right, guys? If you're somebody who like overtrades, or you feel the need that you have to be a part of the action that's taking place, you just size properly, right? Like on the really big trades in the morning, when you say to yourself, okay, this is the move, like, you know, take your 10 out of 10 size, or take your 8 out of 10 size. And then when it's like later in the day and it's like 10.25, like obviously like it's not like what kind of move is coming here? Maybe a 50 cent, maybe a 30 cent move. So like a 30 cent move right here, when it already moved so high, the range is probably put in for the day, you know, up 3% at this point, up 3.1%. Like, you know, like just take small size, because then when you lose, you know, I took the L here, and this did not upset me at all. I just said, okay, whatever, the L is the L. You know, I definitely punched the top. Ian starts laughing at me, is what it is, and that's it. And, you know, like had a solid morning, definitely solid morning, and we'll see what other trades we can have for you guys here as well. And, you know, I want to comment quickly on, like, somebody in the chat was telling you, oh, Prad, like, you know, like, blah, 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 your hair, or, like, looks like something about that. I found that kind of funny, because I was like, oh, guys. And, like, Ian was like, oh, I find nobody's making fun of my hair. And I'm like, yo, guys, wait until I come on, because obviously, you know, like, I'm getting a haircut soon. But it's kind of a little bit sloppy right now, just a little bit. But, yeah, it is what it is.
They're just trolling people. But, you know, people are talking about metaverse. Yeah, metaverse, meta platforms getting collapsed today, man. Did I hear my name? Mike. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I heard about, you know, I'm hearing a lot, I'm reading a lot about meta platforms, and meta platforms absolutely, you know, downside big time today. Even though the market's up 3% for NASDAQ, almost 3% for S&P 500, meta platforms has been struggling. Looks like we have maybe created a low near 160.66. I think that low is going to stand. So along near... along near these areas, giving it the lower day risk does sound like something, you know, Trader Pratt would do, but I'm not going to go long on a stock that's extremely weak today and does not really care about the market's move overall. You know, Facebook sometimes follows along with the market, but today it said, nope, not following the market at all. Microsoft long, man, has been as absolute rinse and repeat trade near that 253. Been taking longs every time we go there, been exiting for 30, 40, 50 cents on the profit every time. Just waiting to see if we can get a pop towards the high day in case the S&P 500 pops towards the high day also. Right now, S&P 500 just hanging out near mid-range of the high day, and VWAP right now near mid-range. Not really doing anything. A little bit of a low in the volume and 2 in the market. You know, we're about to come to the end of lunch hour over here. 1 o'clock coming in soon in about 13 minutes or so. So if lunch can bring, if lunch ending can bring in some volume across the board, I think we'll see some of these positions pop up along with the market and more into the green side for us, such as this Microsoft longs. I know AMD popped a little bit from the 100-period EMA. Even Amazon popping from that 108s to 109s at the moment. I'm still waiting to see what happens on Apple, on Nvidia. If Apple and Nvidia can give me a short entry fill near the high days, which I have taken a trade already. Both of them hanging around by VWAP right now. Just waiting to see what the market wants to do overall. Still 32 cents in the money on my Microsoft long though, so no complaints at all on that one. Look at the volume candles on Meta, suggest that we might be near the bottom of the day. Yeah, big volume candles on Meta for sure towards the lower day. And actually a red candle on the 5 minutes. And that candle brought us down to 160.66. I was actually waiting for this 160 level to come into play. Below 160, you know, being 66 cents above 160 doesn't really excite me too much. But part of my mind is telling me that this 160.66 is kind of almost playing games by the market movers, you know, 166 kind of 666 idea, just putting on a tin hat for creating a theory, but this is never a theory to be traded upon. You know, I'm not going to trade just off of that thesis. I'm going to still be patient, watching what happens overall, and then I'll try to execute maybe later on in case Meta shows me some buying coming in near these lows, which could very well be the story for the rest of the day. 160.66 being the bottom and a nice little bounce coming in.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Amazon, and like something I left out here, like I was trying to play like a little bit of VWAP bounce, like scalp play. I was building along here, and I was like scalping some out, but I was holding some for the core move up. I really did think that we were gonna like kind of hover above VWAP and then go, and I sort of for a moment forgot that we are in a bear market. And then I was playing that around 109 as well, and just kind of taking a lot of fills. But guys, I want to point out that 109.20 area. Touched that like 2-3 times at this point and could not break above. And there was actually quite a bit of selling. And at this point, the market seemed to be holding. And then as soon as the market turned, I want to believe that Amazon did lead that down move. Like they were very aggressive to the downside. So now we're obviously back up here. We're around the 109.20 area. And there's quite a bit of like aggressive selling on the tape. It's like, you know, even though we're strong, like as we get here, like I'm constantly reminding myself, like bear market, right? So like the bear market rallies are going to be short-lived. They're going to be sharp the way that they were. There may not be like a lot of size on the book, or it may be there for like a split moment, but not as much liquidity as you normally see, right? In like the bull market, think back like last 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But, you know, I want to tell myself right now, like if we can get above that 109.20 area, maybe the long is good to VWAP, right? If the market wants to push high a day, but at this point, like it feels like there's like a lot of selling, and like, you know, like it's like below 109, there's not really aggressive selling. It's kind of like stabling itself off. But every time we get above 109, we're getting a lot of selling here. So like, you know, like a few questions that I ask myself is one, if the selling finishes, are we going to blast through that 109.20 area? And 2, is the selling just going to continue? Is this like big selling that like the higher we get, the more they sell? And then if that's the case, like the 109.20 area will just be slammed down even more. And so like, you know, like it did on the 5 minutes, seems to have broken trend. But I'm definitely keeping my eye here like on that 109.20 area for Amazon.
I'm actually building into a long on Meta over here. You know, now that we're heading back towards that lower day, building into as close to as my stop would be way better risk to reward potential. You know, giving it 10, 20 cents of risk to the downside for a possible multiple dollars move to the upside. Already in the money right away. Going to add another entry over here. And if we go back below, I'll take another entry. And those will be my 3 entries on Meta platforms, and we'll see if it end up working for us or not. And for now, man, looks like it wants to. Most likely, I'll throw another order out there just to be safe. And if it comes into play, then we can work with that trade for myself. DraftKings being talked about by Tyrone. So let's go check out what DraftKings is doing. Let me also quickly go over to this screen and put Meta platforms on that screen just so in case I need to manage it. Awesome. So DraftKings today, I know has been moving up has been green all day, 8% to the north side, getting ready to go retest the higher day as the market does not really want to stop on its ascent towards the higher day. So DraftKings going towards higher day over here. I'm sure we're all on watch, and I know Tyrone's watching this. Give me that cheddar, yeah, baby, cheddar cheese, that mozzarella, the parmigiano, you know, everything. We're getting all the cheese and we're stacking it. We're stacking it like the chips, man, like Pringles, Frito-Lays, Doritos, you name it, Cool Ranch. We're about to go into this conversation again from Friday, but you know, all fun, man. You're watching DraftKings push up. Another stock that usually follows along with DraftKings is Penn National. Not doing anything that DraftKings is doing today, but still up 2% on the day for PENN. Getting ready for my DKNG short tomorrow. That's right, baby. Got to be able to take advantage of every direction that the market moves around in. And that's the conversation that I had with my brother yesterday, right? Me and my brother were driving towards that, towards the event that we were having. And there he was like, you know, in a bear market, when the market's bleeding every day, how do you expect to make money? I was like, yo, listen. Bear market means more money for me because I'm a short trader. It's very hard for me to go long. I look for opportunities to short every single day. Now, that really doesn't stop me, and that's the beauty of being a day trader, you know. Obviously, he was talking about liquidity a little bit, talking about the volume decreasing, but there's opportunities every single day, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's money to be made every single day. For anyone that's in that mind state, like, you know, low liquidity, indeed, no problem. That is a fact. But there's always opportunities that there is offered from the market. You have to just go hunt for it. You can't be complaining that the market doesn't have any liquidity because you're trading stocks such as, you know, maybe that have no catalyst or no volume for that on that day. Go look for some stocks that have volume. MULN today had crazy amounts of volume, 71 million shares, almost back to $2 on this position. I know he was actually looking at MULN when it was stuck at $1.50 and it popped up from $1.50 to $1.60. So he called it out. That's why I know he was looking at it. So, you know, you guys got to look for the right opportunities, the right stocks where the volume is, where the trades are possible in. If you're just diddling in the middle on a stock that you traded yesterday, that was because that was profitable for you yesterday, that doesn't mean that's the right way to go about it.
Yeah, guys, MULN, this one, like I said to myself on Friday, I'm like, you know, it had the volume, and let me pull it up on this 10-minute here for you guys as well. Had the volume spike, which brought it through like 120, and this was like around, where was it? Right here. So it was on the 16th. We had that volume push, right? I said to myself, this is probably going to test 150, if not 2. I've never traded the name. It seems super liquid, so it's like a slower move, like it's a slower moving stock than what I want to see, right? But guys, I was eyeing that 150 level, and don't mind this wick. This is just a dark pool candle, so like it did not break 150. So it's kind of testing 150, and I had my order to take this long. I put it in, and then I pulled it. Then I put it in, then I pulled it again. I put it in, and then I pulled it again. I was like, I convinced myself So first it was like max size. I'm taking this.
Just the tip with the stock
Yeah,
over there. What are
max
you doing,
size. I'm
man?
taking this. Then I'm like, no. I'm gonna take this with a little bit less size. Then I'm like, okay, like a little bit less size. Then I convinced myself not even to take it because look before the break, look at the volume. Like, this is what I saw. And there was like no volume, and there was like a lot on 150. It kind of seemed like I'm like, where is this volume gonna come from? That's basically what I told myself. So I said, not taking the trade, and bang. There you go, 12-cent winner instantly. So I'm so sad about that one. That's the one that got away. It's the soup that got away today.
Your pull-out game too strong, bro.
Yeah,
Your
like I convinced, and then yeah, it was just unfortunate, and like that would have been an amazing trade to be in, but whatever.
We're gonna go check out what Brando has for us at the big TV. I think this one's the volume leaders, ladies and gents.
Exactly, guys. Let's have a look at how things are going so far this afternoon. A ton of opportunity, a ton of volume, even after a long weekend. So we are seeing a ton of action here on the TQQQ. Top of the list again today, 103 million so far. Clovis Oncology, CLVS, we talked about a little bit last week. They had some positive news. Got back above $1, extending from that today, 81 million shares. Sundial, Neil, is doing all kinds of volume today, 77 million so far. There's Revlon, Mullen, NIO on the watch list today. That CEAD, crazy mover out of the gate this morning, but continuing. AMD on here as well. It's a little deceiving. This board a little bit deceiving today in the sense that 70 versus 1,000, 70 new highs, 1,000 new lows. Obviously, we've come off a ton in the overall market. 8,000 plus in positive territory so far, 926 flat. 2,000 and change to the downside. That is the entire U.S. Stock listing. So gives you a good sense of where we are so far today. Positive territory overall, obviously, with those kind of numbers, guys. But all kinds of volume on a Tuesday after a long weekend. Back to you.
Yeah, that's because, you know why, right, Brando? Because the club goes up on a Tuesday. It's that simple. The market's showing you volume because the club goes up on a Tuesday. Microsoft up 60 cents in the money. Meta not doing anything. Meta just hanging out. Looks like Meta doesn't go up on a Tuesday. Meta just wants to be down because Meta didn't get invited to the club. That's why. The club is going up. The market's up. Meta was the only one not sent the invitation to party as it's about to take out the lower day over here and make me struggle with my long a little bit. So, you know, that long looked very clean earlier, not so clean now, and about to be 21 cents out of the money on this position. Thankfully, I don't have too much size, and I was prepared for this just in case this happened. But yeah, it didn't take out the lower day too much either, so that gives me a little strength on holding this trade a little bit more. Market's about to take off right now to the north side. S&P 500 just showed me a bunch of volume coming in to the north to go back to the high day. But what is the stock doing? The stock just wants to go to the other side. But SCHW, man, SCHW, look at this stock for me today. I did mention how much I was struggling on this position. I was out of the money on this position the most, but now we're in the money on this trade. No longer going broke on this position. No longer, breaking the bracket on this trade for this one. So thank you, Charles Schwab, for finally working for me. Microsoft, 65 cents in the money. The only thing that I have to work on now is this Facebook trade, which wants to go to $160. So maybe I take this loss over here and come back in near 160 or so, or I guess I can scale into it to the downside. I can scale into it. My average is 160.80. If they want to give me more size all the way to 160, I can scale into this trade to the downside. And then if 160 actually ends up breaking, then we take that loss. And we come back at a different time or a different stock, whatever it is, come back later. So let me just layer some size over here on Facebook to the downside and take some size out. Oop, wrong chart. Take some size out on Microsoft to the upside as profits are rolling into my bank account. Thank you, Microsoft. Number 3 stock on the day, Microsoft. Number 1, NVIDIA. Number 2, Apple. Then Charles Schwab about to be number 4, flirting with number 4 along with AMD. But very soon, bang, Charles Schwab, let's go. Still have half my size on this trade from all the candles included. Still have half my size over here, and let's see if we can take Charles Schwab all the way to the positive note. Wow, Meta is just struggling right now, ladies and gentlemen.
We had 5,000 lots at 23 on NEO. That was on the bid. It punched through, and that instantly got taken. So I started a short position. and then it obviously popped against me, and I saw that on the bid. I was like, okay, like maybe I'm gonna be wrong here, but then that instantly got taken. So I took another short just because, you know, like when size is getting taken that much and you have like a setup like this where it's like you have high of day so close, like yeah, maybe it goes and runs and tests high of day and I'll be wrong on this trade and it is what it is. But like I like the range that it's creating here. I think we could see a move, you know, if the market decides it doesn't want to push high of day and make another high, it's just gonna kind of barcode, then like there's a good chance that this comes down towards like 90 level, maybe 80 level. So like decent risk to return, I like this one. So like small position, we'll see what happens. If that size though gets reloaded on the bid on NEO, then, you know, that's something where like, you know, obviously like at this area, we had size that was bid and then he just took the offer. So it was bid 98s and the offer had some size at 23 even. It did not break yet. And then that size, instead of waiting to get filled, just pulled and punched the 23 level. It was kind of choppy and this is why I kind of butchered it. I butchered my long trade here and then they punched up again and then more size. So 4,000 lots bid, right? So there's a good chance that like if there's an active buyer here and if they're reloading and if they're trying not to show their hand, then like, you know, it might stay at the upper end of this range and want to push high of day. But you know, I'm gonna take the risk to return on this one. I like my odds on this one, so we'll see if we can get a nice 10-20 cent move to the downside. And started a potential T long. I don't love this. This is a slow mover, and I think we could get a long just because that 20 level, like 20 obviously psychological level. And I want to pull up the. Let me pull up. Actually, I'll do it on this one here. So this is obviously AT&T. So we had a nice strong move off the 200 period moving average on the daily, right? Which is like down around this level. And then we had like some continuation, some strong buying into end of week rebalancing last week. And now we have that follow through pushing towards the $20 level, right? So I was kind of obviously late to the party. Like I wasn't really focused on this one. I did not have like the long over here or the VWAP long the way that I should have. But, you know, I want to like keep my eye on this. So this is like a sort of like a reminder. Like if we can like push and get to 20, like maybe this like has like a 20 cent breakout and maybe like a 5-10 cent move. So definitely a scalpable area. But I want to see if any like bigger size pops up as we get to 20. I'm not seeing much now. It's maybe like 1,000 to 1,500 lots, which is not a lot. But obviously, as we get closer, like potentially more size pops up. So this is obviously something on my radar, and like I think like we'll get like some chop action. Maybe we get down a little bit lower, so I could actually like build into a nicer long as opposed to like be way up here and have like a 10-20 cent win potential. So we'll see what happens there. And yeah, so NEO seems to be slowly working. And NEO, yeah. And I should have orders out because, you know, you want to get paid, you gotta cover your trades, right? You can't just hold them forever, which is the way that I like to do in my long-term portfolio.
Yeah, meta platforms really making me struggle here. Might just have to take the loss on this trade. I'm building into a trade over here though, but it is making me sweat a little bit. So we'll see what happens. I am finally out of my Charles Schwab trade. All of my profits did come into play on Charles Schwab. Don't have to worry about that trade anymore. And it is in profit. So Charles Schwab ends for me on the day at number 4th on the leaderboard, so that's a very good thing. Only 2 negative stocks realized so far. Facebook is in the negative. I haven't realized the loss yet, and nor do I want to. But you know, market might just be coming back to VWAP over here. If S&P 500 and NASDAQ get pushed back to VWAP, I think we could just see meta platforms break the low a day even more and push back to the downside and most likely stop me out. You know, it's trying to make me. It wants me to throw my stop out. I know it because it feels like that right now, man. It's trying to push to the downside over there. See, if I had my stop out, I would have been stopped out by now. And there you go. It's pushing down even more to the downside. This stock has been so bad today. Just struggling at the moment. Not really holding up at any point on this position. Let's see if 159 holds. If this one doesn't hold, then I'm just gonna walk away from this trade for the day, and that's gonna be my last attempt over here, man. This is just impossible with how much destruction's coming into meta platforms today. Just so ugly on this trade.
Is there any news on that?
Not that I know about.
Yeah, this is just like getting destroyed. I want to say this is like a recent low now. Is this a recent low? I think like we're near the recent low level. And let me check this out here. This has got to be. I mean, there's quite a bit of selling coming off here, which is good for my NEO short. Hopefully, it carries over into that.
Sorry, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, no
Continue.
problem. So guys, like I was obviously eyeing that 160 level. It was a trade that I took in the past. I took the short, and it was when liquidity wasn't that good. And now go figure, it looks like liquidity did get a lot better. I haven't looked at Meta in a long time. It definitely was not on my primary list today. But obviously looking like we're breaking the lows. And I want to say that like below 160 is the abyss. Like below 160, definitely like abyss level. So like if this, I mean, this could definitely continue. Like this probably the recent low, yeah, like 159.50, which we just broke. So like this could easily, like, I mean, we'll see what happens. Like, you know, if selling continues, like, and it's kind of surprising. It's like, you know, obviously like, you know, you have the market strong today, like little bear market rally, whatever, but Meta down, like, and was there, do we know if there was any specific reason for that, or just I guess everybody's like, nah, I don't like them anymore. So, you know, they, whatever. But yeah, so, I mean, it's kind of like obviously like already like a huge move, like relative, right? So like this isn't something that like obviously like, you know, I have a little bit of FOMO late to the party, like, but like I'm not gonna short this over here. Like maybe there's like a potential bounce play, like especially if we like set up where it's like, you know, like this is obviously like, okay, this is fresh new hour, but like, you know, that low of like 159.60 area, like if all that's selling, like it's low of day, it's relatively higher volume, you know, bigger sell-off. Now it breaks the low, a lot of selling comes in. Once the selling subsides, like you could get a nice bounce play. You could, right? But again, like the market already seems like it pushed towards high day. Like if market starts to turn here, like is Meta really going to go opposite? And yeah, we're getting like sizes, you know, a little bit of size coming on the bid on Meta, but you know, instantly getting taken. So it's not really giving me too much information here. And yeah, I mean, what's the saying? Don't catch a falling knife.
Yeah, market's not really doing anything right now. It's about to be 107 Eastern. You know, markets maybe doesn't have the strength to go back to the upside the way I thought it would. I was really getting ready for the S&P 500. Here we go, S&P 500 to go back and take out the high day at 37.81. I'm waiting for that 3,800 level to come into play so I can actually take a short on the futures. You know, if that level doesn't come into play, I'm not going to take the trade at all. I'm just going to let the stock do whatever it wants and come back at a different price or a different time. Yeah, even Brendo in the work chat says no news for Meta platforms to be doing what it's doing. Absolutely destroyed. Down 3% on Meta now, taking that 160 level as you guys saw. Just waiting to see what happens. Meta April 2018 price. Yeah, that's something something to take a look at on that one. Tesla, please. Let's go check out what Tesla is doing. I know Tesla got up to 725, 730 today. Tons of buyers coming in, pushing the stock to the upside. And part of that reason was because in the Bloomberg interview with Elon, he was talking about Twitter and along with also about Tesla and yeah, 11% move today. I'm not sure what levels, I guess what side of a trade you're thinking about. I personally don't see a trade right now on Tesla. You know, I want to be patient if 730 comes into play. Like right now, 730 might just come into play very soon. I know 720 was a level in the past, so 720 is something that I would be on watch on the way up the first time, not the second time over here. And we did get under 720 to about 715 on this range over here. Still tons of buyers coming in on this position. Looks like to prop it up to 730 as the market doesn't really want to go back to the downside to VWAP. So as long as Tesla can keep helping the market stay afloat, I think Apple and Microsoft can come in from the side angles and ambush the market, help it get pushed up to the north even more, because Microsoft and Apple not really pushing to the downside either. So as long as none of these push down and Tesla keeps on trying to take out the highs, I think the market has another leg of high in it that I was waiting for.
So I'm reading a comment, Fibonacci, due to inflation, it's now the S&P 545, not the 500, S&P 545. I like that. It's kind of funny. Yeah, guys, little update. So NEO kind of pushing back above, right, retesting. So, you know, giving me the feeling that this wants to like go for a retest. And, you know, this is giving me flashbacks of like, I don't really trade NEO when it has a setup like this. Like, I like the level breaks. If I missed them, is what it is. But, you know, like that 2310, obviously high of day. Like, if this breaks, like maybe we get a push towards 2320. So, like, I'm not going to hold it that much against me. But, like, if this, you know, it's coming above the 23 level. right? There's some buying, there's some bids being reloaded. If that continues to get smashed down and we go back below 23 again, I'm going to add to the short, right? I'm going to add to the short. If we go and we break here, I'm getting out. Like, that's just kind of very tight risk. And guys, the T trade worked out, you know, like a little scalp play, like in over here, like out right in front of 20. You know, there was no more additional size that popped up. And again, guys, AT&T, it's going to be a slow mover. Like, obviously up 3%, has a nice kind of lightning bolt action here, VWAP bounce towards 20 level, but 20 being psychological, being like decent level. So like, you know, we are up like, you know, I want to believe this is approximately the range of AT&T. And, you know, if we going to break 20 and like really move. So I'm definitely going to keep this on my radar for the rest of the week. If we can get a nice little pullback and then like kind of like reload over here and potentially open below 20 tomorrow and then blast through 20. I mean, look at this day, right? We kind of sold off from like 2060 area all the way down to like 1980 area, which is like whatever. That was like a, you know, prior level that I mapped. So like if we really keep this kind of volume going, like obviously you guys are seeing like a lot of volume on quad witching, like boom, the 200-day moving average on AT&T is right here. It's at 1870, right? People are looking for yield. I think this yield's over 5%, just over 5%, right? So people are looking, okay, where can I put my money? Clearly, you know, people like that FedEx raised their dividend. You know, money is now rotating more into value, right? Portfolios are being rebalanced to that 60-40 and still in search of yield. And so like at the 200-period moving average, potential long-term support for a name like AT&T, and then boom, strong buying into like a quad witching with all that volume, not to mention the follow through on a Monday after quad witching. It would be one thing if this thing kind of came back down on the low volume. Then it's like, okay, the move was fake. It was all like just rebalancing. But we had that rebalancing and now we're still getting the strength, right? And so like I tell myself, look, if this breaks 20, it could go to 21. I kind of like this for my long term. And, you know, but not now just because like we're already so far up. Like you still got to weigh risk to return, right? I mean, like I'll pull up the 1 minute once again for you guys. Like where's this going to go? It's going to break 20 and go to 20, like 15, 20, 20, like 20-cent move. Like, no, it's not, right? It's showing you that like, look, it had the extended move. It had a pullback, right, of like 15 cents. Right, followed by a 30-cent move. Like I doubt that this like breaks 20 and goes, and that's why we're getting a lot of people probably taking profits in front of that 20 area. And I'm sort of beating myself up that I didn't take a short there. I was too busy on collecting my profits. But yeah, maybe this will give another opportunity. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks 20 today. And like one of the setups that I look for is like, you know, come back, retest 20, break 20, take the size, do a lot of nothing, come back below, and if we can kind of like pop again and drop, then like maybe potential short for like a move back towards like 1980, 1990 area and like split that into 2 trades, especially if the market wants to make a push right now towards high and then like make a decision, turn and like go back down. So that's something I'm eyeing over there. And yeah, Neo seems like, you know, it's getting close to stopping me out. Wouldn't be surprised if this stops me out and then reverses anyways, but I won't be scared to get right back into this trade. You know, the fact that it's like it goes above 23, like it seems that volume increases every time and then does a lot of volume. Like to me, this tells me like if a lot of people are trading over here, like volume profile line, if you wanted to draw one, would be like up here, let's say. And if that's the case, like I'll take those bets, right? I'll take those bets like 10 out of 10 times. Like I don't really have to be right. It just kind of feels right. Feels like it's the, you know, like the right idea in terms of like, look, a lot of people are, you know, taking their profits, and we can even pull up the daily on this one just to kind of, you know, like this is why I was eyeing like the 21 breakout. And I'll just pull up this chart for you guys really quickly. This is, you know, this is the daily on NEO, right? We bottomed out. We sort of like, we're looking like we're going to break out. We gapped above that 21 area, and boom, now it's off to the races. And I think, I don't have a moving average on this, but if you pull up the 200-period moving average, it's probably around 24, 25 area. So it might slow down as we get towards that. We might get like a multi-day runner because we gapped up. Or we could just see like a kind of inside day and like slowdown, right? Like you had the big volume over here. This was the big volume before the breakout. Now you have volume kind of subsiding, and if it continues to like drop a little bit, then like, you know, this might lose a little bit of steam. And obviously if people are selling a lot, like, you know, like you have like the resistance, you have like the pop and drop, right? You have the pop and drop here. So definitely like that 23 to 2350 area / 24, somewhat of resistance. I would think like to really be bullish on this name, I would have to see this like go above 25 and like start to make a move towards like the next level up, which would be like maybe 27 to 29 area, right? But again, that moving average, like zooming out over here, like the moving average, I'm just gonna like get it for you guys. Like it comes up, right? It's coming down, it's coming down. It cannot like pop, drop, pop, drop. Pop, are we going back down, right? Bear market, is this a bear market rally? Probably. And so like people are taking their profits here. That's why I like it. And, you know, definitely, you know, we'll see where that one goes. We shall see where that one goes. I'm basically flat on this one right now, but yeah, looking like it's going to come back through 23. So maybe add to this position as well.
Yeah, so just watching the market over here, as I said, you know, Tesla getting towards 730 could just help the market elevate a little bit. And if Microsoft and AMD can come in around the board and help them out, looks like they did slightly. What the heck is going on over here? Looks like they did slightly help them over there, and you know, market did prop up, but not too much. So Tesla getting above 730, giving you that short opportunity to build into a short if that's what you're thinking about on Tesla. But yeah, you know, hands off on this one right now. Still up 12%. I don't really want to be shorting Tesla at all. Microsoft still hanging out by 254. Charles Schwab moved up to $63, so that was a good trade for me overall. Why is Meta going to zero? I mean, it's not going to zero, but it is falling down today. I believe people in the chat have already mentioned it. It's because of the Russian ban that's coming in that's hurting them with the ad revenue. I mean, you know, Facebook has been struggling on the social media aspect for a long time now. Facebook users have been dying down. They do have the Instagram sides of business and WhatsApp side of business and even Quest and everything else. But overall, Facebook does seem to be dying down a little bit these days. So market and Russia ban obviously affecting the ad revenue. And if they're getting hurt by ads, so that's most of their money right there being just taken out of the business. I know they have data selling still, so they could just keep on selling data as long as they want to make money, I guess. And they still have a Quest and so on. Yeah, Facebook struggling, Tesla trying to come back down over here. S&P 500 not really double topping, but did move back to the high day a little bit closer to the high day. Not true to high day yet, and NASDAQ still hanging out slightly above VWAP. Truth Social Media, I guess you're talking about DWAC. Let's go check out what DWAC is doing. Not doing anything really. 600,000 shares. Stock is dead at the moment. Trading sideways. Yeah, it's up 3.75%, but it's in the exact same range as Friday, which is the exact same range as Thursday, exact same range as Wednesday. So the stock is doing absolutely nothing. When there's actual news behind DWAC, you will see the stock move around. We will be trading it when that opportunity does show up. But right now, nothing to watch over here. Okay, kids, move along. Nothing to see here, right? The South Park cop over there. I forget what the South Park cop name is, but yeah. Rev also being talked about in chat. 84 million shares now on Revlon. Tons of volume today, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love the opportunities coming in. You know, people can complain about low liquidity, or you can hunt about the right stocks. And Revlon looks like it's the right place, still in play for God knows how many days now. Ever since that news came out about their bankruptcy, they've been in play every single day since then, heading right back to the $6 range on Revlon. I believe that was when the news actually dropped about it. So pretty crazy to watch this stock head right back to those ranges. Real quick, heading over to floatchecker.com to see what Revlon's short float numbers are now, and they're showing up from 30 to 50% overall. 35 is the lowest I see, I guess. Yep, 35 to 50%.
Yeah, guys, I'm just pulling up Amazon here. I'm double checking. Still has not broke that 109.20 area. So, like, is this the resistance now? Like, it tried to test it, and this is when I was talking about it before, and I thought, okay, we're going to break, but we didn't, and we made a low. And, like, the market didn't really do anything, and we just kind of sold off again. So maybe, you know, maybe there's just too many sellers over here on Amazon, and is not going to break, and maybe the short is good. And, yeah, Neo short working, and, guys, Tesla pushed the 730 level, like, insane. I'm kind of sad that I didn't take the 725 long. I was considering it, but like we already were high, and like I'm expecting like chop, like it's, you know, like obviously 120. Like I'm not really like personally sizing up too much on all my positions. But you know, I really do like this Neo short. I actually like, and maybe potentially, where's Amazon? You know, if Amazon can get back, I think that's a good tight risk there. So I'm gonna keep my eye on that one. And yeah, T like rejected 20 nicely, so back down. And I saw somebody before call XOM double top. I would say like, I mean, look, like you can't call a double top. Like for me, like a double top would be like closer together. Like something like this, but not making the high, but like boom, top, and then back down, reverse, break 90 and go. Like that would be a double top. Like this is not a double top because we didn't move into it quickly. I'm not a huge pattern guy, right? But like we didn't like move into it quickly and then reverse, move into it quickly and then reverse. Like these kind of triangle patterns, these double top patterns, like I don't like anticipate that this is going to be a double top. I just kind of trade the price action, but this is something that I wanted to pull up. Like I'm not really, like if anything, this is probably just going to like not barcode, but I should say like maybe like channel, and it has quite a wide range, right? Like 2-point range on Exxon, but I want to believe that like, you know, this could now move higher, move a little bit higher, and like that 85 level seemed to be the bottom. And if we can now move above 93, then maybe we get a potential 100 test again in the future coming, right? And so like maybe we get like a multi-day runner towards like 95, 97, 99, and then like profit taking at like the 100 level, and then like kind of recalibrate, see what happens from there.
Luca, I'm gonna need you to make your chart titles bigger.
Yeah, okay.
And save that layout this time. Save the layout, and this is how you do it. Once you click on the little settings bar over here, the little settings wheel, look at it. Once you click on this, click on make a copy and then save that copy separately. So that way you don't have to do this every time.
All right.
Okay? So make that title black and white and make that bigger. All right. Is anything that's higher highs not a double top? Is there anything that's going for a higher high and not double topping? I would say probably the chances of that are kind of low as the market's double topping. You know, Microsoft's coming back down now with the help of Tesla coming back down. Most likely Apple's coming back down too. So, you know, everything's coming back down. If you want to look for anything that's like, you know, breaking out of the day's high, I might be able to create a scanner for that. You know, if there should be a way to scan for that if you are looking for, if that is your setup you're going for, you know, anything breaking out the high day, go break out long high day. I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for, but yeah, scanners, you can use scanners. I personally don't see anything right now. XOM did not double top, it broke above. XOM keeps on going above the high day, does it? Yeah, it did. It created a new high now on XOM near $92. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of exhaustion though coming in at 92. Not able to get too far above 92 on XOM right now, and you know, struggling to keep on moving higher, even though it's up 6.8% today. Real quick, let's go to XLE. What is XLE doing? XLE right now is also double topping. So if XLE is double topping and coming back to the downside, I think that's going to be a good enough of a reason for XOM to get pushed back down. And as you see, Microsoft and the rest of the market, NASDAQ is also coming back to the downside right now. Rumors of delayed start to monetization model roll out from 2024 to 2023 after Zuckerberg message update. Looks like it's a little bit of rolling out more ways for creators to make money on Facebook and Instagram, and sharing updates that will help creators build for the metaverse. We're headed towards a future where more people can do creative work than enjoy, and blah, 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 blah. So clearly he's trying things out to help his metaverse idea overall. It could work out, it couldn't work out. You know, it's a gamble, and that's the gamble that every entrepreneur takes all the time when they're creating a business, you know. So let's just see how that metaverse idea pans out for Mark Zuckerberg. I personally think, you know, there's gonna be way too much competition and way easy competition. Every company in the world and even every game in the world is going to end up having their own little private metaverse that you can be part of. So I don't really understand what would make a Facebook land much better than a Roblox land, or much better than a Peloton land or whatever, right? So I just got to wait and see how that one ends up in the future for myself.
All right, so guys, I got this for you, and let me know on this chart. Look at this beautiful name. Now you could tell that this is Neo stock, and I got it.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, right here, NEO.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah,
That was more challenging than trading. I don't know, like
Just
I
hit
don't know.
save as default and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
hit
it's-
load default on the other ones.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll switch this up too. But yeah, guys, unfortunately, and guys, have your fills out in advance because for some reason I didn't have a fill to take that NEO in 2290 area. But you know, look, I think there's potential here for this to like really come down, right? Maybe towards the end of the day, and you know, same kind of risk profile on that, like, and maybe I'm just gonna keep adding to this one. Like, look, it can't go higher, right? Every time it gets higher, every time size comes on the bid, it gets hit, it gets smashed, right? Like this other size that's kind of like relatively small, not really doing much. So yeah, I'm definitely keeping my eye on that one, but it just feels like we're going lower, and if we break the 90 area, we're back into that range for sure. And then you know we're gonna test like 2275 area, like 2280. So if we can get down to 2280, like I'll take profits there. And at this point, like I you know missed the 91 fill. So like, do I even want it if it comes the second time? If it comes the second time, it's probably going down even lower. So yeah, maybe I'll cancel that now this time around, and see if we can like make a little bit more on this one. I mean, it's not moving, right? It's not moving higher. It's not going against me. It's working for me. Just 3 fills. If we can get back above, I'll continue to add to this. And not much of recycling going on here. Like I should be recycling, but missed that. But whatever, it is what it is. And yeah, people Tesla dump button pressed. Where's Tesla at? No, Tesla's still 728. This kind of very, very slow sideways action. Like guys, when a name is up 10%, over 10% on the day, like I'm not really like super aggressive shorting this name. Like even though like it, like you know, like we could see some downside, like it's tough because like any move down probably quickly gets reclaimed before it like slowly moves down afterwards. So not my type of style there. And yeah, maybe Prad's looking at something while I can manage this NEO trade.
I'm just still thinking about the whole metaverse topic. You know, someone said maybe Roblox is the real metaverse, and I disagree with that statement too. You know, it's metaverse is not. It's the internet. It's basically the internet. No one owns the internet, right? It's like Google is a part of the internet. Microsoft's part of the internet. Facebook's part of the internet. And that's what the metaverse is at the end of the day. It's just the internet at the end.
Oh, Amazon
like not
broke.
one
Damn
company's gonna own it. There's gonna be a bunch of different gateways to a bunch of different platforms. And another comment that someone mentioned that Facebook needs to buy a good gaming company. I think that's a very valid point. If Facebook can go out there and acquire something like Activision, you know, because Microsoft's acquiring Activision, they've acquired Mojang before, they've acquired they own Bungie, they own a bunch of gaming softwares, developers that is overall. So if Facebook can start thinking about, you know, maybe Roblox, maybe buy out Roblox, incorporate their worlds into Facebook lens and whatnot. That's something that could really help Facebook overall with the metaverse side. But currently, man, I'm still very, very iffy about how long or how they'll end up executing that idea on their side. We want to go check out what the money is talking right now at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you on the currency board. We are nicely positive right across the entire thing because the dollar's lower so far today, coming off from that new high that we reached once again last week. I want to point out Canadian dollar here up 0.5% today, getting back to this 77.5, which is a line here, which is a bit of a pivot over the past couple of months. We get CPI data tomorrow morning in this country, so this will be a mover on that number coming out tomorrow. British pound as well. CPI data in the UK coming out this week also. So these are the two big movers to watch so far the next couple of days. USD, as I said, to the downside. Japanese yen, 2-year low today versus the dollar, down a full percent right now after some data overnight. Missed expectations as well. Australia and New Zealand also back to positive territory. They were kind of chopping around one side to the other throughout the entire morning, but now both higher. Bitcoin and Ethereum still positive as well. Back to 21.5, or we were above 21.5 for Bitcoin, but coming off once again, guys, a little bit. Anyways, back over to you.
Yeah, it's gonna be that time of the day where some of you are gonna hate me, but you know, it's my job to do this. I have to do it. So if you've already done this, maybe it's time to go for your quick little walk break. Stand up and exercise, take off your headphones, whatever you're doing. And the point is, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. We've only had 100 likes or maybe 200 likes since the start of this show. That is not good, man. We need more. We want more. It helps us with the YouTube algorithm. So for anyone who hasn't done it yet, you see I've done it already. I do it every single day, and I appreciate for every one of you who do it. Look at that, numbers growing now. Now we're at 2.3. So let our like button's consumer price index go up, and tomorrow we got the actual consumer price index coming out. And hit that subscribe, hit that like. If you can support us by becoming a member. In return, you get cool little badges for loyalty. You also get fun emojis you can use that nobody else in the chat can use. And if you want, you can go and support us on the YouTube homepage. Go to our YouTube homepage and click on the store button over here. You'll be able to buy any of our select merchandise that we have in store and support us with that. And if you do end up purchasing any, make sure you tweet at us so we know or we can share with our amazing community that we're trying to build over here for each and every single one of you. So please, how do we have 4,000 viewers and only have 2K likes? That doesn't make sense, right? So time to bring that number up a little bit more. We're at 3.3K now, so 2.5 at least. Let's get it to at least 2.5. I'm happy to see this number go from 2.2 to 2.4 at the moment.
Yeah, guys, so Amazon did break that 109.20 area, but instantly flushed down. Now we're testing it again. So I'm going to try a short here. Like, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, but I definitely don't want to hold this against me. Maybe the selling did subside, and it's not, it's one of those things that, like, you definitely need to taper it here. But if we get back above that 121 area, and there we go, okay, I'm stopped out on that. But, the market looks like it wants to make that push towards high of day. I'll try this again. I'm going to try to watch this here. But if it is weak and we're going to go lower, I mean, we could easily, get down towards, 108.50, 108 area. So, pivotal area right here. We'll see what happens. And, continuing to add to NEO. This very patient. Every time we get above, look at this, guys. Every time we get above 23 area, instantly back down, right? Instantly back down. Not taking my profits. Maybe I should be. But the fact that we're channeling and we cannot get higher, makes me want to hold this and continue to add to this. So yeah, definitely watching that one. And I see people talking about AMD as well. AMD, below 85 area, kind of slow. Seems to be within the range around VWAP. Yeah, that's not really something that that interests me too much. And yeah, Tesla still flirting with that 730 area. Are we going to 750? The bids keep reloading on this one, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And yeah, guys, T for anybody that took the short there in front of the 20 area, that was solid. Look at this, right? And this is basically what I was talking about. You take the long, it tests 20, doesn't take the size. That's also a good short. You want to flip short on those opportunities as well, and boom, flush down 15 cents, right? And now we're kind of around that that previous high of day area. So it's the high of day, right? VWAP bounce comes back, tests the high of day, breaks. Little sideways action, and then boom, move into the psychological level. So now boom, back down, testing that recent high of day, maybe becomes somewhat of a support, or maybe it doesn't get back above the 1992 area, or maybe makes that one last push, and then boom, retraces back to a VWAP there. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this one, see if we can get closer to the 20 area, and then potentially create an idea from there.
Any more booms from you, and you're going to be on a no-fly zone, buddy. Be careful with those booms over there.
Boom, boom.
No, all fun and games. We got an update from Brando saying that Twitter reports Elon resumed looking into creative financing options to complete the deal. So that was part of the Bloomberg report that came out, that he was looking to, go back to financing or looking for ways to financing this deal that's supposed to come out. $54.20. If that deal actually ends up closing, we'll be watching it for sure. Twitter's going to be a great day trade when that news actually goes through and the news goes out in the positive direction. And man, Luca, you're so lucky not having this earpiece, because this guy is just saying some of the most sus stuff in that corner. Mr. Sus over there in that corner saying some weird stuff to me. You okay there, Fahad? Mr. Glizzy Goblin over there. LabU, easy money. Looking at the graph, LabU, easy money. Let's go check out LabU. LABU on NASDAQ. No, that's Amex. Sorry, this is Amex. This is your biotech ETF, and this is a Tony Baloney stock, man. Tony Baloney sector. He's gonna be on today at 2:35. 3:15, sorry. Tony Baloney is going to be on at 3:15. He's going to be talking about a lot of biotech stocks for sure. I'm going to be having my ears open wide because I want to listen to what Tony has to say about it. Oh man, actually I won't be here for that. I'll watch it on YouTube. That's fine. So we're going to have lots of fun over there to see what Tony has to say about LabU and biotech stocks in general. Luca, you looking at anything?
Yeah, Amazon short here, you know, like it kind of broke that level, stopped me out, and then kind of went down. So like I'm taking the short here. If we go back up, like I'm out of this, you know, but I think there's potential, like if the market does want to now turn or even go sideways, then maybe we go lower here. So yeah, I'm just trying to manage this here. Maybe.
Yeah, I got you. So this joke in the chat came in. Kellogg to split into 3 companies. That's true. We talked about that earlier. But apparently the 3 company names are going to be Snap, Crackle, and Pop. I love that. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they are going to get split into 3 companies. I would like to see how that split's going to bring in volume to these 3 companies, or does one company die off on volume completely? And I'm guessing that would be the plant-based company, and Kellogg's as their original cereal-based branch of the company will probably bring in more volume on a day-to-day basis because that's what we know is their core brand or their core business and so on. Just waiting to see what happens overall. We're still also waiting for GGPI's ticker change, which I believe is happening in a couple days now. So 21st today. Let me just scroll back over here in our work chat. I believe it's supposed to be on the 24th or the 26th. Yeah, 24th of June. So it's going to be in 3 days for GGPI to come in with the ticker change. That's going to maybe bring in some volume to it for us to trade around the board. Time to touch up the platinum hairdo Prad. No, I'm not getting it recolored, man. A, it costs too much. B, it burns too much. And C, I don't have a C. You still trading?
Yeah, no, I'm just managing these here. And yeah, no platinum again?
No, man. You know what? There's so many people telling me every day. Like, even at the wedding ceremonies yesterday, they're like, oh, that looks good. Are you going to get it done again? I'm like, maybe not. And I have you guys telling me, like, oh, Platinum Prad has to be there. We don't know a Prad that's not Platinum anymore. So it's like, you guys are making me want to do it again. But it's like, man, it costs way too much. I don't think I want to do it.
Oh, true. Well, maybe more super chats come through. You know, you get
Listen, I
got to
save it for super chickens.
True.
All right? It's either blonde hair for 3 months or super chickens every week.
I like the food idea.
Yeah.
I think food. You know, obviously, huge food guy. I'm gonna say choose the food every time.
It's just like picking Super Sata over blonde hair, man. No, we gotta go Super Sata every single day.
Every time. Which, by the way, I gotta bring some Super Sata in for us. Yeah, I got the goods. You know, I live in an Italian neighborhood, and everybody trades Super Sata and wine and stuff. So I get my fair share of a bunch of different kinds of Super Sata. So I'll be sure to bring in a bunch for the guys here. You know, and.
Yeah, we'll have a wine night. We'll have some sliced meat, some cheese on the side. We'll be a little bougie with it. Don't worry at all, you know. Pop in, Sean, how about them dubs? Yeah, Sean always got them dubs on the board. Did he post a trade in the chat by any chance? I don't see one right now. But yeah, Sean for sure. Still collecting money on, sir? Java?
Yeah.
DraftKings. Oh, okay. I was like, what is that? Short DraftKings right here. He says, hey, man, leave my stock alone. It's trying to get back to positive for me, you know? So he goes, exactly. That's why I'm shorting it. Ouch, that one hurt. But no, DraftKings, $12.50 today. A new high day came in not too long ago, but looks like we're going to start pushing back to the downside over here as Sean is building into a short position. Look at that volume that just came in. These are for sure viewers just piling in on this trade, right? There's no doubt about that at this point. We were just piling in, punching the ask, punching the bids, getting ready to push the stock to the downside. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are now also getting pushed back to the downside over here to VWAP. Let's see if we can continue holding a VWAP on both of these markets, or do we break VWAP this time around? MSFT coming back to $253. Time to maybe reload on this trade if you believe on the long side of the market still. So 253 coming into play on Microsoft. Apple right back to VWAP also near that 135 area. That is where my last exit was, near 135.70 on my short. Short Tesla 10% is insane. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You know, we saw 730 break. We saw 730 not really go too far to the upside. 75 cents on Tesla is nothing. So break of 75 cents on Tesla is like a break of 3 pennies on NIO past the even dollar level. That's showing you the backside behind it, and obviously you smashed that short right there on that backside. I wasn't watching it on the 730 break, sadly. I don't know if Luca was watching it.
I did not know, but you know what? I'm looking at NEO right now. It's finally starting to work, and the fact that look at this, right? It kind of bounced. Now it was gonna bounce. I was like, should I take my profits? I was like, no. Let me scale out very. Let me start to have orders here, very small size. I do think we're gonna get towards that 2280 area. I think so. We're just maybe getting some profit covering here, and market looking like it wants to go back down. So let's let this work for us and be patient on this one. I've been patient for this far, so I mean, I'll be surprised now if we rip higher and make a new high. Then is what it is. Wrong, no complaints there, and yeah, Tesla moving back down 730. This is sort of like a double top. On a 1 minute, closer together, you got that 730 kind of interesting area, and double top can't break, right? No break. The high being not even 731, doesn't even test it, and now we kind of go back down, and maybe this is now the time that this is going to come back, test 720 if market wants to come back to VWAP area. But obviously 140, 150, almost 2. Very, very slow action. So be patient with your trades if you are in them. If you take the short, the way I did on NEO, if you take the short and you have the 23 short, and now it's going to start working for you, and maybe even get to 2260 area, 2270. If we break this low, then you want to be patient and collect your profits closer to 2280, 2270. Don't be quick to take them. So this was just me taking off a little bit just to kind of be satisfied with the fact that at least I won one. How many times are you going to add without covering some at the bottom there? So yeah, we're seeing some selling come in on the tape now on NEO. So maybe it continues to accelerate. Maybe that whoever was buying and reloading, as we discussed with the size, is done, and now we're just kind of smooth sailing to the downside, and the market kind of everything starts to work together, right? Work together. And guys, keep in mind, if you're trading Tesla, right, or NEO, just keep in mind that Tesla NEO is going to move kind of in tandem with each other, so as your NEO short's working, keep an eye on Tesla. If this kind of rocket ships breaks a new high, maybe that's the reason as to why NEO kind of pops with it, right? So watching it all together, and yeah, let's pull up Meta as well. Where is this thing?
Me, eh?
This guy is adding me, bro. Yo, I see you, man. I'm watching your position. I see you demolishing that short to the downside. Let's go, DraftKings. Sadly, I'm not in that short, but I'm watching it get pushed down. Look at that 2,000 share short on that dark pool gateway, man. DraftKings clearly getting pushed down with the help of the market too, which wants to look like to go back to VWAP and test VWAP for the S&P 500 and for NASDAQ. Facebook still struggling near that 158, 159 area, is not really getting back above it. That kind of took back my day a little bit, but that's fine. We're just gonna keep waiting for more opportunities to come in, some volume to come in on the market past 2 o'clock. There's about 15 minutes left for Luca and I over here on the show, so maybe around 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock some volume can come in, and I can look for some opportunities to stack some more Pringles and some more Frito-Lays into my bank account over here. Everything had to consolidate to have more upside, right? Question mark. I mean, just the lack of volume right now. That's why everything's consolidating. Market is lunchtime still a little bit for it. And we don't really have a FOMC or anything tomorrow, but apparently there is a meeting for Powell. Sorry? He's in front of Congress, so Powell's in front of Congress tomorrow, so that's gonna maybe move the market for based on whatever he has to say. So we're gonna be patiently ready for that trade too. And Thursday I'm not here; I'm taking Thursday off, so you're gonna most likely see Luca and Tony, and then Tony and Ian most likely on Thursday.
Yeah, guys, I see people saying Rev as well. So this one makes me laugh because Rev is the name that they declared bankruptcy. Like
Not anymore, baby.
They declared bankruptcy. They're like, so basically, you know, and I have to double check if it's SSR because, you know, this kind of move, SSR, like this is ripping people's faces off. It's like, hey guys, we're bankrupt, news halt, and oh, wait a second, okay, now we're gonna like we're gonna have a 60% move to the upside. So yeah, it's kind of crazy market we're in. But, you know, obviously pick your spots and good things happen, right?
Yeah, Revlon also has that catalyst, that Mukesh Ambani from Reliance in India. You know, my stock market history starts with Reliance because back in the day when my grandpa used to, and this man didn't have a computer and stuff. This man used to chart out his graphs himself. You know, that's how old school my grandpa is. We used to sit down. He used to have a newspaper. I used to pull out the ruler. He used to name the stock names. We look on the newspaper for the stock name. Where did it open? Where did it close, and so on. He would write it down and he would plot the graph himself. And you know, I would hear the name Reliance a lot. I even have memories with my grandpa to going into the brokerage back then, sitting at the broker and us telling the broker we want to do this, we want to do that, and the broker's like answering 5 different phone calls and so on. So that's a great memory of Reliance. So if Reliance obviously wants to come in, and that's one of the biggest companies in India. You know, they own almost everything. They own telecom, they own like gasoline and everything. That's one of the biggest companies. He's the richest guy in India too. So if he wants to come in and save Revlon, take Revlon to India, help it not going bankrupt, I think that's obviously a good news for Revlon. So yeah, you know, I mentioned on that day of the news coming in for Revlon, it got pushed down drastically to almost $1. And now with that positive catalyst, I don't know if it's confirmed yet, but that positive catalyst that everyone has been talking about, that Revlon might get bought up, is clearly helping the stock so much. It's up 61% today, 100 million shares traded on this position. Imagine the person who bought this stock at 99 cents or $1. They're laughing right now. They're laughing at the whole you know, Chapter 11 filing or possible Chapter 11 fear and so on.
Yeah, guys, I'm also looking at CVX here, that 155 level. Look at that, clean break to the upside. Unfortunately, I missed it, didn't see it. I wonder if like we get some resistance now at 155 area. And, you know, obviously oil contracts, I think, closing at 2. So maybe this kind of slows down as oil slows down. But, you know, one of those things like 155, I think area that I mapped sort of was a resistance, right? Then broke through and now kind of back below. So, like, wouldn't be surprised if this kind of fades off and we get like a 1-point move to the downside. But yeah, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this one for a little bit longer. And it seems like NEO can just not get back to that 23 area. Like every time it pops towards 22.94, like we're getting slamming down on the tape. And so if this is kind of like, you know, failure area and now we're gonna move lower, right? So it's like, you know, test, right? Confirmation, can't even retest 23 again, and then boom, then your next leg down. So I'm almost telling myself maybe I want to add to this again, but like let's see what happens. I'm gonna give myself like 5 minutes on this one, and see if we can get to 23. If we can't, then potential add there. So something to keep my eye on there. And yeah, guys, Baba didn't test 100. Like we had that on Friday, like that low of like 102, like 103 area. And then now obviously gapped up with everything else, dipped down just to the 104 area. So like, you know, wouldn't be surprised if this thing continues to make a move up. Like obviously like seems like it's kind of sideways on the day, but like if we're getting like a bear market kind of bounce and like, you know, maybe 3,800 on the ES breaks and then like makes a run towards like 3,850, then like, you know, I'm looking at names that are showing relative strength and definitely levels below to play off like somewhat of support levels.
Do they own Tony? What does that mean? Like, nobody owes Tony. Tony's his own man. He works for us, though, for sure. But what does do they own Tony mean? I find that hilarious. RMO being called out in chat, up 35%. Yeah, penny stock doing 14 million shares, and a recent volume spike not too long ago, clearly helping the stock to get up to. Why do I always see this? Like this 66 cents, and that's not a coincidence. Trust me, it just happens to me all the time. That's 66 and another 6 if you just add to it. Anyways, RMO up 35% today. I want to go check what the relative volume is on this position. RMO relative volume of 4.44. I love it. Romeo Power. By any chance, is this in the XLE ETF or in the energy sector at least? And if it is, it kind of makes sense what's going on, I guess. But I would like to know what the actual catalyst is for the stock to be doing what it's doing at the moment. Mumbai Indians IPL team might apply Revlon lipstick in the next IPL season. Wow, that comment should be copy pasted and sent to Neil, because he likes cricket, he watches cricket. I'll send it to him right now over here. But that's hilarious. Yeah, IPL, man. I don't even want to go there at the moment, because I could say some real bad stuff about some teams that you guys are probably fans about, and I don't want to hurt your feelings on that side. So we'll just leave that one alone. Tony the man, the legend, the myth, the market maker, the bio god, the you name it, man.
The bio god, I like that.
He'll be on at 3:10 or something. So just watch out for him, man. Just watch out for him.
Yeah, when Tony starts talking, that's when I take my earphones off and I go, okay, what type of biotech is he talking about today? Like, any good potential there? But yeah, last I checked, he's still loaded up. He's still loaded in the long there.
The credit cards are max, baby.
He's still loaded up in the longs. So yeah, hopefully he's doing well. Hopefully.
Yeah, flat on Meta, 157.5 puts in 95. Yeah, nice. Hopefully that worked out for you. Congratulations. What's the boom count? Yeah, I don't even know what the boom count is. It would be nice to have some counters. Where we're going to, I like Tony and I want him to be rich. Buy XBI. Yeah, that was the biotech ETF, I believe, if I remember correctly. XBI. With 10 million shares traded today, where are we on XBI? Woof, 6% to the north side. Let's go. Looks like the market's still looking good for biotech stocks over here. What's that term you used not too long ago? Summer, small cap summer?
Small cap summer, yeah.
Yeah, small cap summer should be coming up very soon if these biotech stocks keep playing out the way they are.
Yeah, that reminded me to check ADN, and it had potential today, obviously being above 3, and something I'm looking at on these small caps that kind of like makes me laugh a little bit. And I'll pull up the let me pull up the 1 hour for you guys just to zoom out. So obviously, it had the positive catalyst. This thing moved to 4, it broke 4, right? Like extreme volume day, 200 mil volume. Then kind of failed, dropped down, right? So something I look for is like if this like drops down and like breaks like 260, 250, it didn't get low enough, right? But if it broke 250 and then today gapped up and opened 290 and broke, like maybe you'd have some shorts that were like, okay, I'm gonna short this, and then they were stuck over the weekend and now they're out of the money gapping up. Like you tend to see this on like a lot of games that are happening on small caps. Like you'll see like it'll break the low and then gap up and then run and then break the high again. But we didn't get as low, so like, the kind of bounce back, the move up that I was looking for just like wasn't as much as it could have been. And like this only did like 25 mil today, right? But like again, positive catalyst, and it does feel like that 280 level is somewhat of a support in like 290 down to 270, right? So like the one thing I look for is like, again, if it breaks the low and then gaps up, then maybe you get the push back up, maybe breaks 4 again, makes a move to that 5 level. But I'm definitely keeping this on my radar. Just for some continuation. Obviously, it's very slow, and if it continues to show us that it's not going to do anything, and if it continues to show us that it's going to be inside days with less volume, then not something that I'm interested that I'm going to trade, but definitely keeping my eye, because small cap summer, anything is possible. So, I wouldn't be surprised if this does make a move to 5, like when everybody's sleeping on it.
What is up with Roblox? It jumped up 11% in 2 consecutive trades. I'm not sure if you're talking about 2 consecutive trading days, if that's what you mean. The whole market is up, my guys. So the whole market just being up, helping Roblox out there overall. You know, Palantir is up also a pretty decent number today. Affirm is up a pretty decent number today. The whole market just jumped up to the north side. That's all it is at the end of the day. Market beta helping them out. Blue strong climb today, BLUE. Let's go check out my boy Blue over here. Where is he? What is he doing today? 13.3 million shares. Come on, charts. There we go. Ooh, 21% and a new high day near $4.03. Yeah, Blue is actually taking off. Volume coming back into the market too. S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP at the moment, and it is about to be 155. So 5 more minutes left for Luca and I. But thankfully, you guys still have another 2 full hours with the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendo. So don't go anywhere, and make sure to hit that like button on that show too. Is the show still separate? I mean, if it is, hit that like button. Even if it's not, still hit that like button when you head over to that show for those of you who have not. ARCT buyout chatter. Okay, another buyout stock coming into play. Just chatter right now, so we don't really know if it's true or not, right? Just chatter, but 600,000 shares traded on ARCT, helping the stock to move up a little bit, create a new high idea at $15.64. But look at the spread. It's like a 15-cent spread, and I don't really like that on a $15 stock.
Yeah, guys, I'm continuing to watch these names and continuing to watch Mullen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing continues to run. Like, now that we broke that 150 area and we did retest it, like, are we gonna move towards 2? But again, like, you know, manage your expectations on this one. Like, anybody who's long from like the bottom here, like, if I was long over here, I would definitely hold on to my long. Watch how it kind of performs into the end of the week. And yeah, you definitely want to just make sure that volume is continuously increasing and not decreasing, because if decreasing, then, you know, like, interest is people are losing interest, right? So like, look at the volume here, right? Like, very, very low, then boom, increasing, right? And we broke that 150 level. And if we zoom out of this and kind of map some levels here, I think $2, like, I like to use like $half levels on these kind of names if I don't really have like general, like very specific levels. And so we did that push. Now, if we continue to move up, like, I think a $2 test is coming, right? And if I was long from over here, like, I'll probably take some profits at $2 and then kind of reevaluate and see, like, are we really going to break out from there? But I think the most recent high being like around the 170 area. So if we get, like, we're close to it now, right? We're close to it now. Maybe we get like an end of day push, right? Because it is holding VWAP. Maybe we get that end of day push, and then maybe potential same thing tomorrow, a little bit of a gap up, or a little bit of a like kind of consolidation around like this like 150 to 160 area before we like make that next leg up. So definitely something that I'm watching. And I wish I was super long this name from before, but you know, you can't catch them all, right? Like somebody said in the past, it's not Pokemon. You can't catch them all. Just capture 20% of the move, you'll be fine.
Rhino, new here. I'm sure the S&P 500 sweating right now. Well, welcome to the party, my friend. You know, new member, make sure you hit the subscribe button. We are live from 8:30 to 4 every single day, Monday to Friday, as long as the market's open, that is. So, yeah, welcome to the party. And right now we're talking about a bunch of the stocks that are moving around. You mentioned you are short the S&P 500. And, yeah, beautiful short so far. You also mentioned you're sweating and you're scared a little bit. You know, that's not really a good thing to be feeling about the trade. You should have a trade idea. You should know where you're wrong on that trade, and you should maybe have an idea of where you want to take profits. And as long as you know all of those variables, you don't really have a reason to be scared. You know, now that you said you were just short S&P 500, so that means you're already in the money. No reason to be scared about that. And as long as your stop is only allowing you to lose how much you're willing to lose, then even more of a risk-free trade, and everything just keeps on adding on from there. So don't feel too scared about it, my friend. Market's trying to come down right now. S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP most likely. We'll see if this 50-period EMA holds up, and if it doesn't, then maybe think about holding your stops and taking your stops. Don't break your rules on that side, right? Always stick to your rules, stick to your plan. Your game plan is what will make you the bread in the long run. It's the more you keep breaking from your game plan is where you start deviating from setups and you start making silly mistakes. We don't have much time left over here. Well, actually, we have no time left over here. Luca, you want to wrap it up this time?
Yeah, sure. Always a pleasure. Always enjoyable coming on the show here, and stay disciplined. And we got a fire show coming for you for the end of the day. So stay tuned. Ciao. Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in to the close. Couple hours left in a pretty exciting day here. Back to the upside after what we witnessed on Friday, coming off the 10th. Losing week for stocks out of the last 11. So good to see some positive numbers right across the entire board here there we go, U.S. markets, 2.6 to the upside for the S&P, 2.9 almost for the NASDAQ, leading the way. Tech very, very strong this afternoon. It's been that way right out of the gate this morning as soon as the open came around. 1.9% for the Dow, back in positive territory. Further down the list here,